What if the very thing that promises salvation also ignites destruction? What if faith, a beacon of hope, became a trigger for cataclysm? The ink on history's pages is still wet with the blood of those who believed. A single question reverberates through the annals of time: how did worship turn to warfare? Picture a time when the world was but a patchwork of kingdoms, each ruled by the iron fist of dogma. Priests roamed like wolves in sheep's clothing, brandishing scripture like swords. A whisper of dissent could ignite a conflagration. Imagine a crusade, courageous knights in resplendent armor, their hearts filled with fervor, marching toward the horizon under a banner stained with the color of faith. But what lay behind that fervor? A burning desire for conquest disguised as divine mandate. A pilgrimage for peace that turned into a blood-soaked battlefield. In the age of kings and castles, belief became the ultimate weapon. One wrong prayer could obliterate entire cities. Knights weren't just fighting for territory, they were clashing over the very essence of existence. Faith turned foes into allies and allies into ash. It was a powder keg of piety, waiting for the spark. What happens when divine will clashes with human ambition? When zealotry morphs into a frenzied dance of death? Consider the irony. Those who gathered under the same celestial canopy, bound by sacred texts, suddenly found themselves ensnared in a merciless game of thrones. Sacred relics became trophies, and altars transformed into altars of war. The battlefield bore witness to sermons that rang out over the clash of steel, preaching salvation while ushering in oblivion. The stakes escalated, and soon, a war fueled by faith spread like wildfire across continents. But the threads of this tapestry are woven with more than hymns and prayers. Beneath the surface of divine justification, a web of greed, power, and vengeance lurked. The Vatican's silence was deafening as kingdoms crumbled. Those same holy texts used to inspire devotion were twisted into manifestos for annihilation. Could it be that the true god of war wore a cross? Or perhaps a crescent moon? What if appeasing the divine merely fed the flames of the inferno? In the shadows between valor and villainy, a chilling truth emerged: the most dangerous cult is one that masquerades as a creed of peace. As borders blurred and alliances shifted, who could discern friend from foe in a landscape painted with betrayal? The air thickened with the smoke of burnt manuscripts, each page a testament to the blinding rage of faith gone awry. The question looms larger than life: were these wars of the spirit truly about divinity, or were they merely a reflection of humanity's darkest urges? As the echoes of clashing swords faded into whispers, one thought remained: every prayer uttered in earnest could unleash hell on earth. Buckle up. The revelations in these pages may not only challenge your understanding of history but also rattle the foundations of your own beliefs. The air crackled with tension, thick like fog rolling off the sea, a silence that screamed louder than the roars of battle. Shadows danced on the walls of the crumbling cathedral, flickering candlelight casting grotesque shapes that seemed to whisper secrets from centuries past. I remember the moment when the earth itself felt like it was holding its breath, anticipation hanging heavy as I stood beside the altar, heart racing, pulse pounding in my ears. Elena knelt before that ancient stone, her fingers trembling as she traced the worn carvings that had witnessed the rise and fall of empires. In her eyes, a tempest brewed, a longing that could unravel the stars. She was a woman of faith, yet doubt gnawed at her insides like a ravenous beast. The prayers she whispered trembled on her lips, but did they reach the heavens, or were they swallowed by the shadows? Would the God she called upon respond? Or was she merely a flickering candle in a storm, her light barely visible against the darkness? Across the aisle, Marcus stood, arms crossed, glaring at the stained glass that depicted the saints in their eternal glory. He had grown up in the church, every sermon a chainsaw carving away at his free spirit, each word a brick in the wall that kept him confined. But he was no longer the devout boy who sang hymns with fervor. Life had cracked him open, exposing the raw flesh of disillusionment. He had seen the wickedness that cloaked itself in holy robes. He had watched as men of the cloth wielded their power like a sword, carving up lives in the name of piety. Marcus felt the weight of betrayal, a chasm opening up beneath him. And there was Father Liam, the priest whose faith had been tested in ways no one could fathom. He stood at the edge of the altar, a sentinel in a forgotten war of belief, his heart torn between the sanctity of his position and the horrors he witnessed each day. He believed in redemption, yet the stench of sin clung to his robes like a parasite, whispering doubts into his weary soul. When he closed his eyes, he didn't see the light of heaven but the darkness of humanity, the wars fought in the name of gods, the innocent sacrificed on altars of fear and greed. I remember thinking, what faith is this that can drive men to kill? What divine plan allows the innocent to suffer while the wicked prosper? Each question throbbed in my mind, mingling with the scent of burning wax and the echoes of prayers left unanswered. I watched them, these three souls entwined in their struggle, each heartbeat a reminder of their fragility, each breath a plea for understanding. "Why do you still kneel, Elena?" Marcus snapped, his voice a whip cracking against the stillness. "You think your prayers will change anything? You think they're listening?" His rage was a wildfire, consuming everything in its path, and yet, beneath the surface, I saw a flicker of desperation, a boy lost, searching for the solid ground beneath his feet. She looked up, defiance mingling with tears. "Because I must believe, Marcus. Without faith, we are nothing but shadows. Would you rather let the darkness consume you?" Her words cut deep, a lifeline thrown into the abyss. The tension between them crackled like electricity, a palpable force that held us all captive in that sacred space. Father Liam stepped forward, the weight of centuries heavy on his shoulders. "Faith is not the absence of doubt, Marcus. It is the courage to confront it. We all fight our demons, no matter how insurmountable they seem. Look around you, history is stitched together with the threads of belief, with hopes and horrors intertwined. Religion has been both a sword and a shield, a balm and a poison." His voice quavered with emotion, passion igniting every syllable. I saw the flicker of understanding cross Marcus's face, but it was fleeting. The past haunted him, a relentless ghost that whispered the names of those who had suffered in silence. And what has it brought us? Wars, plagues, the ashes of cities once shining with promise. All in the name of faith. His voice trembled, the truth of his words digging like daggers into the stillness. Elena clenched her fists, her breath quickening. "But it has also brought love, hope, community. It has united us against the darkness." Even as she spoke, I could see the cracks in her conviction, her heart a fragile tapestry woven from the remnants of shattered dreams. In that moment, the cathedral trembled, not from an earthquake, but from the weight of their conflict, a battle waged not with swords, but with the very essence of their beings. The dust motes danced in the air, caught in the tension, alive with the emotions that surged like a tidal wave. Each heartbeat echoed like a drum, a reminder that they were standing on the precipice of change. The clock chimed, its ancient voice resonating through the hollow space, marking time that felt warped and fragile. The past loomed like a specter, each tick a reminder of the choices made, the paths taken. Each chime rang out with a complexity that belied the simplicity of its sound, as if the universe itself was holding its breath, waiting for the next move. I remember the way their eyes locked, a moment suspended in time, filled with unspoken words, fears, and hopes. The weight of history pressed down on them, an invisible chain that bound their fates together. "What will you choose?" Father Liam pleaded, his voice thick with emotion. "Will you let faith shatter in the face of despair, or will you find a way to weave the darkness into something beautiful?" For a heartbeat, the silence was suffocating, and then Elena stood, a beacon of resilience in the shadows. "I choose to believe," she declared, her voice slicing through the tension. "Even when the world crumbles, I will find the light, however dim." But Marcus's laughter rang out, bitter and sharp. "And where will that light lead you? To more disappointment? More betrayal? Is it worth it?" The confrontation hung in the air like a storm cloud ready to burst. In that sacred space, the past, present, and future collided, each moment a reflection of humanity's eternal struggle with faith, doubt, love, and loss. I felt the pulse of their emotions, and as their stories intertwined, I understood. This was not just their battle, it was ours, woven throughout the tapestry of human history, echoing the cries of countless souls caught in the throes of belief and disbelief, hope and despair. The darkness whispered, and the light flickered, each heartbeat a reminder that the struggle was far from over. And in that cathedral, amidst the shadows and the flickering candlelight, the echoes of faith and doubt would continue to reverberate long after the last prayer was spoken, the last breath taken. The sun hung low in the sky, its fiery tendrils reaching out, desperate to touch the earth as shadows stretched and yawned across the marketplace. It was a moment suspended in chaos, a heartbeat caught between breaths, voices clashed, merchants shouted, and children squealed, but amid the clamor, a silence loomed, heavy and foreboding. Miriam, eyes wide with dread, felt the weight of an unspeakable truth settling like dust on her heart. Her fingers trembled, clutching a small, worn scroll that bore the words of a promise, an ancient covenant that tethered her soul to a lineage steeped in blood and exile. The air was electric with tension, threads of fear weaving through the vibrant tapestry of her life. The temple stood tall in the distance, its stones a testament to faith, but today, it felt like a fortress harboring secrets that could shatter the very heavens. I remember my mother's whispers, she thought, the stories of our ancestors, of a single God who walks with us, who demands everything, loyalty, love, even suffering. Each word echoed like a distant drumbeat in her mind. How far could she bend before breaking? And there was David, pacing anxiously near the edge of the crowd, a soul wrapped in turmoil. He had always fought against the currents of tradition, the expectations that bled into his dreams. His brow furrowed under the weight of his decisions. Should he uphold the banner of his forefathers, or dare to question their vision of a singular, omnipotent divine? I remember the nights spent arguing with the shadows of the past, he lamented, the ghosts of faith that haunted me. The marketplace thrummed with life, yet his heart felt like a stone, heavy and unyielding. He wanted to shout, to scream at the heavens, where was this God who claimed to love? Where was he in the suffering, the despair that clung to them like a shroud? The scent of spices and fresh bread wafted through the air, but all he could taste was the bitterness of doubt. Then there was Aisha, an embodiment of fire and ice, her spirit a dance between rebellion and reverence. The crescent moon hung above her, a silent witness to her struggle. She felt the pull of her faith, the beauty of surrendering to a single, all-encompassing truth. But what of the injustices she witnessed? The women silenced, the children starved. I remember the way the stars seemed to mock me, she thought, as if they held the answers to prayers left unspoken. Aisha felt the weight of 1,000 voices pressing against her heart, a cacophony of longing and rage. As dusk descended, painting the sky with hues of crimson and indigo, the three souls found themselves on a collision course, drawn together by the magnetic force of their unrest. The marketplace faded into a memory, replaced by a desolate landscape where faith and doubt waged war, a battlefield etched into their very being. Miriam stood at the crossroads of her lineage, grappling with the ghosts of the past that whispered promises of deliverance. What if our choice to worship one God meant sacrificing our humanity, she mused, her heart racing. What if the singular path, the one defined by ancient texts and commandments, overlooked the shadows of their own stories? David, his fists clenched, saw visions of a future fractured by rigid beliefs. I'm suffocating beneath the weight of expectation, he cried out, his voice raw with desperation. What if the true essence of faith is more than ritual, more than obedience? He sought freedom in questioning, yet felt the chains of generations binding him to a faith that demanded blind adherence. And Aisha, caught in a tempest of thoughts, felt the fire of rebellion flicker within her. What if monotheism isn't about limiting the divine but expanding it, she whispered to herself, the shadows of doubt flickering like candlelight. Each breath she took felt like a rebellion against conformity, a challenge to the narrative handed down through centuries. The night deepened, cloaking their hopes and fears, as they gathered under the stars, a constellation of thoughts, ideas colliding like meteors against a dark canvas. The air crackled with unuttered truths, the kind that could ignite revolutions or lay waste to lifetimes of tradition. I remember a time when unity felt like a sweet dream, Miriam said, her voice trembling. But now, it's a fragile illusion, a thread that could snap with the slightest tremor. Then let us confront the tremors, David replied, his eyes ablaze with defiance. Let us become the voices that resonate through the ages, breaking the silence that binds us. And Aisha, feeling the tremors beneath her feet, imagined a world where faith wasn't shackled by fear but liberated by love and understanding. We are not alone in this struggle, she declared, heart racing. Our challenge isn't just about God, it's about the humanity that lives beneath his gaze. In that moment, The three stood united, the air thick with anticipation, each heartbeat resonating with their shared resolve. The moon hung high, a silver sentinel watching over them, as they felt a shift, a crack in the foundation of their beliefs, a glimmer of hope that something beautiful could rise from the ashes of tradition. But would it be enough? The answer danced just beyond their grasp, a shimmering specter on the horizon. As night draped its cloak around them, the shadows whispered, beckoning them toward an uncertain destiny, a crucible where doubt and faith would collide, forging new paths against the backdrop of an ancient struggle. Would they find solace in a monotheistic embrace, or would they carve out their own truths in the chaos? Each question hung heavy in the air, urging them to confront the shadows within and without, a reminder that the journey was just beginning, a narrative still unwritten. The echoes of their hearts intertwined with the universe, a tapestry of yearning woven into the fabric of existence, pulsating with life and possibility. And so, they stood together, filled with the weight of their struggles, believing fiercely that they could reshape the world, one truth, one heart, one voice at a time. The candle flickered, casting shadows that danced like lost souls across the stone walls. I felt it then, the weight of history pressing down, thick and suffocating, as if the very air were stitched together by whispers of ancient texts and forgotten struggles. In the corner, a worn Bible lay open, its pages yellowed with age, frayed edges curling like the anxious fingers of a child reaching for reassurance. "Do you believe there's power in these words?" Eliana's voice cut through the silence, trembling with a mix of defiance and desperation. Her eyes, fierce and unyielding, flickered with the fire of her convictions. She stood before the altar, a modern-day prophetess clad in the tattered remnants of a once innocent faith. "I remember when I thought faith could save me. Before I lost everything." The confession slipped from my lips, raw and jagged, like a wound that refused to heal, even after the years had passed. The memory of her laugh echoed in my mind, a haunting reminder of a simpler time when belief felt like salvation, not a noose tightening around my neck. "Is it the text that holds power, or the hands that wield it?" she pressed, intensifying the tension, the air thick with the scent of burnt offerings and lost hope. The question hung in the dimly lit air, heavy and tangible, as if the very walls were straining to listen. Next to her, Marcus shifted uneasily, his brow furrowed, a man caught in the spiral of doubt and faith, a puppeteer tangled in his own strings. "It's easy to blame the words," he murmured, staring at the scripture with a blend of reverence and fear. "But what if it's the people who interpret them? The zealots who twist their meanings, wielding them like swords? How many lives have been lost in the name of these texts?" Eliana shot back, her voice rising, a battle cry against the dark forces she sensed tightening around us. How many souls condemned to the flames for interpretation? For beliefs that should have been a cradle, but became a tomb? I felt the tension crackle in the air, thick like fog rolling in from the sea, suffocating and all-consuming. I could sense the ghosts of those crushed beneath the weight of words reverberating through the chapel, shadows of the faithful and the forsaken intertwining in the flickering light. With each heartbeat, I remembered the faces, the children, the mothers, the warriors, all caught in a tempest of divine interpretation. The language of the sacred had become a weapon, drawing lines in the sand, pitting one soul against another, the ink staining the hands of the powerful. Eliana's words danced like fireflies, illuminating the dark corners of my mind, conjuring memories of nights spent beneath the stars, weaving dreams of a world where faith brought people together rather than tearing them apart. "Do you not see? We are pawns in a game bigger than ourselves. The scriptures, they are just ink on paper, but the power lies in what we choose to believe. In the hands that shape them, twist them. In those who decide who is worthy and who is not." Marcus clenched his fists, the knuckles white, and I felt his pain echo in the very marrow of my bones. He was a scholar turned skeptic, a believer who had been scorched by the flames of blind faith. But how do we fight an invisible enemy? Words can be as deadly as swords. How do we stand against those who twist them for their own gain? I remembered standing at the crossroads of my own faith, the moment I chose to question everything I had known. The echoes of my past surged forward, drowning me in a tidal wave of regret and longing. The memories were like ghosts that wouldn't rest, friends lost to fanaticism, the innocent silenced by dogma. "Maybe it's time we stop looking for answers in the texts," I whispered, the words escaping like a sigh, weighed down by the burden of truth. Perhaps we need to find our own voices, to carve our own paths through the darkness, rather than letting these words dictate our fates. Eleanor's gaze softened for a moment, the fire within dimming as uncertainty crept in, but it was brief, a flicker before the flames roared back to life. What if our voices are drowned out? What if speaking out is met with silence or violence? We are but whispers in a storm. Then we become the storm, I declared, igniting a spark within the silence. We unleash the fury of our truth against the oppression of their twisted interpretations. We become the ink pouring out from the shadows, the rebellion against the narratives that bind us. The tension in the room shifted, a palpable charge that electrified the air between us. Our breaths mingled, the shared heartbeat of solidarity pulsing in the space, a reminder that the power of belief, for all its potential for destruction, could also be a force of creation. Marcus dropped his gaze, the fear that had haunted him transforming into something more. You think we can change the world with words? With our voices? Words are the roots of power, Eleanor replied, her voice steady, each syllable a proclamation. Words can resurrect the forgotten, can uplift the downtrodden, can expose the lies that have haunted us for centuries. We just need to be willing to speak them. We stood at the precipice, the shadows of history swirling around us like a cloak, heavy with the weight of the past, yet stirring with the promise of change. In that moment, it was as if the very walls of the chapel listened, the echoes of countless souls pressing in, urging us to rise, to act, to scream against the silence that had bound them. Then let's write our own story, I breathed, the urgency igniting something deep within, a desire to transcend the confines of scripture and tradition. Let's turn the pages together. Let's fight for the truth, even if it means challenging the very foundations of our beliefs. And as the flickering candlelight cast our shadows against the stone walls, I knew we were stepping into a battle that would echo through eternity, a confrontation not just with the power of words but with the very essence of what it meant to believe, to belong, and to break free from the shackles of a past that sought to define us. The storm was brewing, and we were ready to unleash it. The clash of steel and the stench of blood hung heavy in the air, the sun a cruel witness peeking through the smoke. I stood amid the chaos, breathless, heart pounding like a war drum. Somewhere, a man screamed, his voice a raw, guttural sound that twisted my insides. I remember tasting the salt of my own sweat, mingled with the metallic tang of fear. The ground trembled beneath the weight of history, and I felt the world shift, teetering on the edge of despair. Gideon, a voice shattered through the din, calling me back from the brink of my own terror. It was Elena, her eyes wide, shimmering with the unshed tears of 1,000 unspeakable horrors. She clutched her sword, a thing of beauty and death, like a lifeline. I wanted to tell her it would be all right, wanted to wrap my arms around her, but the gnawing fear clawed at my throat, rendering me mute. The battlefield was our sanctuary, and yet it felt like a hell of our making. I remember the day we left our homes, our peaceful lives back in France, our imaginations filled with visions of glory and faith. We were warriors, destined for greatness, each of us believing we were part of something larger, divine even. But here, in this blood-soaked landscape, faith felt like a cruel joke. Was it faith that brought us to this moment? Or was it madness? I could see the shadows of the fallen, the remnants of their dreams, lingering like ghosts among the broken banners. Keep moving! I shouted, desperate to thrust us forward, to drown out the echoes of doubt. But doubt was a persistent companion, whispering dark secrets in my ear, reminding me of the horrors I had witnessed. Innocence shattered like glass underfoot, the screams of women and children haunting my thoughts. My sword felt heavier with each swing, its weight a reminder of what I had lost. I stole a glance at Elena, her brow furrowed with determination. She was a firebrand, a fierce warrior with a heart that burned brightly against the night. I had always admired her spirit, the way she fought like a whirlwind, but in moments like this, I saw the cracks, her eyes flickering with uncertainty, a flicker I knew all too well. I wanted to reach out, to tell her that it was okay to feel fear. But there was no time for solace, the tide of battle was relentless. A figure loomed in the distance, cloaked in shadows, moving with eerie precision. I recognized him. It was Lucien, a fellow knight, once a brother in arms, but now transformed, his expression twisted by bloodlust. The weight of his decisions hung heavy in the air like a storm cloud, threatening to unleash its fury. I had once shared laughter with him over mead, dreams of conquest and glory. Now, he was a spectre of vengeance, fueled by the haunting memory of lost brothers. Each swing of his sword felt like a plea, a cry for absolution that would never come. "Gideon!" he called, his voice a deep, rumbling echo. "Join us! We can claim our destiny!" But his eyes were wild, a tempest of fury and despair that made my heart race. "What is destiny?" I screamed back, my voice tinged with desperation. "Is it blood-soaked fields and the cries of the damned?" The winds howled, as if mocking our plight. Around us, the chaos swirled like a tempest. The air crackled with the tension of 1,000 unfulfilled promises. I saw a child, little more than a shadow, huddled behind a broken wall, eyes wide with terror. His innocence, a stark contrast to the carnage unfolding. I wanted to reach him, to shield him from the horrors we had unleashed, but my feet felt glued to the ground, paralyzed by the weight of my own guilt. "Gideon!" Elena's voice cut through the haze. "We can't stay here. We must move." Her urgency ignited something within me, a flicker of hope amid despair. I looked at her, my heart swelling with an emotion I couldn't define, a blend of admiration, fear, and an aching desire to protect. "Then let's go!" I shouted, the words bursting forth like a dam breaking. We pushed forward, the cacophony of war swelling around us. Every clash of steel felt like a heartbeat, every death a reminder of our own mortality. I could feel my breath quicken, the adrenaline coursing through my veins, propelling me forward. And yet, in the back of my mind, I felt the cold grip of dread. What if this was our end? What if our faith was nothing but an empty promise? My thoughts spiraled, visions of a life not lived, dreams not fulfilled, swirling in my mind like shadows chasing the light. I glanced back at Lucien, caught in a frenzied dance of violence, lost to the night. There was a moment, just a heartbeat, where our eyes met, and in that fleeting connection, I saw a reflection of my own fear. We were all lost souls, battling against the same demons, yet here we stood, swords drawn, destined to slay each other. I wanted to scream, to tell him that we could stop, that we could turn away from this madness, but the words felt trapped in my throat. And then, chaos erupted anew. Cries of anguish filled the air as the enemy surged forward, their numbers overwhelming. I felt the ground shake beneath our feet, the weight of our sins crashing down like a tidal wave. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. I could see Elena fighting with every ounce of her being, a whirlwind of fury, yet there was a darkness creeping into her eyes. The battle was not just with swords and shields, it was a war of the soul. "Fight back!" I roared, the words tearing from my throat, raw and primal, as I slashed through the fray, the metallic tang of blood coating my hands. Each swing, each clash, felt like an echo of my heart, thudding with desperation. I could feel the heat of the battle, the sweat, the fear, the unyielding weight of what we had become. But then, I caught a glimpse of the child again, still huddled behind that wall, a fragile wisp of innocence in a storm of brutality. His eyes, wide and pleading, sparked something inside me. I remember thinking, what have we done? It was the question that hung in the air like a noose, tightening around our throats, threatening to choke the very life from us. And then, it happened. A sudden silence, an eerie stillness that swept across the battlefield, as if the cosmos itself had paused to bear witness. I could see Elena faltering, her sword wavering, caught in the grip of something larger than mere men and war. In that moment, it struck me, faith and warfare are intertwined, a haunting dance of light and shadow. We were all, in some twisted way, seeking redemption, clinging to our beliefs as if they were lifelines. But at what cost? I held my breath, waiting for the next heartbeat, the next clash, knowing that the spiral of blood and faith would continue spinning, an unbroken chain binding us to the past, present, and future. I remember holding on to that moment, wanting to scream out into the void, to release the whirlwind of emotion swirling within me. But here we stood, in the eye of the storm, the line between faith and warfare blurred beyond recognition. The battle was just beginning, and the echoes of our choices would resonate long after the swords were sheathed. The candle flickered in the dim light, casting a spell of shadows that danced across the stone walls like ghosts trying to escape. I could hear the murmur of voices outside, a tumultuous sea of faith and fury crashing against the walls of the little chapel. Each word bled with conviction, the air thick with the tension of 1,000 souls teetering on the edge of belief. I remember the way Martin clenched his fists, knuckles white, as he raised the parchment, a fragile lifeline of his thoughts, his hopes, his rage against a world that felt so unforgiving. 95 Theses, they call it, he muttered, his voice barely above a whisper, yet it carried the weight of thunder. But to them, it's an affront, a heresy. Can you hear it? The silence of the church suffocating beneath the weight of its own sins. Elena stood beside him, torn between admiration and fear. Her heart raced like a caged bird, fluttering against the bars of her doubt. Martin, you know what they'll do. They will hunt you. They will burn your words and your body if they must. It's not just ink on parchment, it's a declaration of war. But even as the words left her lips, she felt the pull of his conviction. It was intoxicating, like wine that promised an escape from the mundane. What if you're right, she whispered, the hope puncturing her heart with both joy and dread. What if your words spark a fire that cannot be contained? But Martin's eyes were veiled in shadows, haunted by the ghosts of a past he could never escape. I remember when I first grasped the truth. It was as if scales fell from my eyes. I can't turn back now. The church is a fortress of lies, and I've been a prisoner within its walls for too long. The clock in the corner ticked away the seconds, each sound reverberating through the tension. It was a reminder that time was slipping away, and with it, hope. Outside, the crowd grew louder, their voices rising in a desperate plea for change, or perhaps for blood. They will tear you apart, Martin. They'll twist your words into shackles, Elena implored, her voice shaking like autumn leaves in a gale. And yet, he countered, what's the cost of silence? To see the world burn with ignorance while I hold the truth in my hands? No. If they wish to silence me, let them come. His eyes sparked with a fierce light, igniting something deep within her, a reckless yearning that blurred the lines between fear and exhilaration. In that moment, she felt the weight of all those who had come before them, the voices of dissent echoing in her mind. They were not alone, but part of a tapestry woven with threads of blood and sacrifice. Each stitch a reminder of the price of faith. Martin, if you stand, I will stand with you, she declared, the words spilling forth like a vow, like a prayer. But what if we fall? Then we fall together, he replied, his voice steady despite the storm in his eyes. What is a life spent in quiet desperation? I'd rather burn with purpose than languish in the shadows. And in that moment, the chapel became a crucible, the air thick with the heat of their resolve. But lurking just beneath the surface was a darkness that neither could ignore, a spectre named Thomas, a former friend turned bitter adversary, who watched from the shadows, his face a mask of betrayal. You speak of truth, but you're blind, Martin. You're leading them into chaos. You don't understand the weight of the sins you're calling out. Thomas's voice was like ice, sharp and cutting. The church is a sanctuary. You would tear it down, and with it, all hope for salvation. What do you offer instead? An abyss? Elena felt the chill seep into her bones. The tension was palpable, a taut thread ready to snap. We offer freedom, she shot back, the fire igniting in her chest. Freedom to question, to think, to believe, or not. What's a church without its people? Without its heart? But Thomas shook his head, the pain etched into his features like a scar. You're blinded by your idealism. I once stood where you stand, Martin. I believed in reform. But this will lead to ruin. You'll see families torn apart, friends turned into enemies. The smoke will rise not just from the fires of faith but from the ashes of humanity. As the weight of his words hung in the air, the crowd outside began to chant, a low rumble that throbbed with anger and confusion. They were waiting for a leader, a sign, a spark. And Martin, caught between the two worlds, the one of shadows and the one of light, felt the pressure crash against him. What have I wrought? He whispered, the question trembling in the space between them. Elena reached for him, her hand brushing against the parchment, the words scrawled so defiantly against the will of men. "You have wrought hope, Martin. Even if it feels like a knife at your throat, remember this, even the darkest night will end, and the sun will rise again." But as the clock ticked on, Thomas's words lingered like a dark cloud, casting shadows on their resolve. Could they truly change the world? Or would they be nothing more than echoes lost in the chaos of ambition? The tension thickened, a living thing, wrapping around them like a noose. Outside, the crowd's chant transformed into a roar, a chaotic symphony of loyalty and dissent. This was it, the moment when the first spark would ignite the powder keg of revolution, and they stood at the precipice, hearts racing, breaths shallow. And in that unbearable silence, where hope and despair intertwined, they felt the first tremors of change rumble beneath their feet, a cacophony of voices rising, longing for a new dawn, a new truth. The world was shifting, and they were caught in its wake, a trio caught between shadows and the light, each heartbeat a reminder of life, of risk, of the fragility of faith. So here they stood, on the brink of something monumental, with a weight of history pressing down upon them, and the future unfurling like a fragile flower beneath the moonlight. Time was running out, and the question remained, what would they choose when the darkness finally came? The church bells rang that day, somewhere between a warning and a dirge. The air crackled with tension, thick and palpable as thunderclouds loomed over the village. I stood at the edge of the square, breath hitching, heart pounding like a drumbeat of war, watching as the townsfolk scurried, their faces painted with fear, each shadow growing longer in the fading light. A woman, clutching her child, cast a glance over her shoulder, a fleeting moment of despair, eyes wide, brimming with loss, as if she could see ghosts of the fallen dancing just beyond the veil of this world. Every footstep echoed with dread. It was 1618, and the 30 Years' War had just begun, an insatiable beast, fueled by faith and fracture, greed and guile. There were whispers of betrayal in the air, words like daggers stabbing at the fabric of our once peaceful lives. I remember the feeling of the cobblestones beneath my feet, rough and cold, much like the hearts of those around me. In that square, I saw Johannes, my friend, my rival, a man torn between honor and faith. He stood, fists clenched, body trembling, as the crackle of an approaching army echoed through the valley. Was he a soldier or a sinner? I could not tell. I only knew that beneath his determined exterior lay a crack that threatened to shatter him entirely. "This is our moment, Leonard," he shouted, his voice raw with fervor. "To reclaim our souls." But the fire in his eyes flickered with doubt, and I could almost hear the desperate prayers escaping his lips in silent agony. I remember the stories he told, once filled with laughter, now twisted with the weight of impending doom. Remember when we thought the world was endless? Like those ridiculous tales of dragons. His laughter had been a balm, a momentary escape from the mundane. Now, it felt like a cruel joke against the backdrop of what was to come. The laughter faded, replaced by a fragile, haunting melody of despair. Then there was Agnes. Sweet, fiery Agnes, with her cascading golden hair, always ready with a smile that could light the darkest of nights. But I watched as her soul began to dim, shadows creeping in, stealing her laughter. She clutched her rosary like a lifeline, each bead a reminder of faith, of hope, but in her eyes, those deep, sorrowful pools, I saw the flicker of rebellion, the spark of a heart torn between love and treachery. "Do you still believe in miracles, Leonard?" she asked, voice trembling, as if the question itself could summon the heavens to answer. "Miracles?" I echoed, glancing at Johannes, who was lost somewhere in the chaos, heart racing against the tide of inevitability crashing upon us. "What kind of miracles can save us now, Agnes?" "Sometimes, the world needs to burn," she replied, a ghost of a smile flitting across her lips. "Sometimes, it needs to be reborn." Her words hung in the air, heavy with irony, a bittersweet truth cloaked in beauty. And then came the sound, a roar, a deafening storm raging outside the walls of our minds. The army surged through the streets like a tidal wave, banners fluttering, swords glinting with a malice that felt far too alive. I felt the ground tremble beneath my feet, the tremors of history echoing through the very marrow of my being. Bodies collided, collisions of faith and fury, a symphony of chaos that reverberated in my chest. I remember the moment Johannes squared his shoulders, a soldier in the face of an unyielding tempest. "Come, Leonard. We must fight for our faith." His voice was a battle cry, a call to arms that sent chills racing down my spine. But I hesitated, held captive by the reality that swirled around us. I thought of Agnes, the way her laughter had once filled the empty spaces we inhabited, now replaced by an unbearable silence that echoed louder than any clamor of war. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder, a bitter reminder of our fragility. I saw flashes of light as flames licked the sky, engulfing the remnants of our lives. I could almost taste the dread, bitter and sharp, like a mouthful of ash. "We can't win this, Johannes!" I shouted, but he was already lost, consumed by the madness of it all. "Then what do you propose we do?" he spat, desperation bleeding into his voice. In that moment, I feared for him, for us both. The line between friend and foe had blurred, and we were on the precipice of something terrible, something that might swallow us whole. I turned, searching for Agnes in the chaos, in the storm of bodies and shouts. I found her, eyes wide, the radiance diminished, clinging to the hope that seemed so far away. "Agnes! We need to leave!" I cried, but she shook her head slowly, resolutely, as if the weight of the world rested upon her fragile shoulders. "Do you feel it?" she whispered, voice soft yet piercing, like a shard of glass. "This is where we find out who we truly are." I wanted to scream, to pull her away from this abyss, but the truth was a relentless tide, and she stood there, a beacon of defiance amidst the encroaching darkness. In her eyes, I saw a glimmer of something, an understanding that perhaps this war was not simply about faith, but about the very essence of humanity, the morality that clashed with the ferocity of belief. I took a step toward her, and the ground trembled again, as if the universe held its breath, waiting for the moment the world would shatter. We were on the edge of a precipice, balanced between hope and despair, and in that moment, I felt the echoes of countless souls, those who had come before us, those who fought for something greater than themselves. But the chaos surged, a tempest of raw emotion and fear, and I was swept away, pulled into the maelstrom. I remember the faces, the fear, the anger, the wild-eyed desperation. The darkness closed in, a heavy shroud that threatened to swallow us whole. And as I fought to breathe, to find my way back to Agnes, to Johannes, I realized that this was not just a battle over land or power, it was a war of the spirit. A conflict that would shape the very fabric of humanity, an eternal struggle woven into the tapestry of existence. The church bells rang again, and I felt the weight of the world pressing down on my chest, each chime resonating with the pulse of history, urging me to remember, to hold on, to fight. But all around me, the shadows danced, and I knew this was only the beginning. The war was here, and we were but pawns in a game played by unseen hands. The world was unraveling, and as I stood there, lost in the chaos, I was left to wonder if we would ever find our way back to the light again. The air hung thick with the scent of smoke, blood, and betrayal. Darkness had fallen over Paris, wrapping the city like a shroud. The clock told the midnight hour, a sound so hollow it might as well have been a death knell. I stood in the shadows, heart pounding in my chest like a war drum, listening to the distant clash of steel and cries of anguish that echoed through the narrow streets. It was a night that would forever etch itself into the marrow of history, yet here I was, merely a spectator, caught in the web of my own convictions. I remember the moment I first saw them. Two figures, silhouetted against the flickering lantern light, their faces twisted in fear and purpose. Marguerite, a devout Catholic, her eyes wide and shimmering like the surface of a storm-tossed sea, clutched a rosary in trembling hands. Across from her, Henri, a Huguenot, his rebellion against the crown etched into the lines of his jaw, his spirit burning brighter than the flames threatening to consume the world around him. They stood on opposite sides of a chasm that felt insurmountable, like two stars destined to orbit but never collide. "Do you truly believe God walks with you?" Marguerite's voice sliced through the chaos, sharp and bitter, sharp like the blade of a knife poised to strike. Her faith was her armor, yet it had become a shackle. "Or have you traded your soul for the whims of men?" Henri's laugh was hollow, echoing in the suffocating silence. "And you, Marguerite? What of your God who allows this slaughter? This madness?" He gestured to the bodies strewn across the cobblestones, both Protestant and Catholic, equal in their suffering. What has faith brought us but death? I watched, a living ghost, as their hearts lay bare before one another. Each word was a dagger, each sentence a wound. I could feel the weight of their shared history, a tapestry woven with threads of love, hate, and shattered dreams. They weren't merely debating doctrine, they were wrestling with their identities, stripped down to the raw, pulsing core of what it meant to be French in a time when faith and nationalism were intertwined like vines choking the life out of a tree. In the distance, the ghosts of the past echoed. I could hear the whispers of the St. Bartholomew's Day massacre, that dark night when the rivers ran red with the blood of innocents. I shuddered, the chill of that memory wrapping around me like a funeral shroud. Was there any escape from the cycle of violence? The ground beneath me felt alive, a restless beast yearning for an end to the bloodshed. Do you remember the dreams we had? Marguerite implored, her voice cracking like thunder. When the world was not divided by faith, but united in love. Henri's eyes softened, haunted yet hopeful. I remember laughter. I remember a time when we could dance together. Before the world became a battlefield. But the battlefield was everywhere now, within them, around them. The very essence of their beings had become a battleground. Their hearts were clashing armies, fighting for the dominance of what mattered more, faith or identity. Love or loyalty. Look around, Marguerite said, her voice thick with emotion. They want us to choose sides, to forget our humanity. But I refuse to be a pawn in their game. Then what will you do? Henri asked, desperation clinging to his words. Will you fight against your own blood? I could feel their pain, their longing, as if it were my own. It wrapped around me like a lover's embrace, both warm and suffocating. I wanted to reach out, to pull them from the brink of despair, but I was merely an observer, a player without a role in this tragic play. Their pain reverberated through my veins, each heartbeat a reminder of the fragility of life. A sudden crash shattered the night, wood splintering, voices raised in fury, the crescendo of chaos rising to a fever pitch. Shadows danced around us, flickering figures caught in the throes of a conflict too vast to comprehend. I felt the ground tremble beneath my feet, the very earth mourning for those lost in this endless cycle of hatred. Henri! Marguerite shouted, her voice a lifeline, her fear a tether. We must leave. There's no future in this madness. But he stood rooted, fists clenched at his sides, a storm brewing in his heart. And leave you to face them alone? No, Marguerite. I cannot abandon you. Not now. In that moment, time seemed to stretch, the world collapsing into a singularity of emotion. The love between them was both a bond and a burden, an unquenchable fire, a double-edged sword. I could feel the heat rising, the tension palpable, like the moment before a storm breaks. And then, the storm did break. The clash of swords rang out like thunder, piercing the night as if the heavens themselves were wailing. I felt a surge of adrenaline, a primal instinct to either flee or fight. The streets were no longer just a backdrop, they had become a living entity, filled with fear, rage, and desperation. In the chaos, I saw Marguerite and Henri's hands reaching for each other, desperate fingers seeking to bridge the chasm of ideology that threatened to tear them apart. But just as their touch seemed inevitable, the shadows surged forward, engulfing us in darkness, a tide of anger and sorrow that would either drown us or set us free. The tableau of their struggle loomed larger than life. Hearts beat in erratic rhythm, the world spinning on a knife's edge. I could only hold my breath, caught between the tragic beauty of their connection and the dread of impending loss. This was not just their fight, it was the fight of a nation, a reflection of a world teetering on the brink of destruction, where faith and identity were locked in a deadly embrace. And as the clock tolled again, echoing through the dim streets, I knew this was merely a moment caught in time, a heartbeat within a historical tempest. Their story, our story, was far from over. The night was far from finished. And as the shadows deepened, I could almost hear the whispers of fate calling, urging us to confront what lay ahead in this unceasing war of faith and national identity. The air was thick with smoke, the embers of burning spices mingling with the acrid scent of fear. A woman stood frozen in the doorway of her modest home, her heart pounding like a war drum. She could hear the distant clash of steel, the terrified screams of children echoing through the narrow streets of Idern. "They're coming," she whispered, her voice cracking, a fragile whisper barely escaping her trembling lips. The crack in her resolve widened, threatening to swallow her whole. The world outside her door was a tempest, a swirling maelstrom of chaos threatening to tear her life apart. I remember my mother's eyes, wide with terror, as she clutched my sister's hand. We were the remnants of a family, a splintered portrait framed by the shadows of a city teetering on the brink of destruction. "Stay close," she murmured, her voice thick with uncertainty. "No matter what happens, don't let go." That day, I learned that the bonds of family could be as fragile as the threads of a silk tapestry, beautiful yet perilous. There he was, Hassan, a soldier in the Ottoman Empire, wrestling with the burden of his sword and the weight of expectation. His heart was a battlefield, torn between duty and compassion, a cruel war waging within. He had sworn to protect the Sultan's decree, the edict that promised tolerance, yet here he was, marching toward a riot that threatened to consume lives. "They're just people," he thought, his mind racing. "How can I strike down the very fabric of a society built on coexistence?" Each step echoed in his ears, a cruel reminder of the tension that crackled in the air. The sound of his boots against cobblestones was a requiem for the fragile peace he sought to protect. As I watched him from the shadows, I felt his inner turmoil resonate within me. The fear in his eyes mirrored the terror pulsating through the streets. "Am I a monster?" he whispered to himself, running a hand through his sweat-soaked hair. "Am I the blade that severs unity?" The weight of his decisions hung heavy, a noose tightening around his conscience. The sun dipped lower, casting elongated shadows that danced like spirits on the walls of the buildings, mocking the very notion of tolerance. In the heart of the chaos stood Selin, a young girl with defiant eyes, clutching her doll, a ragged remnant of childhood innocence amidst impending doom. "They're not here to hurt us," she shouted, voice trembling but fierce, desperation fueling her words. "We are all the same." The weight of her resolve was palpable, an unyielding force amidst the raging storm. They bathed once a year. So yeah, romance was earthy, she had joked once, laughing as she recounted the absurdities of life in a world of strife. Now, that humor felt like a distant memory, a ghost haunting the corners of her mind. "Listen to her," cried one of the townspeople, his voice cracking like a dry twig underfoot. "We can't let this violence tear us apart. We are brothers and sisters, Christians and Muslims, dancing to the same heartbeat." The tension in the air thickened, an invisible wall threatening to fracture into 1,000 shards, each carrying the potential for devastation. I remember standing at that crossroads, the weight of history pressing down on my chest, suffocating. The city was a mosaic, each piece a testament to resilience and survival, but today, it felt like the colors were bleeding into one another, blurring the lines of understanding. What if this was it? I thought. What if we stood on the brink of something unimaginable? That thought sent shivers down my spine, a chill that crawled under my skin and settled in the pit of my stomach. The soldiers advanced, and Hassan's heart raced, a drumbeat of indecision. "Do I charge forward and uphold the law?" he mused, gripping his sword tightly, the metal cool against his palm. "Or do I stand back and risk the collapse of everything I've sworn to protect?" The question lingered like a specter in his mind, gnawing at his resolve. He could see the young girl, the fire of her spirit igniting hope in the hearts of the gathered crowd. "She has more courage than I," he thought. Did his sword represent justice, or was it a tool of oppression, a symbol of righteousness that masked the wounds of humanity? Selin's voice cut through the cacophony, rising above the din, a beacon shining through the murky darkness. "Together, we can be more than this. Let us not be divided by fear." The crowd swayed, caught in her fervor, a wave of shared humanity washing over the gathering. "They say this is a battle of faith," she continued, the intensity of her conviction palpable. "But is love not a faith we all share?" The words hung in the air, a challenge that reverberated in the hearts of the onlookers, stirring something deep within. Just then, a sharp cry pierced the air, a soldier's voice, filled with the weight of authority. "Stand down!" It was a command, but it felt like a death knell, echoing ominously through the thronged streets. Hassan's heart sank, the moment stretching like an elastic band, teetering on the edge of destruction. What choice do I have? He thought, rage and sorrow intertwining in a brutal dance. The sword felt heavier than ever, a chain binding him to a fate he never sought. And then, the impossible happened. The soldiers paused, a collective breath held in the air, waiting for the inevitable clash. But there, amidst the uncertainty, was a flicker of understanding, a spark igniting something profound. As the shadows lengthened, something shifted, a ripple of hope casting away the darkness, if only for a moment. My heart raced as I witnessed it all, the pain, the joy, the fear, the courage. This was the essence of life, a tapestry woven with threads of despair and hope, love and hatred, all intertwined in the grand narrative of existence. I remember that moment vividly, the weight of humanity bearing down on us all, a collective heartbeat throbbing through the chaos. Together, Selin's voice rang out once more, an unwavering beacon in the storm. Together, we might just find our way. Those words lingered, a haunting melody playing in the depths of my mind. The soldiers hesitated, and for a heartbeat, time stood still. In the face of impending chaos, the possibility of understanding flickered like a candle amid a tempest, fragile yet defiant. And in that moment, amidst the chaos, everything was on the brink. Would compassion prevail, or would the shadows consume us all? The echoes of history whispered through the air, foretelling a future yet unwritten, leaving us all suspended in a moment that felt both devastating and full of promise. Thunder reverberated through the night, a pulse of chaos that rattled the very foundations of a world caught between the whispers of divine certainty and the clarion call of reason. In the dimly lit chamber of a crumbling Parisian cafe, a flickering candle cast eerie shadows on the walls, where faces twisted in contemplation, fear, and fervent hope. The air was thick with the scent of stale bread and desperation, a heady mix that stung the throat and ignited the senses. I remember the silence that followed the storm, a silence pregnant with the weight of decision, as if the universe itself held its breath, waiting. Across the table sat Emily, her fingers trembling, poised above a sheaf of parchment that bore the last words of her father, a man condemned for daring to question the divine. His execution still echoed in her heart, a haunting refrain of loss that pulsed like a drumbeat, relentless and unforgiving. "It's madness," she whispered, her voice a fragile thread, quivering under the strain of her belief. "Faith is what we cling to when reason fails us. But what if reason is what we should embrace?" Opposite her, Luke, with hair as wild as the ideas that danced in his mind, leaned forward, eyes ablaze with passion. "What if faith is the cage that traps us? We must shatter it, Emily. What is a God that demands blind devotion?" I remember my mother's tears when she prayed for miracles, and received only despair. His words struck like arrows, piercing through the thick fog of tradition, slicing into the heart of an age desperate to hold on to its ancient beliefs. The tension crackled in the air, electric and charged, as if the very cosmos conspired to witness this clash of titans, faith versus reason, tethering souls to a precipice of uncertainty. The cafe walls leaned in, closing around them, murmuring secrets of ages past. The ghosts of philosophers, Voltaire, Rousseau, Diderot, lingered like specters, caught in the crossfire of a battle where every thought could spell salvation or doom. I could feel their presence, watchful, eager, demanding. Emily's fingers brushed against the parchment, leaving ghostly imprints of her father's words, a plea to the God she could no longer summon for comfort. He said the stakes were high, she continued, her voice faltering, that our minds could either elevate us or lead us to ruin. And in that moment, time splintered. The clock on the wall ticked with a mocking rhythm, its hands taunting them. I remember when I first saw a clock, as a child, a mechanical heart ticking away the moments, a reminder that each second was a breath closer to oblivion. The world was a vast stage, and every tick was a reminder that the audience awaited the next act. What would it be? Faith's grand finale or reason's quiet, solemn requiem? "Listen," Luke said, his voice low, conspiratorial, "the church is a fortress built on fear. They want us to kneel, to submit to the divine while they hoard power, wealth, and influence. Look around you, Emily. Are we not prisoners in our own minds?" His intensity was a wildfire, consuming the shadows of doubt and igniting a spark of rebellion that danced in her eyes. I could feel Emily's heart pounding, a metronome of conflict, fear battling against the burgeoning hope that maybe, just maybe, the light of reason could pierce through the thick veil of dogma. But what if we're wrong? What if there is no light beyond this darkness? Her voice cracked, a fragile note that echoed in the silence, heavy with the memories of candlelit prayers and incense-filled pleas to a God she now dared to question. No. Luke's voice boomed, reverberating against the walls, shaking loose the cobwebs of complacency. What if there's nothing to fear? What if we were born to challenge, to think for ourselves? The universe is vast, unfathomable, a playground for the curious, not a prison for the fearful. His fervor swirled around them, intoxicating, igniting a fire that threatened to consume them both. Outside, the storm raged on, the wind howling like a tortured soul, whipping through the streets of Paris, carrying with it the cries of a populace yearning for change. The shadows of the night crawled closer to the cafe, wrapping around the windows, eavesdropping on their conversation, hungry for truth, for revelation. In that dimly lit corner, the world seemed to shrink to the size of their conflict, two souls wrestling with the enormity of their thoughts. Emily's heart raced as she considered Luke's wild words. If we reject faith, what do we have left? Can reason fill the void left by belief? A tremor of fear ran through her, a reminder that to abandon the familiar was to tread a perilous path. She felt the weight of her father's legacy on her shoulders, a spectre urging her to choose wisely. Luke leaned closer, his breath warm against her skin, igniting a spark of defiance. We have each other, Emily. We have the truth, waiting to be uncovered. We can forge a new path, one where we create our own meaning, our own destiny. His words were a heady intoxication, wrapping around her like a lover's embrace, echoing with the ghostly laughter of revolution. Just then, a loud crash shattered the fragile moment, shards of glass rained down upon them like the shattering of old beliefs. The door swung open, revealing a figure cloaked in darkness, the silhouette of authority, the mouthpiece of a trembling church. You dare speak such heresy? The voice dripped with disdain, a blade that cut through the burgeoning hope in the air. You risk your very souls for this folly. Emily's heart raced, a frantic drumbeat against the encroaching shadow. She looked to Luke, their eyes locking in a fierce, unspoken pact. It was not just about faith or reason anymore, it was about survival, about the very essence of what it meant to be human. The cafe, once a sanctuary, now felt like a battleground, charged with the power of ideas that could unravel or ignite the world. The tension thickened, a taut string ready to snap, as they stood at the precipice of a new dawn, the storm outside mirroring the tempest within. The whispers of the past clashed with the visions of the future, and in that moment, as they faced the darkness, the question hung heavy in the air, a question that would echo through the very halls of history. Would they choose the shackles of faith or the liberating embrace of reason? With hearts racing and breaths held, the confrontation began, a dance on the edge of oblivion. The sun hung low in the sky, its blood-orange hue bleeding into the horizon as if the heavens themselves were aware of the horrors about to unfold. A village lay nestled in the valley, its thatched roofs appearing peaceful, yet beneath the surface churned a restless energy. I stood in the shadows of the trees, heart pounding against my ribs like a caged bird, watching as the men in white frocks emerged from the thick mist of the morning. Their voices, melodic and rich with conviction, pierced the air, promising salvation and yet, menacingly, carried the weight of chains. I remember the way the villagers had gathered, curiosity mingling with the scent of burning incense. A young woman named Anya, her eyes bright with defiance, held her mother's hand tightly. Her fingers trembled but her gaze remained steady. She had always been headstrong, a wild spirit refusing to be tamed by the oppressive grip of tradition or the looming specter of colonization. They can't take our souls, she had whispered to me once, a tremor in her voice that belied her certainty. They're just men. But these weren't just men. They were bears in wolves' clothing, their intentions coated with honey but laced with poison. The elders of the village stood with her, a weary line of faces etched with lines that told tales of struggle and survival. And yet, the pull of the men in frocks was strong, the promises of a better life seducing some who had long lived in darkness. As I edged closer, my heart ached with the tension of the moment. I could feel the weight of their gazes like a tidal wave threatening to crash. What was I, a mere observer, in the face of such fervor. I recalled the stories of my own ancestors, tales of lost lands and stolen faith, passed down like sacred relics. They had fought with the ferocity of lions, yet here I was, paralyzed by the specter of inaction. Then, like the crack of a whip, it happened. A shout pierced the air, a voice that shattered the fragile quiet. It was Marco, the village's most respected elder, struggling against the tide of zealots. "You claim to bring light, but you blind us with your arrogance." His voice rang out, echoing through the valley, and for a moment, it felt as if time had stopped. The villagers held their breath, caught in the delicate web of hope and fear. But the men in white only smiled, their expressions patronizing, like a parent humoring a child's tantrum. "We only wish to save your souls," one of them replied, his voice buttery smooth but cold, like the last breath of winter clinging to the dawn of spring. "Embrace the truth, and you will find peace." Peace. The word hung in the air, thick and suffocating. Anya's grip tightened around her mother's hand, knuckles white with fear. She was a storm in a teacup, trembling with rage, and I could see the fight flickering in her eyes. Did she know, deep down, that this battle was not just for her village, but for her very essence? The tension escalated. Echoes of laughter faded into the distance, and I could hear the pulse of the earth beneath me, beating in rhythm with the chaos unfolding. The ground felt alive, whispering secrets of the past, ghosts of generations long gone. Anya stepped forward, the resolve in her heart burning brighter than the sun above. "I will not be your pawn," she shouted, voice quaking like thunder, fierce and unyielding. "If you want my soul, you'll have to take it." It was a declaration, raw and primal, and it rippled through the crowd. I could see the men in frocks falter slightly, surprise flickering in their eyes. They had come with a mission, but she had transformed the moment into a spectacle of defiance, a battle cry that rallied the villagers. I felt the electricity in the air, a current that threatened to consume us all. But the men in white had their own fire, an unsettling calm that belied the storm brewing in the villagers' hearts. "Do not be deceived by fleeting emotions," one man said, now stepping forward, his eyes glinting with an unsettling zeal. "You do not know the wrath of those who seek to save you." Wrath. The word hung suspended, pulsing with a life force all its own. I thought of the many who had come before me, those who had tried to negotiate with the shadows, only to be consumed by them. Anya's mother, her face a canvas painted in lines of worry and sorrow, whispered a silent prayer, one hand clutching a talisman of their ancestors, a desperate plea to gods that felt distant now. Time twisted, as if mocking us with its relentless march. I felt the walls closing in, an unseen clock ticking down to an inevitable confrontation. The scent of damp earth mixed with fear and hope as the villagers, emboldened by Anya's words, began to murmur amongst themselves. Here, in this moment, they were not just subjects of conquest, they were warriors of their own fate. But with every heartbeat, I could feel the darkness lurking like a distant storm, ready to crash down upon us. Would they fight? Or would they bow? Anya's spirit was aflame, but how long could one fire hold back a tempest? And in that moment, a shadow flickered behind the men in white. A figure cloaked in darkness, its presence both terrifying and mesmerizing. I squinted, heart racing, the air thick with anticipation. The figure stepped forward, a ghost from the past, perhaps a messenger from the future, alive with the weight of 1,000 stories untold. What did it mean? Would it save them or shatter the fragile peace they fought for? Each heartbeat echoed in my ears, a relentless reminder that this moment was a precipice. A precipice that could either lead to salvation or ruin. And I stood there, suspended in time, feeling every emotion, every whisper of the universe urging the village to choose. Choose to resist. Choose to believe. Choose to fight against the tide of inevitable despair. The shadows danced as the confrontation loomed, and I felt the world shift beneath my feet, a clock ticking away, counting down the seconds until the fateful clash of dreams and nightmares erupted into a symphony of chaos. The air crackled with energy, a palpable tension wrapped tightly around us all. And then, as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, plunging the valley into a deepening darkness, I realized that this moment was just the beginning, the opening act to an unending struggle, a cycle of conflict that spanned centuries. Would they rise? Would they fall? Would the cosmos bear witness to the clash of faith and colonization, of love and loss? And so, I stood there, heart racing, a silent witness to the unfolding drama, knowing that whatever happened next would ripple through time, echoing in the very fabric of existence. The world was poised on the edge of a knife, the air thick with an electric charge, and we were all left holding our breath. The church bell tolled ominously, shattering the stillness of the twilight. The sound echoed through the cobblestone streets, a mournful cry that seemed to wrap around the very souls of the townsfolk who dared to linger in the shadows. A chill sliced through the air, not just from the approaching night but from the weight of expectation, the tension coiling like a serpent ready to strike. At that moment, Eliza felt the jagged edges of fear gnawing at her heart. She clutched the rosary beads in her trembling hands, the smooth surfaces cold against her skin, and whispered fervent prayers that echoed in the silence. Hers was not just a plea for mercy but a desperate call for identity. In the flickering glow of a nearby lantern, Samuel stood, his silhouette sharp against the dying light. His brow was furrowed, a battlefield of confusion and anger. He had been torn between two worlds, two conflicting allegiances, the faith that had cradled him since childhood and the burgeoning fire of nationalism that threatened to consume everything he knew. He could hear the people chanting outside the church, voices woven with zeal and fury, calling for revolution, for a nation reborn. It was intoxicating, this sense of belonging, yet it filled him with dread. His heart raced, caught in an unholy dance between devotion and a desire for something more, something that felt like freedom but tasted like blood. "Do you hear them?" Eliza's voice trembled, breaking the silence like shards of glass. "They're ready to fight. They're ready to die." Samuel nodded, feeling the weight of his choice hang heavy in the air. "And what of our faith? What of our God?" His voice was a whisper, as if the question itself bore the power to shatter their fragile world. "God." Eliza's laughter was bitter, a jagged edge against the backdrop of faith. "What has God done for us? We've prayed for generations, and yet, here we stand, shackled by fear and silence. No more. If we must fight, let it be for something worth fighting for." Her passion ignited a spark in Samuel, but it was a dangerous flame, flickering with uncertainty. Memories danced in his mind, his mother's gentle hands folding the linen of the altar cloth, the incense curling upward like prayers escaping the confines of the church. He had always believed that faith was a refuge, a sanctuary in the chaos of life. But here, now, in the face of fervent nationalism, he felt it becoming a shackle, binding him to an identity that felt increasingly hollow. The chants grew louder, a visceral heartbeat echoing through the streets, intertwining with the cries of the faithful. The people were ready to rise, to claim their land, their identity, but at what cost? Samuel felt the pull of history, the weight of generations pressing down upon him, urging him to choose a side. He could see the faces of his ancestors etched in the shadows, their eyes accusing, pleading, reminding him of the sacrifices made in the name of faith and nation. "I remember," Eliza's voice trailed off, caught in the web of remembrance. "I remember when we were children, how we believed in heroes and legends. We thought we could change the world. But somewhere along the way, we lost ourselves. We lost our way." Tears streamed down her cheeks, glistening in the fading light like the last remnants of hope. What if pursuing this nationalism means we sacrifice everything we hold dear? What if faith is the only anchor we have left? Samuel reached out, grasping her hands, feeling the fervor pulse between their fingers. "But what if faith has become a chain, Eliza? What if it binds us to a past that we must break free from?" A silence fell, heavy with the weight of their unspoken fears. In that moment, the world outside felt like a tempest, a brewing storm of anger and desire. The air crackled with electricity as if the universe itself held its breath. They could hear the chants morphing into a chant of defiance, a call to arms resonating in the marrow of their bones. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the crowd, a priest, his face a mask of anguish and authority. "Stop," he shouted, voice trembling yet unwavering. "You cannot forsake your faith for this delusion of nationhood. Your loyalty must remain with God." The crowd hesitated, a wave of uncertainty sweeping through them like a chill wind. Samuel felt the pulse of the moment, the crossroads of history clashing against the backdrop of faith. He could see the conflict in his fellow townspeople, their hearts divided, torn between the sacred and the longing for something tangible, something real. Eliza squeezed his hand tighter, her eyes fierce with resolve. "We must choose," she cried, breaking through the stillness. "Faith or freedom? Belief or our own destiny? We cannot serve two masters." In that instant, the air became electric with possibility and dread. Samuel's heart raced, a storm brewed within him, a chaos of longing and fear. He was caught in the crossfire of tradition and revolution, of faith and fervor, as the world surged forward outside the church's ancient walls. He saw the people nodding, their allegiance shifting like the tide. The chants grew louder, more fervent, drowning out the priest's pleas, drowning out the remnants of faith. A choice was made, an irrevocable path defined. And as darkness descended, Samuel took a deep breath, feeling the weight of eternity pressing down on him as the echoes of history whispered their secrets into the night. Time stood still, suspended in the air, as they stepped out into the chaos, the shadows swirling around them like ghosts from another time. In that moment, the lines blurred, the sacred and the secular intertwined, the heart of nationalism beating fiercely, cloaked in the garments of faith. The world opened wide, and the stakes rose with the tension, a simmering pot on the brink of boiling over. And so, under the cloak of darkness, they pursued their fate, propelled by the very forces of belief that would shape nations and shatter dreams, forever altering the fabric of existence. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a blood-red glow over the cobbled streets of a town caught between worlds. Shadows lurked in the corners of every alley, whispering secrets of betrayal and heartbreak. A woman stood in the doorway of a crumbling house, clutching a threadbare shawl around her shoulders. Her name was Myra, and her heart pulsed with fear, a rapid rhythm echoing the distant sounds of gunfire. She remembered the laughter of children just days before, their joy now replaced with the eerie quiet that hung thick in the air, like a shroud over the land. "I remember the way the sun kissed the fields," she thought, her mind racing back to moments that felt like lifetimes ago. But now, the only warmth is the blood on the earth. Across the square, a man named Luca stumbled through the rubble of what was once his home. His hands trembled as he reached for a shard of glass, a piece of his shattered life. "They thought they could take it all," he muttered, his voice cracking under the weight of desperation. "But they can't take my memories." His eyes, dark and haunted, flicked to the horizon where smoke curled like a serpent, devouring the last remnants of peace. He was torn between the instinct to fight and the overwhelming urge to run. Days had melted into one another, a blur of chaos and dread. The town was a battlefield of allegiances, where religion and ethnicity twisted together like vines, choking any hope of unity. Myra was a Serb, Luca a Croat. They had grown up together, innocence untouched by the lines drawn in the sand by those who believed power lay in division. But now? Now, it was a game of survival, every glance a question, every spoken word a potential betrayal. "I remember," Myra whispered, her voice trembling, "when we danced under the stars, unafraid of who our parents were." She squeezed her eyes shut, willing the memory to erase the horror of the present. But the weight of reality crashed down like the walls of her home, crumbling under the burden of conflict. The sun dipped lower, and shadows crept closer. Clocks ticked in the distance, each second a reminder of the fleeting nature of life. The sounds of the city twisted into a dirge, a lament for what was lost, echoing in their minds like a ghost refusing to fade. Luca's hands bled from the shards of glass, but he felt nothing except the gnawing emptiness in his chest. "I should have known," he thought bitterly, "that friendship could turn to ash in an instant." He had watched as neighbors became enemies, as the fervor of nationalism ignited a fire that burned through their lives. "Their flags wave high, but they're nothing but rags now," he thought, bitterness curling around the edges of his heart. "They didn't care about us. It was all a game to them." Myra stepped into the street, her voice rising above the whispers of despair. "We are not our faiths, Luca. We are not our bloodlines." Her heart raced, each beat echoing against the walls of fear that surrounded them. "We can fight this, together." He turned to her, searching her eyes for a flicker of hope amidst the encroaching darkness. "But at what cost?" The world has turned us into monsters, Myra. I don't know if I can trust you. The words hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. Myra felt her throat tighten, the air thick with the weight of unspoken truths. I remember when we promised to stand by each other's side, no matter what, she pleaded, desperation creeping into her voice. Please, don't let them win. A moment stretched between them, a fragile thread woven from memories that clung to hope, even as the ground beneath them trembled with uncertainty. Then, the silence shattered. A bullet whizzed by, slicing through the air, a reminder that the world was collapsing, and time was running out. Run! Luca shouted, adrenaline igniting his limbs. They dashed into the chaos, hearts racing in sync, each stride a defiance against the tides of hatred and fear. They turned a corner, breathless, only to find themselves face to face with a group of men wearing the insignia of their enemies. Myra's instinct screamed at her to hide, but she stood her ground, heart pounding in her chest. We are not your enemies, she shouted, voice strong despite the tremor of fear. We are human. Luca's hand found hers, the warmth igniting a defiant flicker of courage within them both. We fight for what we love, he gasped, pulling her closer. The men hesitated, uncertainty flickering in their eyes, a crack in the armor of hatred. For an unbearable moment, the world held its breath, the very fabric of their existence dangling by a thread. But then, the moment shattered. A shout rang out, and chaos erupted. Luca and Myra were swept into the tide of men, hearts racing like wild horses. They fought through the darkness, the noise stretching into a cacophony of despair and determination. I remember the stars. Myra screamed as they ran, each footstep a desperate plea for survival. I remember the laughter. I remember, Luca echoed, his voice a whisper against the din. I remember, but the past was a distant echo, fading into the shadows as the world around them collapsed into chaos. Fire raged, smoke enveloped them, and the weight of despair pressed down, suffocating. Yet amidst it all, a spark ignited, a flicker of defiance in the face of obliteration. They would not be mere pawns in a game dictated by bloodlines and histories. They would carve out a new story, their hearts intertwined against the backdrop of a war that sought to tear them apart. As the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness enveloped the town, but in the hearts of Myra and Luca, a flicker of hope remained, a quiet rebellion against the shadows that sought to consume them. And as the clock continued to tick, each second pregnant with possibility, they moved forward, uncertain yet resolute, weaving through the chaos of hate toward the fragile, shimmering light of unity. The clock strikes midnight, a solemn toll echoing across the empty streets of Tehran, shadows dancing in the moonlight like restless spirits. I stand at the edge of a world unraveling, my heart pounding in a rhythm of fear and anticipation. I remember the weight of the air, thick with unsaid words, as if the city itself held its breath, teetering on the edge of chaos. I can see her, Fatima, my sister, her eyes wild with the fire of 1,000 prayers, a storm of faith and desperation raging within her. She stands in the doorway, the peeling paint framing her like an ancient icon, the night swallowing her whole. I can't do this anymore, she cries, voice cracking, an arrow of anguish that pierces the suffocating silence. The sound reverberates in my chest, a reminder of our shared nights spent whispering dreams and fears, cloaked in darkness. I remember how innocent we were, how the world felt full of promise. But now, that promise lies shattered, strewn across the ground like broken glass, each shard reflecting the faces of those we've lost. Outside, the city pulses with discontent, a living organism thrumming underfoot. I see men gather in the square, their chants rising like smoke into the night sky, an invocation steeped in fervor and dread. The call for purity, for a return to the roots, that's what they demand. I can't help but feel the pull, the magnetic force drawing Fatima toward them, her eyes glazing over with fervent zeal. We have to join them. She grabs my arm, nails digging in, a vice of conviction. I recoil, instinctively, because I remember the stories, the tales of souls consumed by this hunger, this fire. Fatima, please. They don't care about us. My voice trembles, echoing against the walls of our childhood home, where laughter once echoed like a summer breeze. But she shakes her head, the defiance igniting a fierce light within her. They care. They see us. They are fighting for what we've lost. Her words tumble out like a cascade of desperate hope. I see her, a fragile flower in a storm, yearning for something greater than herself. But what if that greatness is merely a mirage? What if it leads her into the very heart of darkness? In the shadowed alleyways, the scent of smoke and sweat twirls in the air like a sinister dance. I catch glimpses of others, youths with eyes burning bright, the weight of a legacy heavy on their shoulders. They are passionate, yet fragile. They are warriors, yet children. I see Amir, my childhood friend, caught in this whirlwind, his spirit tethered to an ideology that promises salvation but may deliver nothing more than destruction. Amir, please? You know this path leads to ruin. I shout, my voice a desperate plea above the din. He turns, a ghost of the boy I once knew, now a fortress built on the crumbling bones of faith. I'm tired of pretending. Tired of living in the shadows. His eyes glisten, fierce like a candle's flame, yet flickering on the brink of extinguishment. You don't understand. The world is filled with evil, and we must fight back. Fight back. The words hang heavy in the air, a poison that seeps into the very fabric of our souls. I remember the way the world felt before, filled with laughter, love, and the innocent hope that tomorrow would bring light. But now, it's as if the sun has fled, leaving only the chill of despair. Each face is etched with fear, each heart beating with the dread of what's to come. Fatima's voice rises again, a battle cry that echoes in my ears. Join us. Join the movement. Together, we can reclaim our faith. She is a siren, calling me into treacherous waters, and I feel the swell of her passion, intoxicating yet terrifying. My heart is a battlefield, torn between the love for my sister and the haunting memories of bloodshed that faith can invoke. I remember the headlines, riots, bombings, a world unspooling at the seams. The image of a child caught in the crossfire haunts me, a ghost I can't shake. No, Fatima, we can't. We can't lose ourselves to this. But she is relentless, fueled by a conviction that blinds her to the abyss we are staring into. You're afraid. Afraid to stand for something real. Her words cut deep, tendrils of guilt wrapping around my heart. I want to scream, to shake her and make her see the danger lurking beneath the surface, but all I can do is stand there, paralyzed by the weight of my helplessness. The city outside is a tempest, wild and unyielding, a cacophony of voices demanding change, yet in that call to arms lies a chilling silence, the silence of those who have been silenced. I can feel it creeping in, an insidious whisper that suggests that this fervor could consume us, could transform our very souls into weapons. I remember the flickering street lamps casting long shadows, ghosts of the past intertwining with the present. Each footstep echoes like a heartbeat, quickening in rhythm. It's a countdown, time itself feels warped, as if the universe is holding its breath, waiting for us to make our choice. In that moment, I realize that the battle isn't just outside, it's within us, a war waged in the confines of our hearts. I look at Fatima, a fierce light in her eyes, and I see the girl I once knew, trapped in a labyrinth of ideology. I see Amir, a wild spirit yearning for meaning, veering dangerously close to the edge. Fatima, I love you. But this isn't the way, I plead, my voice barely a whisper, a fragile thread bound by fear and love. But the world outside is rising, a tidal wave of fervor crashing against the shores of reason, and in that crashing, I feel the ground shift beneath us. The chaos is a siren's call, echoing through the night, a promise of belonging, of purpose. And I know, deep within, that this is just the beginning of a conflict that stretches beyond the horizon, where certainty meets despair, and hope can turn into ashes in the blink of an eye. As I stand there, heart racing, the night feels infinite, a tangled web of shadows that will stretch on forever, just like the storm brewing within each of us. The clock continues to tick, each second a reminder that choices must be made, and as the first light of dawn begins to creep into the horizon, I realize that the true confrontation is only just beginning. The cold bite of steel against flesh, the thunderous roar of artillery echoing like the wrath of an angry god, this is the backdrop as darkness falls over the battlefield, where the ground is soaked not just in blood but in the fervent prayers of men who cling to their faith as if it were the last thread holding them to life. The air is thick with the scent of gunpowder and sweat, mingling with something more ethereal, the desperation of souls seeking solace amidst chaos. I remember the faces of my comrades, hollowed by fear and hope, their eyes reflecting a flicker of the divine in the midst of hell. There's Thomas, a young devout man with a heart full of dreams and a faith that shines like a beacon through the fog of war. He kneels in the mud, hands clasped, whispering fervent prayers that tremble on his lips like leaves in a storm. God, protect us, he implores, voice cracking, eyes closed against the horrors surrounding us. He believes that divine intervention might still turn the tide, that salvation could descend from the heavens like a swooping angel, wings outstretched, ready to rescue him from the suffocating grip of despair. Beside him, there's Edward, a cynical skeptic, dark humor his armor against the encroaching chaos. Praying to the sky, Tommy? You think some celestial being cares about us? What about the ones up there? His laugh is hollow, an echo of the death that lingers. He picks up his rifle, glances at Thomas with a mixture of pity and admiration, as if he is watching a man cling to a mirage in the desert. You know what I pray for? I pray that this bloody war ends so I can drink a pint without wondering if it's my last. In the distance, the sky flickers ominously with flashes of gunfire, each explosion a reminder of the madness that has engulfed the world. I remember the way the earth shook beneath our feet, the very ground an unwilling participant in the grotesque performance of death and destruction. The clock ticks, a rhythmic heartbeat of time passing, yet standing still. Each second feels laden with meaning, a cosmic joke as men face their mortality. There, amidst the wreckage of dreams, prayers soar high, threading through the smoke and shadows, seeking to pierce the veil between despair and hope. Then there's Margaret, a nurse who stitches together the broken bodies and shattered spirits of our fallen comrades. She stands at the edge of the makeshift hospital, hands trembling as if she were holding not just instruments, but the very essence of life and death. Hold on, she pleads, her voice a fragile whisper against the clamor of battle. She feels the weight of each soul, each heartbeat slipping away. God, just a little longer, but in her heart, doubt gnaws at her resolve. Does her faith carry any weight when faced with bloodied hands and vacant eyes? In the darkness, she remembers her mother's voice, teaching her to find solace in faith, to trust that something greater weaves through the fabric of life. But now, as she wipes sweat from her brow, she wonders, where is that God now? Where is the divine promise when she holds the lifeless body of a young soldier, his dreams extinguished in an instant? Each face she sees is a kaleidoscope of agony and loss, a reminder that faith, like love, can be both a sanctuary and a battlefield. The night descends, cloaking us in shadows. Whispers of prayers float on the air, merging with the cries of the wounded. Keep your heads down. The roar of shells punctuates the silence, a reminder that the world beyond this moment is unforgiving. I see Thomas fall to his knees again, trembling as if the earth beneath him is quaking with doubt. Why, God? Why? His voice rises, raw and desperate, echoing against the walls of our shattered reality. Edward, trying to shake off the weight of fear, mutters, maybe God's just like us, trying to figure out what the hell is going on. A smirk plays on his lips, but his eyes betray the tremor of anxiety. They dart toward the horizon, where darkness looms, an ominous reminder that faith and doubt are dance partners in this macabre waltz. In that moment, I feel the tension coiling between them, a threadbare rope stretched taut. The sound of gunfire fades into silence, a moment of eerie calm enveloping us like a heavy fog. And there, in that stillness, something shifts. The weight of unspoken words hangs heavily in the air. Thomas's faith seeks to anchor them in despair, while Edward's cynicism attempts to cut the rope altogether. They are two sides of the same coin, reflecting the fractured psyche of a generation caught in the crossfire of belief and disbelief. But then, the world erupts once more. The deafening din returns, and I watch as those prayers fall around us like fragile leaves caught in the tempest, each one a plea for deliverance or a farewell to the inevitable. Margaret's hand clutches a soldier's wrist, tears streaming down her face as she murmurs a prayer she hardly believes in anymore. I'm here, but even her voice trembles with the uncertainty of faith, the hope of healing crushed beneath the weight of loss. And as the battle rages on, there is no clear victor, only the haunting echoes of faith and doubt interwoven through the tapestry of war. The lines blur between what we believe and what we see. The landscape morphs into a haunting vision of despair, yet amid that darkness, there is a flicker of light, an unquenchable hope that refuses to die. I remember the stars igniting the night sky, distant yet so close. They seem to watch, silent witnesses to the carnage below. Do you think they see us? Thomas whispers, his eyes reflecting the cosmos. Do you think they understand? But who could understand the depths of our struggle? In this cacophony of anguish and prayer, the haunting question lingers, is faith a lifeline or a burden? As dawn approaches, the shadows deepen, wrapping around our hearts, reminding us that this is not just a battle of men, but of souls, each one fighting for meaning, for purpose, and, perhaps, for a glimpse of salvation amidst the chaos. The world spins on, and we stand at its edge, caught in the tension of hope and despair, the heartbeat of humanity crying out for answers, for peace, and for the divine touch that may or may not come. The moments stretch and fold into each other, an endless echo of yearning, of searching, of clinging to something greater, as we march onward into the abyss, where faith and doubt intertwine in an eternal struggle, leaving us breathless and wanting, suspended in the haunting beauty of the unknown. Chapter 15. The Treaty of Versailles and religious resentments. The clock struck midnight, its chime echoing through the hollow halls of the treaty chamber, a haunting dirge that reverberated in the bones of the men who had come to shape the fate of nations. It was a cold night, the kind that seeps into the marrow, and the air hung thick with the weight of unspoken words and bitter regrets. Outside, the world was on fire, nations burning in the embers of war and hatred, a backdrop to the palpable tension within these walls. I remember the stench of sweat and desperation, mingling with the faint scent of ink and ambition. Wood creaked beneath heavy boots, and the flickering candlelight cast long shadows, transforming men into specters of their former selves. Here stood Friedrich, a man crushed under the burden of expectation, his hands trembling as they gripped the edges of the wooden table. His eyes darted to the faces around him, each one a portrait of grim determination, masked by the pretense of diplomacy. But deep down, beneath the polished exteriors, resentment boiled, religious resentments that had festered for centuries, now surging forth like a tide of anguish, threatening to drown them all. Do they not understand the price? Friedrich's voice cracked, the haunted timbre reflecting the turmoil within. He was a man of faith, but faith had abandoned him in this crucible of despair. He recalled the whispers of his mother, the stories she told of unity and love, now replaced by a cacophony of blame. Do they not remember? I remember the way his eyes glistened, shimmering with unshed tears, the kind that grip your throat and refuse to let go. It was a sight that mirrored the tormented soul of Samuel, a Jewish delegate whose own burdens were carved into his brow. He stood at the edge of the room, a solitary figure amidst the clamor, his heart heavy with the weight of centuries. The treaty loomed before them like a specter, the promise of peace tainted by lingering animosities, its ink still wet with the blood of their ancestors. Samuel's fingers brushed the worn Star of David around his neck, a lifeline in a tempest of despair. They will never understand, he muttered, his voice barely a whisper. They wear their faith like armor, while we have been stripped bare, hunted in shadows. There was a fire in his eyes, a flicker of rebellion against a world that seemed bent on destroying him. Yet, within that fire lay an undeniable sadness, an ache that resonated through the very fabric of his being. Each heartbeat echoed the growing discord, a silent countdown to an explosion of emotion. Outside, the night felt alive, as if the cosmos itself held its breath, awaiting the clash of titans wielding words as weapons. Friedrich's mind raced back to the church he had grown up in, its steeple a beacon of hope, now a distant memory overshadowed by betrayal. It was supposed to be a sanctuary, yet here they were, on the brink of fracturing the very foundation of their beliefs. I remember the sermons, the promises of redemption, he said, his voice rising, raw and jagged. How can we call ourselves righteous when we stand on the ruins of others? The chamber seemed to constrict around them, walls closing in like the grasping hands of the past, forcing them to confront their own complicity in a cycle of violence that had become too familiar. I remember, Samuel replied, his voice steady, though it trembled beneath the weight of history. I remember the cries in the night, the flames consuming our homes, the laughter of children silenced by fear. The words spilled from him, a floodgate of sorrow and anger unleashed, enveloping the room in a heavy fog of shared pain. As they stood on the precipice of a new world order, each man a vessel of history's wrath, their souls intertwined in a tapestry of grief, their faiths clashing like titans on a battlefield. The treaty was meant to bind them, yet it threatened to unravel the very essence of their beliefs, an exquisite irony draped in the robes of diplomacy. A sudden shout erupted, shattering the tension, an outburst from a delegate whose face was twisted in rage. "You think you can dictate our futures?" The words hung in the air, venom dripping from each syllable, igniting a spark that felt almost electric. Friedrich's heart raced. He could feel the storm rolling in, a tempest of fury that threatened to engulf them all. "Peace," the man spat, eyes blazing. "There can be no peace when the blood of our forebears stains the soil. You, with your silver tongues, think you can erase our history." The room pulsated with the energy of 1,000 unspoken grievances, as delegates rose in a chorus of dissent, each voice a note in a symphony of pain and betrayal. Friedrich felt the weight of their anger, their resentments coiling around his heart like a serpent, squeezing tighter with every passing moment. It was a reckoning, a desperate plea for acknowledgement, for understanding, for a way to bridge the chasms that had opened between them like yawning chasms. Samuel stepped forward, his voice rising above the clamor, a beacon amid the chaos. "We stand at a crossroads, brothers," he called, a mixture of desperation and hope threading through his tone. "We can choose to walk the path of vengeance, or we can forge a new way, one rooted in compassion." But even as he spoke, he could feel the weight of doubt bearing down, the shadows of history whispering that forgiveness was a fool's dream. Each heartbeat echoed louder, a relentless drumbeat urging them toward a choice that could either shatter their world or bind them together in a fragile unity. Outside, the city lay shrouded in darkness, but within this chamber, a light flickered, a glimmer of possibility amidst a storm of despair. And so they stood, on the brink of something profound yet terrifying, the echoes of the past weaving through their souls, binding them in ways they could scarcely comprehend. The clock ticked on, relentless, a reminder that time waits for no man, and the future was a canvas yet to be painted. Would they choose to wield their brushes with love, or would they allow the shadows of resentment to dictate their fate? In that moment, I felt the weight of their decisions pressing down, heavy and unyielding, a reminder that the ghosts of their histories would follow them into whatever future they dared to imagine. And as the candlelight flickered, casting long shadows around the chamber, I knew that the story was far from over. It was merely the beginning of a cycle, a tale of pain and reconciliation that would echo through the ages, leaving indelible marks on the hearts of all who dared to bear witness. A gunshot splintered the stillness of the damp, fog-choked night, echoing off the cobblestone streets as if the very earth itself had screamed. I remember the way the air hung heavy, thick with fear, like a shroud wrapping around the trembling figures huddled beneath the flickering gas lamps. Shadows danced, twisting and writhing, mimicking the chaos that had erupted just moments before. Blood pooled, dark and viscous, seeping into the cracks of the stone, a stark reminder of the violence that was now a part of our lives. I remember Thomas, his wide, terrified eyes reflecting the dim light as he stumbled back, hands raised in a futile gesture of surrender. He was just a boy, really, barely 17, with dreams that seemed so fragile, like the paper kites he had flown as a child, now caught in the relentless storm of a world gone mad. Why, he gasped, his voice a strangled whisper, as if the question itself could halt the relentless tide of fate. And then there was Lila, her spirit as fierce as the winds that howled through the desolate streets. I watched her face twist in horror, yet there was a fire behind those green eyes, a desperate determination. "We can't give in," she shouted, the defiance cutting through the dread like a blade. But even her words faltered as the reality of our situation settled, a leaden weight that crushed the very air from our lungs. We were marionettes, strung up by the hands of those who wielded power like a weapon, and the strings were tightening with every passing moment. "Do you hear them?" I remember whispering to Lila, my voice barely rising above the sound of distant sirens and the muffled cries of the fallen. The voices, they're everywhere. They were the ghosts of the past, the shadows of ideologies that had seeped into every crevice of society, whispering promises of salvation while sowing seeds of destruction. But Lila shook her head, her hair framing her face like a wild halo. "No, we need to focus. We need to act." Her hands clenched into fists, nails biting into her palms, a futile battle against the chaos that threatened to engulf us. I admired her resolve, even as the doubt gnawed at me. What could we do? What power lay within us, mere mortals in a world ruled by extremists who twisted faith and ideology into weapons of mass despair? The clock tower chimed in the distance, each toll resonating like a heartbeat, a morbid reminder of our own mortality. The sound echoed with a chilling finality, each note sending a shiver down my spine. Time was slipping away, and with it, our opportunity to make a stand. Fear wrapped around us, a suffocating blanket that threatened to crush our spirits, but I caught a glimpse of something in Lila, a flicker of hope, or perhaps rebellion, igniting a fire within me. Let's find the others, I urged, my heart pounding, a drumbeat of defiance against the encroaching darkness. We can't let them, but before I could finish, a screech of tires and a cacophony of voices erupted from the shadows. They were here, men clad in uniforms, faces masked by the weight of an ideology that sought to crush our very essence. Their laughter echoed through the alley, a sound that clawed at the edges of sanity, a discordant symphony of malice that chilled me to the bone. I remember trying to run, adrenaline surging through my veins, a desperate need to escape. But they were everywhere, swarming like locusts, drowning out the humanity that lingered in the corners of our hearts. They brandished their weapons like trophies, symbols of power that turned the air electric with fear. "Stay close!" Lila shouted, her voice a lifeline in the rising tide of terror. I reached for her, fingers brushing against hers, grounding me amidst the chaos, one heartbeat, one soul connected in a world trying to tear us apart. The urgency of the moment was palpable, we were racing against an unseen clock, our lives hanging by a thread. But even as we ran, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were not just fleeing from them, we were running toward an abyss, an uncertain future that loomed like a dark cloud, pregnant with threats and promises alike. I remembered the stories whispered in the dark, of revolutions born from desperation, of movements that erupted like wildfires, consuming everything in their path. And then it happened. Lila stumbled, her foot catching on a broken cobblestone, and time froze. I felt the air shift, a collective intake of breath as she fell, her hands hitting the ground with a sickening thud. I turned, my heart racing, but before I could reach her, they were upon us, figures draped in darkness, eyes gleaming with the fire of fanaticism, brandishing their twisted beliefs like swords. "Stop!" I yelled, but the word hung in the air, a futile plea as they closed in, the shadows swallowing her up. She looked up at me, and in that instant, I saw the fear, the resolve, and the heartbreak. "Run," she gasped, voice strained, and every fiber of my being screamed to obey, to save myself. But how could I leave her? I remember the moment stretching, time blooming like a flower caught in the brutal grip of winter. I could feel the weight of every choice pressing down, the promise of what was to come mingling with the horrors we had already faced. I was at a crossroads, teetering on the edge of despair and defiance, and I could only hope that the embers of our shared dreams would not extinguish in the night. But the sirens wailed louder, and the shadows closed in. Everything I had ever known threatened to dissolve into chaos, a deluge of uncertainty, and as I turned to flee into the night, I could hear Lila's voice trailing behind me, a haunting echo in the vast emptiness. "Remember, remember us." I ran, but the weight of what I left behind, what we all left behind, would haunt me forever. The world was on fire, and we were just embers caught in the blaze, trapped in a narrative larger than ourselves. And in that moment, I realized, this was not just the end. It was the beginning, the birth of something fierce and terrible, a war against the darkness that threatened to consume us all. The city pulsed, shadows lengthening, whispers gathering, as I pushed forward into the unknown. With every heartbeat, the clock ticked, and the terrifying truth loomed ahead, this was just the beginning of a storm. The interwar period was alive, a beast with teeth sharp enough to rend the very fabric of humanity. And I was swept along, a small figure against the tide, caught in the dreadful beauty of it all. The air crackles with an electric tension, a silence so profound it roars in your ears. Shadows stretch long in the flickering glow of street lamps, the edges of the cobblestones glistening as if soaked in uncertainty. I remember the night vividly, the wind carrying whispers of discontent like a wailing ghost, echoing in the empty streets of 1920s Germany. I can almost feel the chill creeping down my spine, a warning, a premonition of the storm brewing just beyond the horizon. Across the dimly lit square stands Clara, her dark hair framing a face taut with anxiety. She grips the hem of her coat, the fabric wrinkling like her heart beneath the weight of a world unraveled. She's a teacher, one who believes in the power of words, the beauty of hope. And yet, fear festers, curling around her thoughts like smoke from a dying fire. What will become of us, she mutters, her voice a mere tremor against the night's oppressive silence. It's a question that hangs heavy in the air, demanding an answer that no one dares to utter out loud. Across the square, Jacob watches. His hands are stuffed deep into his pockets, knuckles white against the weight of dread. A soldier turned reluctant participant in this nightmare, he feels the pulse of loyalty to a country that has betrayed him, hollowed him out from within. The ideals he once stood for gnaw at him now, patriotism twisted into something monstrous. He remembers marching, the fervor in his heart, the chants rising like anthems to the heavens. But now? Now, he feels trapped in a cage of his own making, the iron bars forged from his silent complicity. Clara! His voice breaks through the stillness, raw and desperate. He strides toward her, the shadow swallowing his form. The fire in her eyes ignites, a flicker of recognition sparking between them, two souls navigating the chaos of a world lost in madness. Jacob, she breathes, but there's a distance in her gaze, a flicker of betrayal. She remembers their laughter, the sunlight spilling across their shared dreams, now tainted by the creeping realization that the world around them is crumbling like dry leaves beneath their feet. You're still wearing that uniform, she whispers, the accusation wrapped in a shroud of heartbreak. He shifts uncomfortably, the fabric suddenly feeling like a shroud, heavy with memories he wishes to forget. I had no choice, he insists, though the tremor in his voice reveals a truth he loathes to confront. They expect loyalty, Clara. They expect obedience. The words tumble out, jagged and raw, but beneath them lies a deeper fear, a question that gnaws at him. What is loyalty when it leads to betrayal? The question lingers, a specter haunting the air between them. Clara steps back, the space between them widening like a chasm, a world of unspoken words and unshed tears. But at what cost, she challenges, her voice trembling with the weight of his silence. At what cost do we cling to this loyalty? Look around us. Look at what they're becoming. The moon hangs low, a witness to their anguish. Shadows flicker like memories long forgotten, and in that moment, Jacob sees the truth reflected in her gaze, the rise of a party fueled by hate, emboldened by fear. He remembers the rallies, the fervent cheers, the promises of a better tomorrow, now tainted by the scent of destruction. Each face in that crowd, once filled with hope, now twisted in a fevered embrace of fanaticism. It's not just politics anymore. Clara's voice cuts through the fog of his thoughts, sharp and crystalline, echoing with the weight of 1,000 unspoken fears. It's our lives, Jacob. It's faith. It's everything we hold dear. She grips his arm, and in that tight hold, he can feel her heartbeat, a frantic rhythm, a plea, a call to remember what they once believed. His heart hammers in his chest, a relentless drumbeat that drowns out the chaos around them. I remember, he whispers, though the memories are fragmented, images flashing like strobe lights, children laughing in the sun, shared secrets beneath the stars, the warmth of community. I remember, when it was about unity, not division. When faith brought us together, not tore us apart. But the shadows loom larger, the night thicker with unease. Outside the safety of their whispered confessions, the streets pulse with the burgeoning ideology of the Nazi Party, a toxic tide sweeping through the nation, a siren song promising renewal through destruction. Clara's resolve wavers as she recalls the newspaper headlines, the fear-mongering rhetoric that has seeped into every crevice of society. They preach purity, Jacob. Do you see what they're doing? A chill races down his spine, a visceral reminder that her words hold a terrifying truth. The language of faith has warped into instruments of oppression, twisted into a weapon against the very essence of humanity. They're using our beliefs against us, he murmurs, the realization crashing over him like a wave, engulfing him in a tide of horror and regret. Just then, the distant sound of marching feet echoes through the square, a grim symphony of boots pounding against the cobblestones. The shadows deepen, and Clara's heart races, her skin prickling with dread. "They're coming," she whispers, as if uttering the words could somehow halt the tide of darkness racing toward them. And in that moment, they stand on the precipice, two souls bound by love, fear, and the suffocating grip of an ideology that threatens to swallow them whole. The world spins on its axis, the stars blinking like distant witnesses to their struggle, and as the first shouts ring out, a cacophony of passion and hatred, they grasp for strength in the face of an encroaching darkness. In that moment, time seems to fracture, each heartbeat echoing louder than the last. The weight of their choices hangs heavy in the air, and as they stare into the abyss, they know, this is only the beginning. The shadows are rising, consuming everything they once knew, and the battle for their souls has only just begun. The clock ticks ominously, counting down to an uncertain future, and in the chilling silence that follows, they brace themselves for the onslaught of a reckoning that will reshape their very existence. A sudden scream pierces the night, sharp and desperate, slicing through the thick blanket of silence that envelops the darkened streets of Warsaw. It's a sound that claws at the heart, echoing like a bell tolling the end of innocence, reverberating through alleyways slick with rain, where shadows dance as if mocking the living. I remember standing there, my breath hitching in my throat, frozen in a moment that felt like it would stretch into eternity. Leah, with her wide, terrified eyes, clutched her brother David's hand so tightly that her knuckles turned white. She was 13, too young to bear the weight of the world, yet here she was, a child thrust into a waking nightmare. David, barely 10, looked up at her, confusion mingling with fear. "What's happening?" he whispered, and the word hung in the air like smoke, a question without an answer, a plea for safety that would go unanswered. But the shadows weren't just shadows. They were men, draped in heavy coats, their faces obscured, their intentions dark and bloody. They moved like wolves in the night, their voices low and threatening, punctuating the silence with snarls and growls, each step a promise of violence. I remember the way the moonlight glinted off their weapons, a haunting whisper of metal glimmering in the murky darkness. "Run!" Leah hissed, her voice breaking the spell of fear that had bound David to the earth. They fled into the night, small figures darting through the labyrinth of chaos, the world collapsing around them. I could feel their terror, a visceral thing that clawed at my insides. I wanted to reach out, to pull them back, to shield them from the horrors that lay ahead, but I was nothing but a ghost, a witness to a tragedy that unraveled with every heartbeat. The streets were alive with screams now, a cacophony of despair that echoed in my ears long after the sound had faded. I remember the smell of smoke, acrid and suffocating, wrapping around me like a shroud. I watched as families were torn apart, as mothers cried out for their children, as fathers stood helpless, their souls stripped bare before the eyes of a world that had turned its back. Why, God? Why? The fervent prayers of the righteous mingled with the cries of the lost, reverberating through the air like a haunting melody. I remember the haunting echoes of faith clashing against the wall of despair, the fragility of belief crumbling in the face of such unthinkable evil. Faith should have been their refuge, but it became a burden as heavy as the chains that bound them. In that harrowing moment, I met a man, a rabbi named Eli. He stood amidst the chaos, his face a mask of anguish and defiance. I felt his presence, an anchor in a storm, a flicker of light in the consuming darkness. "We must hold on to hope," he cried, his voice rising above the chaos, but the words felt like feathers thrown against a raging wind. In his eyes, I saw the flicker of doubt, the struggle between despair and resilience. He was flawed, just like the rest of us, grappling with questions that had no answers, burdened with the weight of a faith that felt increasingly tenuous. But Eli refused to let go. "The people need us," he urged, gathering others around him, a small band of the faithful, clinging to their beliefs like lifeboats in a stormy sea. Each face told a story of loss, of love, of dreams shattered. I remember the warmth of their hands clasped together in prayer, a small act of defiance against the encroaching darkness. Meanwhile, Leah and David fought through the streets, the cold wind biting at their skin, the world around them shifting like quicksand. They ducked and weaved, hearts pounding in their chests, the shadows chasing them with each step. They were children, a girl who had just begun to dream of love and a boy who still believed in heroes. What did they know of the horrors that awaited them? "Keep running," Leah urged, dragging David behind her, as they stumbled into the narrow alleyways, the scent of damp earth and despair filling their lungs. They were lost, but their bond was a lifeline, a thread of hope that pulled them through the chaos. I felt their fear wrap around me like a vice, their innocence slipping through their fingers like grains of sand. And then it happened, an unbearable moment when their sanctuary shattered, when hope turned to ashes. A gunshot rang out, the sound cutting through the night like a knife, and I remember the way Leah froze, her face pale as moonlight, her breath suspended in time. David fell, crumpling to the ground, a small heap of fragile flesh and vibrant dreams. No! David! Her scream was a siren wailing in the night, a sound that would forever haunt the corners of my memory. She rushed to him, the world fading into a blur as she knelt beside her brother, cradling his head in her lap, the warmth of life slipping through her fingers like water. I was there, an invisible witness, my heart shattering with every sob that erupted from her chest. "Please, don't leave me," she begged, her voice raw, a prayer turned to agony. But the darkness was unrelenting, consuming everything in its path, leaving only echoes of hope in its wake. In that moment, I felt the weight of the universe pressing down upon me, the lost souls, the broken dreams, the shattered faith. I felt Eli's prayer, rising like smoke, a desperate plea to a God who seemed to have turned away. I felt Leah's despair, the way it twisted and turned, clawing at her insides, threatening to drown her in sorrow. And still, the shadows moved, and the night deepened. The city whispered its secrets, a symphony of suffering and resilience, echoing through the corridors of time. The story didn't end, it spiraled into the depths of human experience, a haunting reminder that the ghosts of the past would forever linger, threading through the tapestry of our existence, beckoning us to remember, to bear witness, to feel the weight of history pressing upon our souls. This was not just a moment, it was a cycle, a loop of pain and hope, a heartbeat that refused to fade. Each breath drew in the agony of innocence lost, each heartbeat echoed the defiance of those who dared to resist. The shadows would always be there, but so would the flickers of light, the whispers of faith, and the indomitable spirit of those who dared to dream amidst the darkness. The church bells rang, their sound carrying like fractured glass across the cold, twilight air. Each toll felt like a countdown, a heartbeat echoing through the bones of a world that was crumbling. Somewhere, a soldier knelt in the dirt, hands trembling, fingers pulling at a frayed rosary, their bright beads smudged with the grime of battle. I remember the look in his eyes, haunted, flickering between faith and despair, as if he were staring into the abyss and waiting for it to swallow him whole. "God is with us," he whispered, yet the words tasted hollow, evaporating into the gunpowder-scented wind. I remember the way his voice cracked, how every syllable felt like a desperate prayer thrown against the steel wall of death. Around him, the world was a cacophony of chaos, men shouting, the thunderous roar of artillery, the sharp cries of the wounded. Yet, amidst this tempest, a silence hovered, waiting to crush him. Across the battlefield, Marie clenched her fists, a nurse whose heart was as tender as the wound she tended. She moved through the horror, stepping over bodies, eyes glossed with unshed tears but unyielding. She heard the prayers of the dying, their voices weaving into the fabric of her own soul. "Please, God," they begged. "Please." And she paired her thoughts with theirs, a makeshift communion of souls desperate for mercy in a world painted in blood. But faith was a fickle companion. Each night, when the stars blinked into life above, she felt the weight of the sky pressing down, suffocating her. Is there a God, she would ask herself, her voice swallowed by the darkness? Is he really watching? The shadows around her twisted and coiled like living things, mocking her faith, taunting her resolve. And then there was Jacob, a rabbi torn from the warmth of his congregation, thrust into a hell that stained his soul. He had once preached love and hope, but now he stood against the backdrop of smoke and despair, the ashes of faith swirling around him like ghosts. He watched as the world around him crumbled, watched as brothers turned against brothers, faith crumbling under the weight of hatred. What God would allow this, he cried into the night, fists raised, only to be met with the chilling silence of the stars, indifferent and cold. I remember the first time Jacob had seen the horrors of war. It had been a distant rumble at first, the subtle harbinger of doom, as if the earth itself were groaning. Now, he stood at the precipice, grappling with the enormity of loss. Every prayer he had ever uttered felt like a betrayal, a whispered lie against the gnashing teeth of reality. In a makeshift chapel, it happened. The walls were etched with uncertainty, flickering candles casting shadows that danced like specters. Jacob, Marie, and the soldier, whose name I never learned, found themselves drawn together in a moment that felt both sacred and profane. Each carried the weight of their beliefs, heavy as lead, and in that space, they confronted the raw, bleeding heart of their existence. "I can't find him," Marie said, her voice trembling as she looked at Jacob. "He was supposed to be with us." Jacob's heart ached for her. "Maybe he's here, in the suffering," he replied, his voice steady yet filled with an undercurrent of doubt. "Maybe he is the silence between the screams." The soldier, still clutching the rosary, interjected, "But what if he's turned away? What if we've lost him to the darkness?" His eyes, wide and desperate, searched their faces for answers they didn't have. "Then we fight," Jacob declared, the words bursting from him like a dam breaking. "We fight for the hope that lights the shadows. We fight for every breath, every heartbeat that still carries love." In that moment, the air crackled with a fragile electricity, an awakening born from raw desperation. They held onto each other, a triad of flawed humanity, each grappling with their beliefs, their pain, and their slivers of hope. In the midst of horror, they found a flicker of unity, a collective prayer that transcended dogma. Every night after, they returned to that chapel, a sanctuary woven from despair and faith. They sang hymns that echoed through the cold walls, notes intertwining with the cries of the wounded. They lit candles, small flames flickering against the all-consuming darkness, each a testament to resilience, a reminder that even in the face of annihilation, the light could still fight back. I can still hear it, the haunting melody of their voices, trembling yet fierce, reverberating through the chaos like a heartbeat. In those moments, they became more than soldiers and nurses, they became a force of nature, a testament to the unyielding human spirit. But the war continued to rage on, unfurling like a dark tapestry, and the trio faced insurmountable odds. Each day brought new horrors, the battlefield littered with ghosts of dreams and futures lost. Jacob, Marie, and the soldier fought not just against the enemy, but against the encroaching shadows within their hearts. The sky darkened, and the air thickened with despair, but they held on to one another with a ferocity that belied the fear clawing at their insides. In whispers, they shared their stories, of families torn apart, of dreams deferred, of the weight of faith bearing down on their shoulders like a gravedigger's spade. They were human, imperfect, and yet, in each other's presence, they found fragments of hope. As dawn cracked the horizon, streaking the world in hues of blood and fire, the battle loomed once more. It was a moment suspended in time, a breath held before the plunge into chaos. The soldier clutched his rosary tighter, Marie's hands trembled, and Jacob's heart raced with the urgency of unspoken prayers. "Whatever happens, we hold on," he vowed, a fierce whisper against the rising winds of despair. "We hold on to each other." And in that vow, amidst the chaos of war and the fractures of faith, they found their purpose, a flicker of something divine in a world painted in shadows. As the first shots tore through the morning air, the chapel stood as a quiet testament to their struggle, their unwavering belief in the light that pierced even the darkest night. The battle raged on, a relentless echo of despair, but they would not be extinguished. They would rise, again and again, like candles fighting the dark, like a prayer carried on the wind. In the heart of war, in the very eye of chaos, faith flickered, unyielding, a heartbeat within a storm. The echo of marching boots reverberated through the crumbling streets, a cadence of dread and devotion, punctuated by the sharp crack of rifle fire that tore through the night. Shadows danced like ghosts against stone walls, and the smell of smoke hung thick, curling into the air like whispered secrets. I stood there, heart racing, a soldier caught in a tempest of faith and fear. My hands trembled around the worn cross that dangled from my neck, a relic from a past life, now heavy with the weight of unspoken prayers. I remember the boy, Eli, with his fervent gaze and passion for the cause. He was a child of the church, molded by sermons that promised salvation, drenched in the rhetoric of righteousness. They said God was on our side, that every bullet fired was a divine decree. I watched him, eyes alight with conviction, as he rallied the men, a prophet in the twilight of despair. "They're evil," he shouted, voice rising, "and we are the light. But beneath that bravado, I saw the cracks. Deep down, he was terrified of the enemy, yes, but more so of the darkness creeping into his soul. Then there was Miriam, a nurse, her hand stained with the blood of the fallen. She carried her faith like a shield, though I could see the chinks in her armor. Each life she failed to save haunted her, a chorus of ghosts that whispered her failings. "I can't do this," she'd murmur, the words escaping her lips like a prayer for reprieve. But there was no reprieve, only the endless queue of suffering souls, each one a reminder of the fragility of faith. "God is watching," she'd say under her breath, her voice trembling, hoping the mantra would drown out the despair that clawed at her heart. I remember the night the sky split open, a terrible siren ringing out like a warning bell. The air thickened with tension as we gathered in the makeshift cathedral, a crumbling building, its pews splintered but filled with souls seeking solace or vengeance. Eli, with his bright eyes alight like stars against the abyss, led us in prayer. "We are the chosen. God shields us." But as the words rolled off his tongue, I felt the chill of doubt creep into my mind. Was this truly divine will, or mere man's insatiable thirst for blood? The flickering candles cast long shadows on the walls, and I glanced at Miriam, whose face was a map of fear and defiance. The clash of steel rang in the distance, a symphony of chaos and carnage. I could taste the blood, metallic and bitter, on my lips as I watched Eli rally the men once more, their faces painted with the fervor of those who believed they wielded the very hand of God. They charged into the night, their shouts mingling with prayers, a cacophony that wrapped around my heart like a noose. I wanted to follow, to join the chorus of righteous fury, but I stood paralyzed, my feet rooted to the ground, a specter haunted by the echoes of our shared humanity. "Remember what they've done," Eli yelled, his voice slicing through the chaos. "They desecrate our faith. We must stand strong." I could see the fire in his eyes, a flame that burned for justice but flickered dangerously close to madness. The propaganda had seeped into his veins, a poison disguised as purpose, and I wondered if he could even see the precipice he teetered upon. We had been taught that victory was ordained, a promise scribbled in the margins of sacred texts, but here, in this moment, the truth felt more like a curse. And then came the dawn, a cruel reminder that the night would always yield to light. The battlefield lay sprawled before us, littered with bodies, each one a testament to the folly of our faith. I wanted to scream, to shout at the heavens that this was not the salvation we had prayed for, but the very embodiment of our nightmares. I glanced at Miriam, her face pale, eyes wide like empty wells, and I could see the faith draining from her, replaced by a hollow disbelief. "What have we done?" she whispered, her voice trembling. The silence that followed was deafening, punctuated only by the distant cries of the wounded, a haunting melody of anguish. Eli knelt beside a fallen soldier, his spirit crumbling like the city around us. "This isn't how it's supposed to be," he murmured, the fervor of his belief dissolving into grief. I saw the realization strike him like a thunderclap, the truth that faith could not shield us from the consequences of our actions. The line between good and evil blurred, wrapped in a shroud of blood, and in that moment, I felt a fragile connection to him. We were both wrestling with the specters of our convictions, lost in the maelstrom of a war that had twisted our hearts. "Everything we believed," Miriam began, her voice catching in her throat. "Was it all a lie?" I reached for her hand, grasping it tightly, as if to anchor us both against the rising tide of despair. "No," I said, my voice breaking. "Not a lie. But perhaps a misinterpretation." We stood there, our hearts entwined in a shared agony, the remnants of hope flickering like the dying embers of a fire. The weight of our choices pressed down like a heavy shroud, and I feared that the shadows would swallow us whole. As twilight descended once more, the remnants of faith warred against the stark reality of our existence. The church bell tolled, a mournful sound that echoed through the streets, each ring a reminder of the lives lost and the faith shattered. Eli stood at the altar, hands raised, but his voice faltered. "God, where are you?" The question hung in the air, unanswered, a haunting refrain that pierced the darkness around us. In the silence that followed, I knew we were standing on the precipice of something profound and terrifying. The war had become more than a fight for territory, it was a battle for our souls, and we were caught in the crossfire. Time stretched, each second an eternity, the weight of our beliefs pressing down on us like a vice. In that moment, we were not just soldiers, not just believers, we were fragile, flawed, and human, adrift in the tempest of a world that had lost its way. And as the first stars pierced the night sky, I felt the flicker of something deep within me, an ember of resilience. The darkness was thick, but perhaps, just perhaps, there was still a glimmer of light waiting to break through. Each heartbeat echoed in the silence, a reminder that we were still alive, still fighting, still searching for meaning among the ruins of our faith. And in that fragile moment, as the shadows loomed large, we stood together, grasping at the threads of hope, ready to face whatever came next. The air was thick, electric, as the clock struck midnight in a city suspended between hope and despair. Shadows danced in the flickering light of a single street lamp, casting long fingers that clawed at the cold walls of crumbling buildings. Somewhere, a siren wailed, a haunting cry that echoed through the empty streets like a ghost of a forgotten war. I stood there, shivering, knowing that the world was holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash to erupt. Across town, Anna paced frantically, her heart pounding like a war drum in her chest. She was a child of faith, raised in the dim light of candlelit churches, where the air was thick with incense and the voices of the fervent. But now, in the grip of this ideological tempest, the faith that had once filled her with hope felt heavy, like a stone in her stomach. She remembered the words of her mother, whispered in desperate prayer, "God protects the righteous." But what if righteousness was just a mirage, shifting under the weight of ambition and power? The questions clawed at her, gnawing away at her certainty. Meanwhile, Victor stood on the other side of the city, shoulders hunched against an unforgiving wind, every breath a struggle. He was a soldier, molded by the cold, harsh hands of a regime that demanded loyalty above all. The grey uniform clung to him like a shroud, reminding him that he was just another pawn in a grand game of power, where the price of allegiance was often betrayal. He had seen atrocities, heard the cries of the innocent, felt the weight of blood on his hands. In the dead of night, when the ghosts of his past crept in, he would lie awake, wrestling with the question that haunted him: was he a protector or a monster? Those thoughts pulsed through him as he stared into the horizon. The stars seemed distant and mocking, twinkling as if they knew secrets he could not comprehend. He remembered a time when he had believed the propaganda, when the ideals of his country had filled him with pride. But now, in this twilight of ideology and faith, the lines were blurred, and the stakes had never been higher. Anna's phone buzzed in her pocket, an urgent message that made her stop cold. "They're planning something big." Her breath caught in her throat, the weight of the message pressing down on her like the night itself. She had friends on both sides of the ideological chasm, and each moment spent pondering whom to trust felt like walking a tightrope over a yawning abyss. And there was Victor, the soldier she had once loved, now a stranger wrapped in the armor of an enemy. Could he still be saved? Or was he lost to the world they had built around fear and hatred? As she moved through the labyrinth of alleyways, each step echoed with the whispers of her past, the laughter of children playing in the sun, the warmth of family gatherings, the sweet scent of baked bread wafting through her childhood home. The memories clashed violently with the present, creating a cacophony that threatened to drown her in despair. She could still hear her father's voice, filled with conviction, declaring, "Faith is our shield against tyranny." But what good was faith when the very essence of humanity was at stake? The streets grew darker, shadows shifting ominously, and Anna felt an urgency rising within her. "I remember," she whispered to herself, "I remember the light." And yet, every reminder of hope was tainted with the fear of what was to come. She pushed forward, driven by a need to confront Victor, to understand the man he had become and the choices he had made in the name of duty. Meanwhile, Victor's thoughts spiraled into chaos. The orders had come from above, a directive that weighed heavily on his conscience, pulling him deeper into a chasm of moral ambiguity. He had seen men who wore the same uniform as he did turn their weapons on the innocent, all in the name of ideology, and it had shattered something within him. The faces of those he couldn't save haunted him, their eyes pleading for mercy, for understanding. Each face was a reminder of a choice he had not made, a choice to stand against the tide of oppression. But could he stand alone? The streets morphed into a battleground of ideology, a theater where faith and doubt clashed like titans. Anna and Victor were about to collide, on the edge of a precipice that could change everything. Their shared history loomed like a specter between them, a tether to a time when love could conquer fear. But now, love felt like a relic of a distant past, buried beneath the rubble of their convictions. "Victor!" Anna's voice cut through the fog, piercing the silence that enveloped the night. It was a summons, a plea wrapped in desperation. Her heart raced, thundering in her ears as she approached the figure silhouetted against the dim light. "You have to listen to me." He turned slowly, and for a fleeting moment, the world around them fell silent, suspended in the gravity of their shared pain. "Anna," he breathed, the name like a prayer, a memory woven into the fabric of their beings. "I know who you are now," she said, her voice trembling, a blend of sorrow and defiance. "You're not just a soldier, you're a person. You can choose." His eyes, once filled with fervor, now held a storm of uncertainty. "I'm trapped," he admitted, the weight of his reality crashing down like a tidal wave. "I thought I was fighting for something greater, but I don't even know what that is anymore." As their words hung in the air, the specter of conflict loomed large behind them, a reminder that the world was teetering on the edge of chaos. The ideological war was not just a clash of nations, it was a battle for the very essence of humanity, faith against reason, love against power. The moment stretched, suspended in time, both of them teetering on the brink of a choice that could alter the course of their lives. Would they embrace the ghosts of their past, or would they step boldly into the unknown, hand in hand, ready to confront the darkness? And as the clock continued its relentless ticking, the night seemed to breathe with them, the cosmos watching, waiting, as they stood at the intersection of faith and ideology, lost yet found in each other, the world swirling around them like a tempest waiting to break. The air crackles with a silence so thick it feels like the city itself is holding its breath. Night cloaks the streets of Jerusalem, but shadows don't only linger in the alleyways, they carve themselves into the hearts of those who walk them. I remember the moment clearly. A child's scream shatters the stillness, piercing through layers of uncertainty, igniting a visceral fear that sends ripples through the gathered crowd. I remember clutching my own son's hand, knuckles white against the fear pulsing between us. Yesir, a father of 3, stands frozen beside me, his face a mask of anguish and disbelief. His children, innocent and unaware, play a few feet away, oblivious to the tension swelling like a storm cloud above us. "What future do I give them?" he whispers, his voice trembling. I can feel the weight of his despair, the heartbreaking realization that love might not be enough to shield them from the chaos that engulfs this land. And then there's Layla, her spirit a wildfire that refuses to be extinguished. She strides into the fray, her eyes fierce and unyielding. "We will not let them take our lives, not without a fight." Her voice rings out, defiant and cutting through the oppressive atmosphere. I see the fire in her, a flickering flame against the darkness. But I also see the cracks, the way her shoulders sag just slightly under the burden of her convictions, haunted by the ghosts of lost friends and family. Each loss digging deeper into her resolve, yet fueling a rage that can ignite or consume. As the night drags on, the air thickens with an electric tension. The sirens begin, distant at first, a mournful wail creeping closer, wrapping around us like a shroud. I remember watching as Yesir's children chase fireflies, their laughter a bittersweet melody mingling with the chaos unfolding just a horizon away. Each laugh is like a dagger, twisting deeper into Yesir's heart as he wrestles with the knowledge that innocence is a fragile illusion, one that can shatter at any moment. "Do you remember?" he asks, voice breaking. "When we thought this was just a phase. Just a moment in time." I nod, but the memory feels distant and surreal. We had once believed that peace was a tangible thing, a fruit ripe for picking. Now, it feels like dust, slipping through our fingers. Layla interrupts my thoughts. "Hope is a weapon," she declares. "It cuts through the darkness. We must arm ourselves with it." But her words are tinged with desperation, and I see the tremor in her hands, the flicker of doubt that suggests even she wonders how long hope can hold against the encroaching shadows. The streets pulse with life, but it is a life tinged with fear and uncertainty. The walls of this ancient city seem to close in, whispering secrets of a past filled with blood and sacrifice. I remember the stories my grandmother told me, tales of lovers torn apart by the whims of fate and politics, echoes of a history that reverberates through every stone, every crack in the pavement. Shadows dance along the alleyways as memories bleed into the present, mingling with the hope that perhaps, one day, the laughter of Yasir's children could break free from the chains of conflict. But as the night wears on, the air grows heavier, oppressive, a lead weight in our chests. There's a tension now, a tightrope stretched between despair and defiance. I remember the clock tower chiming midnight, each toll a reminder that time is an unforgiving sentinel, watching as we struggle with our demons. The world outside our small bubble of hope seems distant, yet so achingly close, an ever-present reminder that the horrors are always lurking just beyond the edge of light. And then, it happens, a flash of violence, an explosion echoing through the streets, shattering what little peace we clung to. Yasir's children scream, their laughter replaced by terror, innocence stripped away in an instant. Time freezes, I see the shock in Yasir's eyes, and my heart clenches. He rushes toward them, arms outstretched, a lion defending his cubs, but the weight of the world crashes down around us. Layla stands rooted, her fire extinguished in an instant, the defiance melting away into raw fear. What do we do now? She asks, the fight gone from her voice, replaced by a haunting uncertainty. In her gaze, I see the flickers of memories, of friends lost, of dreams unfulfilled, of a life once lived in vibrant color now dulled into a landscape of grays. I want to tell her that we fight, that hope is still a weapon, but the words catch in my throat. In this moment, surrounded by chaos, I realize that hope, while powerful, is also fragile, a flame that flickers in the wind, ready to be snuffed out by the harsh reality that life in this land often delivers. The sirens wail louder now, a cacophony that reverberates through my bones, drowning out the laughter of children and the dreams of parents. I remember Yasir's face, the anguish etched into his features, and I hold my breath, waiting, praying for clarity in the midst of the storm. As the night stretches on, I know this is only the beginning. The tension will rise again, like the tide that ebbs and flows, and we will be swept up in its currents, each heartbeat a reminder of our fragility, each breath a prayer that we might survive another day, another night, in this land where shadows whisper, and the past is never truly behind us. Tomorrow may bring more of the same, the fears, the losses, but for now, as I stand beside Yasir and Layla, I cling to the fragile thread of hope that binds us together, like a thread of light in a tapestry woven from darkness. The night is far from over, and as the world continues to spin, we remain here, caught in the web of our shared struggle, waiting for dawn to break, waiting for a miracle in a land torn by its own shadows. The sun hangs low, a molten orange orb bleeding across the horizon, casting long shadows that stretch like fingers of despair across the cracked streets of Tehran. I stand amidst the chaos, surrounded by a cacophony of shouts, the eerie wail of sirens, the crackle of gunfire echoing in the evening air, and I feel it pulse through my veins, a collision of faith and fury. The smell of smoke clings to my clothes, mingling with the metallic tang of fear, and it wraps around me like a suffocating shroud. I remember the moment when they first took to the streets, the throngs of people, faces twisted with rage and hope, calling for change, a tidal wave of humanity crashing against the walls of the old regime. I remember the wild, frantic eyes of a young woman, Fatma, her scarf fluttering like a flag of rebellion, blood trailing down her cheek as she gasped for breath. "We have to fight," she screamed, her voice a raw edge of desperation, but I could see the flicker of doubt in her eyes. And there was Jamal, his heart a restless drum, torn between the love for his family and the burning desire for freedom. He had once been a teacher, imparting wisdom in a world that felt like it was being swallowed whole by silence. Now, he stood on the brink of something terrifying, the lines of his face carved deeper with each passing moment. "What kind of future are we fighting for?" he whispered to me, and the question hung heavy in the air, a stark reminder of the stakes, life or death, hope or hopelessness. In the streets, the shadows danced like phantoms, and the night was alive with the cries of the oppressed. "Allahu Akbar," they shouted, their voices slicing through the darkness, a prayer turned battle cry, reverberating against the crust of the earth. And I could feel it, the raw, electric energy, coursing through the crowd like the pulse of a living being, vibrating with the fervor of souls yearning for liberation. But underneath the fervent cries, I felt the tremor of uncertainty, a silent fracture that threatened to swallow us whole. The faces around me twisted with passion and fear, yet each mask hid a soul grappling with the morality of rebellion. "It's wrong to hate," Fatma had said earlier, her voice shaking like a leaf in the wind. But I can't help it. The contradiction hung in the air, thick as fog, and I felt the weight of it pressing against my chest. As the sun sank lower, the atmosphere thickened with tension. I remember the moment everything shifted, the moment when the regime unleashed their dogs of war. The air crackled with danger, the scent of adrenaline sharp and electric. The crowd surged, a living entity caught between the desire for peace and the lure of violence. I could see Jamal, his fists clenched, staring into the abyss of chaos, dancing on the razor's edge between fury and despair. "We can't back down now," he shouted, but I could see the tremor in his hands. I remember the moment I caught Fatma's eye, her spirit, once so unyielding, now flickering like a candle in a storm. "What do we do?" she asked, her voice a whisper against the roar of the crowd. I wanted to tell her we find a way to turn this tide of shadows into something bright, something real. But my voice caught in my throat, tangled in the fear that gripped me like a vice. Then, the first shot rang out, a crack that shattered the night, cutting through the fervor and turning it into a scream. A moment suspended in time, every heart in that crowd froze, as if the cosmos held its breath. I remember the horror that painted the faces around me, eyes wide, breaths shallow. The chaos erupted. People spun, desperate to flee, but where could we go when the world itself felt like it was collapsing? Jamal pushed forward, driven by instinct, and I followed, my heart pounding, trying to keep him in sight. I remember the urgency, the need to survive, clashing with the weight of our convictions. Fatma was behind us, and I could hear her cries, the fear in her voice slicing through the turmoil. "Don't leave me," she shouted, desperation threading through her words as if the very air was closing in around her. I turned, panic coursing through my veins. She was right there, surrounded by the chaos, and then she was gone, swallowed by the shadows, the crowd undulating like a tide. The night stretched on in agony, each moment dragging like a stone, and in the heart of the tumult, I felt an echo, a reminder of what we were fighting for. Faith and politics, love and loss tangled like vines in the dark, twisting around us, suffocating yet beautiful. I remember the quiet moments, the fleeting glances shared in a world gone mad, where the simplest touch held the weight of 1,000 promises. Time warped, seconds became eternities as we fought to hold on to our humanity while the world around us crumbled. The laughter, the dreams, all reduced to whispers as the night turned into a raging storm of uncertainty. With every heartbeat, I felt the draw of something deeper, a collective yearning for change, for a future untethered from the chains of the past. "Do you believe?" I asked Jamal, desperation threading through my voice. "Do you believe we can change this?" He looked at me, his eyes darkened by the weight of doubt and courage. "I have to," he said finally, and the conviction in his voice was both a balm and a blade. As dawn approached, the rising sun painted the sky with hues of crimson and gold, a bittersweet reminder that hope often blooms from the ashes of despair. I saw Fatma again, her spirit flickering but unbroken, and I knew in that moment that the fight was far from over. The streets still echoed with the cries of rebellion, and beneath the surface, the intersection of religion and politics thrummed with a terrifying beauty. The battle for hearts, souls, and a nation was just beginning, and I was in the heart of it, the pulse of history coursing through my veins, unyielding and fierce. And as the first rays of sunlight pierced the darkness, illuminating the chaos around us, I realized we were not just fighting for change, we were fighting for our very souls. The war was on, and we were the soldiers of a new dawn, the harbingers of a revolution that would echo through eternity. The air was thick with smoke, acrid and choking, wrapping around the bodies that lay scattered like broken dolls on the ground. A distant siren wailed, its sound clawing through the chaos, while the ground trembled beneath the weight of unyielding fury. I can still see the flickering shadows of flames licking at the sky, illuminating the faces of the fallen, their wide eyes forever frozen in disbelief. Why? Why did it come to this? I remember the chant echoing through the night, thrumming with fervor, "God is on our side." But whose God? In that moment, the answer slipped away like sand through trembling fingers. In a city shaken by conflict, a woman named Miriam stood at the edge of a burning street, her heart pounding like a war drum. She clutched a frayed prayer shawl, its worn fabric a testament to her faith. "Lord, grant me strength," she whispered, but the words felt hollow, swallowed by the roar of gunfire and the cries of anguish. Each bullet was a heartbeat, each explosion a reminder of the fragility of life. She had lost so much already, her brother, her childhood, her innocence. Was this chaos truly a divine calling, or merely the madness of men dressed in holy robes? Across the city, in a dimly lit bunker, a man named Daniel sat hunched over a flickering lamp, shadows dancing on his face as he pored over the sacred texts. His hands trembled, not just from fear, but from doubt. "This is our destiny," he murmured, but deep within, a voice whispered, "Is it?" He had always been the soldier of faith, the one who rallied the weary with promises of glory and heaven. Yet, as he read the lines that glorified war, he felt the weight of 1,000 prayers pressing down upon him. God wants us to fight, he had told others, but now it felt like a lie wrapped in righteousness. Every page he turned felt like a tightening noose around his conscience. I remember the night that changed everything, the evening the sky split open with rage. Miriam and Daniel, strangers bound by faith yet divided by fear, found themselves drawn to the same gathering. The air crackled with electric intensity as voices rose, echoing through the crowd like thunder. "We are chosen," they shouted, fists raised high, conviction hanging in the air like a noose. "Our enemies are but shadows, and we are the light." Did they believe it? Did they really think that in the carnage, they would find salvation? Miriam stood at the edge, her eyes scanning the sea of fervent faces. She felt a tug in her chest, a reminder of her brother's laughter, of the warmth of family dinners now replaced by empty chairs. This isn't right, she thought, but the chance consumed her, igniting the embers of her own rage, her own need for justice. She had buried her brother in the earth just days before, and the pain turned to fire, burning in her veins. This war, surely, would bring him back in some way. Wouldn't it? Daniel felt the energy of the crowd pulling him in, the weight of their expectations resting on his shoulders. He had always been the one who held the scripture close, who saw the world through the lens of divine will. Yet as he stood there, his heart raced with conflict. The verses had come alive, transformed into arrows pointed not just at an enemy, but at his very soul. Each passionate shout from the crowd felt like an accusation, a challenge. He had preached of divine justice, but now he found himself questioning, was this really what God wanted? Or was it merely bloodlust disguised as faith? I remember the moment it all came crashing down, a moment so vivid it could sear itself into the very fabric of memory. A single shot rang out, piercing through the fervent chants and silencing them in an instant. Time stretched, suspended in horror, as Miriam's body jerked, her eyes wide not with fear, but with a profound understanding. It was not the enemy she faced, but the very principles she had embraced. The crowd erupted into chaos, scattering like leaves in a storm, dragging Daniel with them, the weight of his beliefs pulling him under. In the chaos, Miriam's gaze met Daniel's, a collision of worlds, of faith and doubt, of vengeance and love. In that fleeting moment, everything changed. "What have we done?" she mouthed, and the question hung heavy between them, laden with the weight of 1,000 lost souls. They ran, but the shadows of their choices followed close behind, creeping like fog into their hearts. The city was ablaze, but the real fire burned within them, an insatiable hunger for understanding, for redemption. What does it mean to be justified in the eyes of God when the blood of innocents stains our hands? As dawn approached, the horizon held a promise, but it felt like a cruel joke. The sun would rise, but at what cost? They were not heroes, they were fragments of a broken world, searching for meaning in the ashes of their beliefs. I remember the way Miriam clenched her fists, nails digging into her palms, as if trying to hold onto something solid in the midst of the raging storm. "We must tell them," she whispered, voice shaking. "This isn't right. We're fighting the wrong battles." And Daniel, haunted by the verses that once felt like a shield, nodded, tears threatening to spill as he realized the true weight of faith. "But can we?" he asked, fear coiling tightly around his heart. "Can we stand against the tide of belief when it screams for war?" The sun broke through the clouds, bathing the world in a harsh light, illuminating their resolve, but also their despair, a juxtaposition of hope and heartbreak. Their paths were now intertwined, two souls caught in a whirlwind of devotion, fear, and the desperate search for truth. As they stepped deeper into the chaos, I felt the pulse of their journey, the weight of their decisions. The shadows of their past loomed large, intertwining with the fate of a world spiraling into darkness, an unending cycle. I remember the ache in my chest as I watched them fade into the horizon, determined to seek answers in a world where faith had become a weapon, and love was often mistaken for war. And so their story continues, a haunting echo in the heart of a battered city, where the divine and the damned dance together in a macabre symphony, leaving us breathless, wondering who will rise and who will fall in the name of faith. The clock ticks on. The night was suffocating, thick with the smell of smoke and the metallic tang of fear. The distant wails of sirens howled like banshees from a world gone mad, echoing off crumbling walls. I stood there, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribcage as darkness enveloped the city, a shroud of uncertainty cloaking every corner. I remember the flicker of a streetlight, dim and unreliable, casting shadows that danced like specters across the pavement. They were restless spirits, whispering secrets of lives lost to the chaos of a world that seemed to be unraveling. Ahmed crouched in the shadows, eyes wild, every muscle coiled tight, ready to spring. He was a child of the rubble, raised on the stories of heroes and martyrs. The air trembled with unspoken promises and unfulfilled dreams. His hands trembled, not from fear but from a powerful resolve, a hunger to belong to something greater than himself, something that echoed in the blood that coursed through his veins. He wasn't a monster, he was a boy, caught in a storm, fighting for sanity in a world painted crimson. I remember the way his lips curled into a smirk, a desperate kind of bravado cloaked in bravado, masking the terror of the choices he had to make. Across the city, Fatima watched from her balcony, the stars flickering like dying fireflies overhead. They didn't see her, a ghost in an expanse of concrete and despair. Her heart was a heavy stone in her chest, an anchor that threatened to drag her into the depths of hopelessness. She clutched her baby to her breast, feeling the warmth of innocence against the chill of a world splintering at the seams. I remember her whispering soothing words into the child's ear, as if the very act could weave a safety net from the impending doom. But the whispers were fragile threads, easily severed by the reality of a life lived under the weight of conflict. The clatter of boots echoed through the streets, a marching band of doom, and Ahmed felt the blood in his veins turn to ice. He had spent years on the periphery of this world, a spectator to the violence that consumed his neighbors, his friends. The temptation to join a cause, to stand against the oppressors, whispered seductively in his ear. I remember, he thought, the day they took my father, he had stood up, just like I want to. The memory was a shard of glass, piercing and jagged, twisting deeper into his core, reminding him of the man he wished to honor. The line between hero and villain blurred into indistinction, and in that moment, he felt the weight of a decision pressing down on him. Fatima's eyes flicked to the horizon, where the sun had surrendered its light, and darkness stretched its fingers toward the city. The reports of bombings, the cries of the wounded, they were a cacophony that haunted her dreams, a dissonant lullaby that lulled her into a restless slumber. She had once believed in love, in the promise of a better tomorrow, but now hope was a distant memory, as fragile as the glass that littered the streets below. Why, she whispered into the night, the word clawing its way out of her throat. Why does it always come to this? She felt the cosmos spin and collide, galaxies collapsing under the weight of despair, and within that vast emptiness, she found herself, lost, yet desperately clinging to her child. The moment stretched, a taut bowstring ready to snap. Ahmed, driven by the ghosts of his past, made his choice. He stepped into the light, a fleeting shadow against the cacophony. The world held its breath. I remember the way his heart raced, each beat a countdown to the reckoning. It was a leap into the abyss, a plunge into the unknown, with the echoes of despair drumming in his ears. He was no longer just a boy, he was a symbol, a vessel for the rage that coursed through the veins of a generation. Fatima's world erupted in chaos, screams piercing the night like shards of glass. She plunged into action, a lioness defending her cub, as the shadows converged. She had to protect her child, no matter the cost. I remember, she thought, the taste of fear, the feeling of despair creeping into my bones. She felt the impending collision of fate, the moment where lives would be irrevocably altered. The air crackled with tension, an electric pulse that quickened the heart, setting the stage for a conflict that had no clear victor. The city was a living entity, breathing violence and uncertainty, and as Ahmed made his way through the fray, he could feel the pulse of it, the heartbeat of a war waged not just with bullets, but with conviction. Each man's belief was a weapon, sharp and deadly, cutting through the fabric of humanity. He was both the hunter and the hunted, adrenaline spiking with every step. A life lived in the margins, now thrust into the spotlight. Time twisted and turned, moments dragging into eternity while seconds raced like the wind. Fatima fought through the throngs, desperation fueling her every move, the invisible tendrils of fate wrapping tighter around her. Will I find him? She wondered, anguish clawing at her throat. The shadows shifted, and she caught a glimpse of a familiar figure, a heartbeat away from the chaos, Ahmed, a boy with a heart full of fire, standing atop the precipice of his destiny. Would they collide in this nightmare? Would love prevail amidst the ruins, or would the darkness consume them both? In that moment, I could feel the weight of their choices, the gravity of emotions, a swirling tempest of conflicting loyalties and staggering love. The city breathed, its heartbeat matching the rhythm of their intertwined fates, a struggle etched against the backdrop of a world hanging by a thread. The stage was set for a confrontation, for a reckoning that would echo through history, a moment that would redefine them, and perhaps, the world itself. And as the sirens wailed, a hymn of despair, I felt the pull of their stories, their hearts intertwining in a dance of hope and dread. The night had swallowed the city whole, but in the darkness, a flicker of light remained, glistening, defiant, a reminder that even amidst the shadows, the human spirit clings to the fragile threads of connection, waiting for dawn to break. The bell tolls, its mournful echo crashing like a wave against the ancient stone walls of St. Peter's Basilica. It vibrates through the air, a heartbeat marking time in a world teetering on the brink of chaos. I stand in the shadows, my heart racing, every pulse a reminder of the fragility of peace. The sun bleeds through cracks in the heavy clouds, casting ghostly beams that flicker like the souls of the lost. War is not far, it lurks just outside the grandeur, a ravenous beast waiting to pounce. Vincenzo kneels beneath the towering columns, his hands clasped in fervent prayer, the weight of desperation etched into his brow. A priest, yet a man tormented by the sights of suffering, he closes his eyes, seeking solace. But solace is a mirage in a desert of despair. "Forgive us," he whispers, voice tremoring, as if the words might summon the angels. Yet all he can hear are the screams of the innocent from the conflict raging in the shadows of nations. He is haunted. I see it in his eyes, those deep-set pools reflecting a world he cannot save. His brother, Marco, lies somewhere in the rubble of a war-torn city, a casualty of a conflict that was never his own. The Vatican has spoken, peace talks in sterile conference rooms, yet here, in the heart of the church, all is silent. They preach love, but what does love mean in a world where bombs shatter the very fabric of humanity? It's a question that coils around Vincenzo's heart, squeezing tighter with each prayer that goes unanswered. And then there's Sophia, the diplomat, the one tasked with bringing the Vatican's voice to the table. She walks through the corridors of power, her heels clicking sharply against the marble, yet inside her, a tempest brews. Sophia, with her fiery spirit and idealism, has become a warrior clad in silk and diplomacy. But every negotiation feels like a betrayal, each handshake stained with the blood of those who suffer. She struggles to keep her composure, but the whispers of the dead haunt her as she navigates between the sacred and the profane. I remember the faces, she confides, the children with hollow eyes, the mothers with hearts shattered. The Vatican, in its grandeur, feels like an otherworldly kingdom, untouched by the storms of humanity. But the truth is a ghost that lingers in the air, palpable and poignant. What good is faith, Vincenzo speaks into the void, if it does not reach those who bleed? His voice trembles, fear, anger, despair, a cocktail of emotions that dance like shadows near the flickering candles. The scent of wax and incense fills the space, yet it can't mask the stench of helplessness. Outside, the city pulses. Roma, with its vibrant streets, hides the cries of war in its alleys, a juxtaposition of beauty and horror. Do they even know? Vincenzo asks, his fists clenching, the impending confrontation rising within him. Do they understand the blood that stains our hands? Sophia, armed with her intellect and charm, faces the council. But the Vatican must take a stand, she implores, her voice fierce yet laced with uncertainty. We can't remain silent. The world is watching. The room is a mausoleum, the tension thick as smoke, each word hanging like a noose. The elders, seated at the polished oak table, exchange glances, skepticism etched into their lined faces. We must tread carefully, one murmurs, for the world is not as simple as it seems. But to her, it's a matter of life and death, a sacred mission she cannot abandon. She remembers her childhood, playing in the sunlit days of innocence, blissfully unaware of the nightmares that would come. I owe it to them, she whispers to herself, a mantra against the encroaching darkness. Each life lost is a ghost that whispers in her ear, urging her to fight, to be bold. The moments stretch like shadows at dusk, an oppressive silence enveloping them as they grapple with the weight of their choices. Vincenzo's heart races, memories of laughter overshadowed by the din of gunfire, the joy of childhood eclipsed by the horror of war. What have we become? He cries out, a raw emotion pouring forth, a plea to the heavens. What is left of our humanity? And then a knock at the heavy door shatters the stillness. A messenger, breathless, eyes wild. The ceasefire has collapsed, he gasps, the words a knife in the dark. The council erupts in chaos, voices rising, anger and fear intertwining. Sophia stands, frozen, heart racing, a storm in her chest, visions of the children from her dreams flooding her mind. No, she whispers, a prayer against the tide. As the leaders argue, Vincenzo steps forward, the fire igniting within him. We must act. We cannot sit idly while lives are lost. The words hang in the air, a challenge and a cry. The tension builds, a taut string ready to snap, the weight of his conviction palpable. Sophia catches his gaze, a fleeting moment of understanding, two souls entwined in a mission larger than themselves, their scars shared in silence. Together, they feel the burden of the world resting on their shoulders, an unbearable weight. We are the voice of the voiceless, she breathes, her resolve solidifying, standing beside him as the storm rages outside. The clock ticks, each second a reminder of the urgency that presses against their chests. Shadows dance across the walls, flickering like the uncertain fate of the world they inhabit. We must confront the darkness, Vincenzo declares, eyes ablaze with passion. We cannot let hope die in the rubble of indifference. And as the council debates the fate of nations, the echoes of war creep closer, wrapping around them like a dark omen. Time is slipping through their fingers, and with it, the chance to make a difference. I feel it, a pulse, a heartbeat in the chaotic silence, a reminder that the fight for peace is never clean, never simple. The Vatican stands at a crossroads, the sacred entwined with the profane, and the shadows of its choices loom larger than the domed ceiling above. The air thickens with possibility and despair, the stakes higher than ever. I remember the faces, the pain, the love. And I wonder, as I stand in the haunting silence, will they heed the call, or will they let the shadows swallow them whole? The answer lies in the struggle, the fight against despair, and the relentless pursuit of hope. And as the bell tolls once more, the world holds its breath. The air was thick with gunpowder and desperation. Somewhere in the freezing night, a lone streetlight flickered, casting a weak glow on the pavement as shadows danced around it like phantoms. Daniel crouched behind the jagged remnants of a crumbling wall, his heart thrumming against his ribcage like a war drum. He could hear the distant echoes of a chant, rising and falling like the tide, a haunting melody of faith and fury. His breath hitched, each inhale was a reminder of what lay ahead, a whisper of doubt mixed with a primal urge to survive. I remember the first time I heard them. The fervor in their voices, the fire in their eyes. They were ready to die, and I was terrified. Daniel's thoughts raced, a torrent of memories flooding his mind. He couldn't shake the image of Naima, standing boldly in front of the crowd, her hands raised high, summoning fervent devotion in the name of something far larger than herself. It was intoxicating, contagious even. Yet, for Daniel, it was also a shackle. The weight of belief had begun to suffocate him. Naima was the embodiment of a movement, her faith as fierce as a wild storm. Each word she spoke resonated like thunder, electrifying the souls around her, drawing them into a spiral of zeal that bordered on mania. They were not just fighting for a cause, they were battling for a divine promise, a vision of paradise that gleamed just beyond the horizon of suffering. But Daniel, he had been raised in the shadow of those same beliefs, only now they felt like chains wrapping tighter around his chest. "I remember." The thought echoed in his mind, a mantra of despair. He had tried to reason with her, to show her how the very ideals that fueled their struggle could consume them whole. "This isn't a holy war, Naima," he had pleaded. "It's madness." But her eyes blazed with conviction. Madness? Or freedom? How many lives must we sacrifice for peace? Across the street, the thickening shadows swallowed a figure cloaked in darkness. It was Malik, a former soldier turned mercenary, his eyes cold as steel. Once a comrade, now a ghost from Daniel's past. Malik had traded his uniform for the garb of rebellion, a man torn between loyalty and ideology. In those haunting eyes lingered the echoes of men he had lost, brothers crumbled to dust under the weight of war. "It's not about faith anymore, is it, Daniel?" he whispered, his voice a gravelly rasp. "It's about survival. And survival is a hell of a lot more brutal than any divine promise." I remember that moment, the way his words cut through the night, sharp and unyielding. They were both trapped in a world where faith had become a weapon, used to justify violence and bloodshed. The lines blurred, secularism vs. faith, each side convinced they were the righteous ones, yet both equally stained with the blood of innocence. Gunfire erupted, splintering the night. Daniel ducked, heart racing, pulse pounding in his ears. The explosion shook the ground beneath his feet, a violent reminder of the chaos that had swallowed their city. He felt alive, yet dead inside. The irony gnawed at him, he fought against a tide that felt as inevitable as the dawn. But within him, a flicker of defiance sparked anew. He was tired of being a pawn in this game of ideologies, tired of being told who to believe in and why. Naima's voice echoed in his ears, a ghostly whisper in the cacophony. "The world will change, Daniel. We will change it." But change often meant destruction first, and Daniel could no longer distinguish between hope and despair. "Naima," he called out, his voice lost in the storm of gunfire. "We need to leave." But then he saw her, standing at the front lines, arms wide open, as if embracing the chaos, a martyr to the cause. The bullets flew around her like flies, yet she stood firm, unwavering. "This is our moment. This is what we've been waiting for." His pulse quickened, a knot of fear and admiration tightening in his chest. There was a beauty to her madness, a heartbreaking tragedy that twined through the air like the smoke from the burning city. He wanted to save her but feared he would only drag her deeper into the abyss. Time seemed to stretch, the world around him blurring, twisting. Each second felt like a lifetime, each heartbeat a countdown to catastrophe. He glanced at Malik, who gave a slight nod, resolute, an understanding formed without words. They were all lost in this war, but amidst the turmoil, a flicker of camaraderie ignited between them. Then it came, a moment crystallized in raw emotion. The clash of beliefs, the weight of choices, the unbearable tension of the human spirit pitted against itself. Daniel surged forward, propelled by a whirlwind of thoughts and memories, the specter of Naima's conviction a haunting melody that urged him towards the storm. "Naima! Get down," he shouted, lunging toward her, desperation fueling his movement. But the chaos swallowed him whole. The air exploded with sound. The world shifted, and in that instant, everything fell away, belief, faith, and the very essence of humanity twisted into a cacophony of violence. I remember the silence that came after. The eerie stillness, punctuated only by the distant cries of the wounded. All was still, yet everything was on fire, hearts, souls, dreams engulfed in the flames of conflict. The weight of the moment hung heavy, a silence that spoke louder than any chant. In that fleeting breath, the true cost of their struggle laid bare, visceral and raw. And then, just as quickly, the shadows crept back in, a reminder that the night was far from over. The battle for souls continued, relentless and unforgiving. Beyond the veil of smoke and despair, the echoes of faith and doubt intertwined, forging a new path, one fraught with the promise of salvation or the specter of ruin. Daniel's heart beat steadily, a quiet drum in the chaos, an anchor against the raging storm. Though the confrontation loomed, the battle raged within him, a war still unwaged. Lives would be lost, dreams shattered, but in this moment, amidst the ruin, a spark remained, an ember of hope, flickering defiantly against the darkness. There, in that haunted silence, they stood on the precipice of something vast and unimaginable, a world holding its breath, waiting for the next breathless moment to unfold. The air was thick with tension, a pregnant silence stretching like an elastic band, ready to snap. It was the kind of silence that precedes a storm, the kind that makes your skin prickle, awakening ghosts in the corners of your mind. In the heart of Kigali, the sun hung low, casting long shadows over cracked pavements, and the scent of burned earth lingered, a grim reminder of what had happened, what was to come. I stood in the middle of chaos, heart pounding like a war drum. "Help me!" A voice sliced through the stillness, raw and desperate, a woman, eyes wide with terror, her clothes torn and stained. The fear in her voice twisted something within me. I wanted to run to her, to shield her from the darkness that had seeped into every crevice of our lives. But I was paralyzed, caught in the web of my own conflict. I remember my brother, Jean-Paul, a Tutsi who wore his identity like a badge of honor, yet carried the burden of division like a stone around his neck. He was everything I admired, a dreamer, a fighter, a gentle soul. But here, in our fractured world, he was a target. Every whisper, every glint of a machete, sent my heart racing with the terror of impending doom. "Why are you just standing there?" The woman's voice broke through my haze. I could see the tremors in her hands, the way her body shook with fear. I wanted to scream, to rage against the hatred that had turned neighbor against neighbor, but words failed me. Instead, I closed my eyes, and the scene unfolded like a haunting memory, echoes of laughter drowned by the cries of the dying. Francoise, my childhood friend, a Hutu with dark curls and laughter that could light up the darkest room, had stood beside me just a week before, trading whispers of dreams and promises over cups of sweet tea. "We're not so different," she had said, her eyes sparkling. "We can rise above this." But the tides had turned, and those innocent words felt like shards of glass lodged in my throat. Now, she was part of the mob, swept up in a fervor that turned human beings into monsters. I could almost hear her laughter morphing into screams, a dissonant symphony of betrayal. The shadows danced around me as I grappled with the cacophony of emotion, a blend of love and hatred, loyalty and fear. The sun dipped lower, the light fading into an abyss, and I felt the weight of the world pressing down on my chest. It was impossible to breathe. "Jean-Paul!" I called, the name escaping my lips like a prayer. If only he could hear me, if only he could run to me. But somewhere out there, he was hiding, terrified, as the world he knew crumbled into dust. I could picture him, crouched in a corner, his heart racing, each breath a reminder of the fragility of life. The cries grew louder, a grotesque choir of anguish. The woman I had seen earlier stumbled past me, her eyes glazed with horror, a man in pursuit, rage incarnate, a machete glinting ominously in the dying light. I felt the cold grip of despair wrapping around my heart, squeezing tighter with each passing moment. This was not just another day, this was the end of an era, a brutal crescendo in the symphony of violence that had been building for years. I remember the clock ticking in my mind, its relentless rhythm echoing the beat of my racing heart. Time was slipping away like sand through my fingers, each grain a life lost, a family torn apart. I closed my eyes again, and suddenly, I was back in that sunny field where we played as children, laughter ringing through the air like a melody. Those days felt like a different lifetime, a dream now shattered. "Why?" I whispered to the universe, to the stars that twinkled mockingly above. How could it come to this? How could the lines between love and hate blur so profoundly that we turned on each other with such ferocity? The cosmos remained silent, indifferent to our suffering. And then I remembered Francois' eyes, once filled with warmth, now hardened by fear and hatred. What had happened to the girl who dreamed of a better world? I could almost hear her voice, soft and pleading, "We're not so different." But now, differences cut like knives, sharp and unyielding. The night grew darker, a suffocating shroud, and I felt the shadows closing in, threatening to swallow me whole. My mind raced, desperation clawing at my insides. I had to find Jean-Paul. I had to know if he was safe. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the darkness, a silhouette against the dim light, a flash of familiarity. Jean-Paul! I screamed, my voice breaking, hope igniting like a match in the night. But as he stepped closer, my heart sank. His face was streaked with dirt, eyes wild and haunted. "Run," he gasped, a command wrapped in fear. "They're coming." I could feel the tremors beneath my feet, the earth shaking with the weight of our collective anguish. The world around us was crumbling, and in that moment, I felt the fragility of existence, the thin veil separating life from death, love from hate. We were not just fighting for survival, we were fighting against the very essence of our humanity. The echoes of rage grew louder, a cacophony that drowned out my thoughts. I grabbed Jean-Paul's hand, and together we stumbled into the darkness, but the shadows of our past followed us, whispering secrets we were not ready to confront. With every step, I felt the weight of history pressing down on us, a history stained with blood, woven with lies and deception. I could almost hear the ghosts of our ancestors, their voices blending with the screams around us, imploring us to remember, to not let their sacrifices be in vain. In that moment, I understood, this was not merely a fight for survival. It was a fight for our souls. And as we fled into the night, the shadows clung to us, whispering promises of redemption, of a world reborn from the ashes of despair. But redemption came at a cost, and I was left wondering, what would it take to heal the wounds that ran deeper than any blade could cut? I remember the night closing in, the weight of dread hanging thick in the air, and the flicker of hope, fragile as a candle's flame, igniting within me. We were not just escaping, we were searching for a way back to each other, back to the love that had been buried beneath layers of fear and hatred. And as we ran, the darkness wrapped around us, an endless night that held both terror and the promise of dawn. In the cold light of dawn, the first cries of a baby pierced the silence, echoing off the crumbling walls of a once vibrant town. I remember the way the sound bounced through the air, heavy with desperation, a desperate plea for life amidst the ashes of existence. The streets were littered with remnants of familiar lives, shattered glass, torn photos, and the echoes of laughter now silenced by fear. I stood there, where the past and present collided, my heart a caged bird, fluttering against the bars of memory. I remember Milena, her eyes wide with a mixture of hope and terror. "We were supposed to have been safe," she whispered, barely audible over the distant rumble of artillery. She clutched her son close, a tiny being swaddled in the remnants of a world that had turned hostile. She was a mother, defiant yet fragile, trapped in a storm of chaos that had swallowed her village, her faith, her very essence. Every breath she took reverberated with the weight of uncertainty, a question that hung in the air like smoke: what have we become? Across the street, shadows shifted. I remember Luca, his face a mask of anguish, caught between loyalty to his family and the questions that gnawed at his soul. He wore his heart like a wound, raw and open. "My father, he believes it's our right to fight," he said, his voice breaking like glass. But every time I pull the trigger, I feel a piece of myself slip away. The conflict around him was a monster, and he was just a boy who wanted to love and to be loved, not to carry the weight of a war that seemed to have no end. The ground trembled as distant explosions reverberated like a heartbeat, reminding us we were alive and yet so terribly lost. I remember the fleeting dreams of peace that danced in the minds of the weary souls around me. They were ghosts, flickering in and out like the flame of a candle, fragile against the winds of hatred that whipped through the streets. "We're all just waiting for the next bomb to fall," Milena said, her voice trembling as she turned her gaze to the horizon, where the sun struggled to rise against the darkness. Day after day, the city felt like a waking nightmare, drenched in shadows and whispers. The smell of gunpowder hung in the air, a constant reminder that trust had become a luxury we could no longer afford. I remember the faces of neighbors turned strangers, friends turned enemies, their smiles replaced by suspicion and the weight of religious division. A Christian and a Muslim, once intertwined in the fabric of life, now torn apart, threads unraveling in a tapestry of grief and fury. I saw them, huddled together in the remnants of a bombed-out building, eyes filled with silent prayers. They were desperate, clinging to their faith like a lifeline tossed into the turbulent sea of conflict. "They tell us God is on their side," Luca lamented. "But what if God weeps for us all? His words hung in the air, heavy with the truth of a world where divinity had become an excuse for violence, where the sacred turned profane. As night fell, the city transformed. I remember the shadows creeping in, stretching across the streets, consuming the remnants of humanity. The laughter of children had been replaced by the haunting wails of the grieving. We gathered in hushed circles, our voices low as we whispered prayers that felt more like elegies. Each heartbeat echoed with the rhythm of a ticking clock, time slipping away like grains of sand. "What happens when the fighting stops?" someone asked, the question hanging in the air, heavy and unanswerable. I remember the night of the raid, a cacophony of chaos. The sound of boots on pavement, shouts piercing the air like bullets. Milena's scream shattered the darkness, a sound so primal it clawed at my soul. I ran, heart pounding, the taste of fear metallic on my tongue. I remember Luca, his face pale as he grabbed my arm, desperation etched into every feature. "We can't stay here. We have to go on now." But where? The world outside was a tapestry of terror. Families had become scapegoats for the sins of nations, innocence was devoured by a fire that knew no boundaries. I remember the paradox of our lives, two souls caught in a storm of rage, clinging to the fragile threads of humanity. We moved through the night like shadows, searching for a flicker of light, a moment of peace in the chaos that had engulfed us. Then came the confrontation. Under the pallid moonlight, we stood face to face with a group of armed men, their weapons glinting ominously. The air was thick with tension, electric and suffocating. I remember the heaviness in my chest, the fear of losing everything swirling like a tempest. "We're just trying to survive," Milena cried, her voice breaking like shattered glass. "We're not your enemies." But they were blinded by the ghosts of their own pain, fueled by a rage that had twisted their hearts into stones. I remember Luca stepping forward, trembling yet resolute. "This isn't the way," he shouted, his voice echoing through the night like a plea to the universe. "We're all just people, aren't we?" For a heartbeat, time stood still. I could feel the weight of the world pressing down on us, the past clawing at the edges of our fragile existence. I remember the flicker of doubt in their eyes, a glimmer of humanity peeking through the armor of hatred. But it was fleeting, gone as quickly as it had come, slipping through our fingers like sand. The clash of ideologies, the collision of beliefs, their fury spilled over, and the chaos erupted. I could feel the world around us disintegrating, a spiral into darkness that swallowed every ounce of hope. The cries of the innocent echoed in my ears, haunting and relentless. I remember running, the ground trembling beneath me, each step a desperate attempt to escape the ghosts that pursued us. As dawn broke, the first light of day spilled across the battlefield, illuminating the destruction, the shattered dreams, the burnt-out homes, the remnants of a life once lived. I remember standing there, heart pounding, breath ragged, staring into the abyss that had become our reality. We were survivors, yes, but at what cost? The questions lingered, haunting me like shadows that refused to fade. What would become of us when the fighting ceased, when the echoes of gunfire faded into silence? Would we find our way back to each other, or would we forever be trapped in the ruins of our own making, lost to the relentless tide of history? And as I stood there, I couldn't shake the feeling that perhaps the real battle was just beginning. The sirens wailed, a banshee wail that clawed at your ears and gripped your heart. In the smoky chaos, I could almost taste the fear, thick and bitter, settling like ash on my tongue. Outside, the streets of Kabul twisted in shadows, the flickering flames of destruction illuminating faces locked in horror as they scurried away from the fire, as if its hellish glow might consume them. I stood there, breathless, holding my rifle close, fingers trembling, not from the weight of the weapon but from the weight of anticipation. I remember the day the world turned upside down, the moment they declared war, not just on a faceless enemy, but on a belief, an entire way of life. "You can't fight a belief with bullets," whispered Amina, a journalist whose eyes held the weight of 1,000 unspoken stories. Her voice was a soft cadence that cut through the chaos, asking questions that no one dared to answer. "But what if they're aiming at our souls?" She had captured my heart, and I felt it ache with every word she wrote, every image she captured. Amina's camera froze moments in time, shattered glass, broken families, grief-soaked memories. Her work was a mirror reflecting the war's grotesque face, and each photograph was a plea, begging the world to see what lay beneath the headlines. I remember her laughter too, a melody that could ignite warmth even amid the cold shadows of despair. It was a sound that whispered of hope, but there was a darkness lurking in her gaze, a fear that settled like a heavy shroud. Every time she pointed that camera at me, I felt more exposed than in the heat of battle. And then there was Hassan, a soldier torn between duty and conscience. His uniform felt like a prison, each stitch a reminder of the choices he had made. He had signed up to protect the homeland, to fight the terror that threatened to consume us all, yet the faces of the people, innocent, scared, haunted him every night, haunting his dreams like ghosts calling out for salvation. "Amina," he would whisper in the dead of night, "we're just pawns in a game we don't understand." The battlefield was a cacophony of explosions, a symphony of chaos that echoed in our bones. I could smell the acrid scent of gunpowder mingling with something more potent, the stench of desperation. Each explosion felt like the heartbeat of a dying world, reminding us that time was running out. The clock ticked louder, echoing in our minds like a countdown to the inevitable. "Why do they hate us?" Amina asked, her voice barely above a whisper, the question hanging heavy in the air. "Why do they think we're the enemy?" I wanted to scream, to shake her by the shoulders and tell her that we were just as afraid as they were. But the words lodged in my throat, gritty and bitter. We were all searching for the same thing, peace, safety, love, but we were stranded on opposite sides of an invisible line drawn in the sand by those who wielded power like a weapon. I remember the nights when the stars were mere pinpricks in a deep, endless void, and we would sit on the rooftop, the cool breeze wrapping around us like a fragile promise. The city sprawled beneath us, a labyrinth of lives intertwined, every flickering light a heartbeat. I would listen to Amina recount stories of her childhood, the laughter of her brothers echoing through the halls of their home, the sweet scent of spices wafting from her mother's kitchen. It felt foreign yet achingly familiar, a tapestry of longing woven from threads of hope. But then reality would crash in, turning laughter into silence, and I would watch the shadows swallow her smile. The fear in her eyes reflected the uncertainty of a world gone mad, a world where each morning brought new news of violence and despair. "It's a war against everything we believe in," she would say, her voice trembling yet resolute. "But we can't stop believing." And in those moments, I saw the flicker of determination, a fire kindling against the overwhelming darkness. The confrontation was inevitable. I could feel it in the air, thick with tension, a storm brewing on the horizon. One night, under a sky that felt heavy with unspoken prophecies, we received word of an imminent attack, a ticking time bomb ready to explode, threatening to shatter the fragile peace we clung to. Amina's hands trembled as she loaded her camera, and Hassan's jaw clenched tight, the weight of duty pressing down like an anchor. "We need to save them," he said, eyes ablaze with a fiery resolve that threatened to consume him whole. "Save who?" I asked, the question hanging there in the thick silence. The enemy? Or the innocents caught in the crossfire? The realization hit me like a punch to the gut, that in this war, there were no clear lines, just blurred faces and twisted fates. Amina's eyes glimmered with unshed tears, and in that moment, we were no longer soldier, journalist, or civilian. We were just three souls tangled in the web of a world at war, desperately searching for meaning amid the chaos. I could feel the pull of fate drawing us closer, like lightning about to strike, each heartbeat echoing the urgency of our shared plight. As we raced into the night, the darkness enveloping us, I couldn't help but hear the whispers of those who came before, ghosts of the fallen, the forgotten, the ones who had fought and bled for something they believed in. Their voices merged with the howling winds, a haunting symphony of hope and despair, echoing through the ruins of our shared humanity. In that moment, as we stood on the precipice of chaos, I felt the weight of the world pressing down on us. It was not just a war against terror, it was a war for the soul of humanity, and we were caught in a tempest that refused to relent. The shadows loomed ever larger, yet amid the darkness, a flicker of resolve ignited within us, a silent promise to fight, not just for our survival, but for the hearts and souls we had yet to reach. And so we plunged into the abyss, each step a testament to our unyielding spirit, our laughter and tears interwoven like threads in a tapestry of survival. The battle awaited us, and in its clutches, we would find ourselves, broken yet whole, terrified yet brave, forever entwined in this relentless war on terror. The battle raged on, but our story was just beginning. A child's cry pierces through the thick, suffocating silence, echoing off the crumbling walls of a makeshift tent, a sound that should be laced with laughter but instead carries the weight of despair. In the shadows, a woman named Amina clutches her daughter, Fatima, to her chest, heart racing as the distant rumble of gunfire shakes her very core. The world outside is a cacophony of chaos, but in this moment, time seems to freeze. Their breath rises in plumes of steam, a momentary warmth in the midst of relentless cold, as if the universe holds its breath, daring to hope. I remember, Amina whispers, her voice trembling, the days when we prayed together as a family, our hands clasped tight, hearts intertwined like threads of a single tapestry. But those days are ghosts now, fading echoes drowned in the torrent of violence. Each prayer felt like a lifeline, a promise that they would be safe, that God would shield them from harm. She clutches a fraying scarf, once vibrant with colors, now a muted reminder of home, a home lost, uprooted, tossed into the winds of fate. In a neighboring tent, Malik watches Amina from a distance, his eyes dark pools of anguish. He remembers his brother, dragged away by soldiers, the last sight of him a silhouette swallowed by shadows. I remember the laughter, he murmurs, hands trembling as he grips a tattered copy of the Quran, its pages worn like the lives of those who sought solace in its words. I remember our quiet nights under a sky littered with stars, where we whispered our hopes, dreams like fireflies flickering alive. Malik wanted to believe that faith could guide them through this storm, that the stories of resilience threaded through sacred texts could inspire courage. But doubt gnaws at the edges of his heart, an insistent whisper, what if faith is no shelter? What if it does not shield against this relentless tide of suffering? Amina and Malik's paths intertwine, their stories woven together by shared loss. They stand in the dim light of the tent, surrounded by others, faces drawn and weary, mouths silent as if prayer itself is too heavy to utter. Each heartbeat resonates with a collective sorrow, a symphony of grief that binds them together. The sun sinks low, casting elongated shadows over the camp, and with it comes the creeping dread of night. Amina holds Fatima close, the child's small body trembling against her, innocent stark against the backdrop of despair. God is with us, Amina whispers, though her voice quakes with uncertainty. Fatima's large, frightened eyes search her mother's face, seeking reassurance, a lifeline to hold onto in a world unraveling at the seams. But Malik watches, and in his heart, faith battles with cynicism. The people, once vibrant, are reduced to mere shadows of themselves. Where is the divine protection they once clung to? I remember the stories, he says aloud, as if addressing the universe, the God who seems to turn a blind eye. Stories of miracles and redemption. But where are they now? Anguish spills from his lips, raw and exposed. Amina's breath catches. You think we're abandoned? She steps closer, her voice a trembling chord. We must not lose our faith. We are more than our suffering. We carry the weight of our ancestors, whispers of hope lining our veins. We are bound by love, by resilience. But Malik shakes his head, a storm brewing in his chest. Love doesn't fill empty stomachs, Amina. Love doesn't stop bullets. His words cut through the air, sharp as knives, leaving an echo of despair hanging between them. Silence envelops them, thick and palpable, an invisible rift growing wider, until a sudden scream shatters the stillness. A figure emerges from the darkness, a man stumbling into their camp, terror etched into his face, eyes wild with the fever of desperation. They're coming, he yells, voice raw as if clawing its way through the night. They're taking people. Fear erupts like wildfire, and instincts kick in. Amina's heart races, and with a jolt, she clutches Fatima closer, the child's small hands grasping her tightly, as if they could vanish into her skin. Malik's mind races, thoughts colliding in a frenzy of panic. The camp turns chaotic, mothers clutching children, fathers yelling, all scrambling for safety. Amina and Malik lock eyes. We must stay together, she breathes, the gravity of the moment pressing down on them like a shroud. But Malik hesitates, torn between the instinct to run and the need to protect. What if they take us, he whispers, voices of doubt and fear intertwining. I remember, Amina says, her voice rising above the chaos, the promises we made. We stand together, or we fall alone. In that moment, the shadows loom larger, swallowing the daylight. The night unfurls like a dark cloak, and Amina feels the weight of their shared faith, their shared humanity. She envisions a world transformed, where beliefs do not divide but unite, the very essence of what religion should embody. But fear clings to her, cold and clammy, like a long-lost friend. As the chaos swells, they move as one, hearts pounding with an urgency that transcends the fabric of time. Each step feels like a prayer, a testament to their unyielding spirit. The path ahead is shrouded in uncertainty, but within the tempest, they cling to each other, an unbreakable bond forged in the fires of adversity. And as they flee into the night, shadows chasing their every step, they are nothing but fragments of a larger story, an echo of the countless souls searching for safety, for sanctuary, for a glimmer of hope in the storm. But the darkness looms, and in the distance, an uncertain dawn waits to embrace them. Amina feels the tremors of the earth beneath her feet, the heartbeat of the world, and Malik's presence at her side, steady and resolute. Together, they embody the struggle of the many, the human spirit seeking refuge, the prayers unanswered but still whispered into the void, the unyielding need for connection, belief, and love. Through the shadows and the sirens of despair, they rise, they fight, and they endure, forever trapped in the cycle of hope and heartache that is the essence of humanity. And the night stretches on, a canvas of uncertainty, as they step forward into the unknown, the weight of faith and fear intertwining, ever in search of light. The air was thick with tension, a visceral charge that prickled every nerve. A child's wail pierced through the night, a haunting sound that echoed in the hollow space between crumbling walls. Moonlight filtered through the shadows, casting ghostly shapes that danced ominously on the ground. I stood there, frozen, my heart pounding like a war drum in my chest. This wasn't just a village teetering on the edge of chaos, it was a crucible, a place where hope flickered like a fragile candle fighting against a relentless wind. Father Samuel's voice thundered through the chaos, his worn hands raised high in the air, pleading for silence. He was a man carved from the same stone as the ancient cathedrals, stoic, cracked, but somehow still standing. His grey hair caught the silver light, a halo amidst the storm, and yet, even he looked small, dwarfed by the weight of 1,000 unspoken prayers. He was fighting for peace in a land where hatred had become a currency, traded carelessly by those who had forgotten the weight of compassion. I remember when I first met him, in a small room where the scent of incense mingled with desperation. His eyes, deep wells of sorrow and wisdom, spoke of losses I could only imagine. I remember the tremor in his voice as he recounted the first time he buried a child who should have been playing, not lifeless in a shallow grave. "We are not here to hate," he had said, "but to love fiercely, even in the face of despair." But love was a breath away from extinction that night. The crowd surged, anger coiling tighter than a noose. I could see Malik, a young man with fire in his eyes, lost between the desire for vengeance and the ache for healing. He had watched his brother fall to a senseless act of violence, and now he was a walking storm, charged with rage that threatened to consume him whole. His fists clenched, knuckles white, he glared at Father Samuel with a mixture of contempt and yearning. "How can you preach forgiveness when blood stains the ground?" he spat, each word dripping with venom. "Because," Father Samuel replied, the weight of his voice like an anchor in the tempest, "forgiveness is our only hope. It is the only way to break the cycle." The words hit the air like a knife, sharp and heavy. But the crowd roared, a cacophony of anguish and fury drowning out his message. I felt the walls around us pulse with fear, the very foundation of our existence shaking beneath our feet. I remember the moment when the first stone flew, a projectile of anguish, an embodiment of years of suffering. Malik's face twisted in disbelief as he watched his own people turn against the very promise of peace he sought. I felt a chill crawl down my spine, a ghostly reminder that the line between hope and despair was razor thin. I reached for Malik, but he was already lost, spiraling into darkness that I feared he would never escape. "God does not want this," Father Samuel shouted, desperation etched on every line of his weathered face. His eyes searched the crowd, pleading for reason, a flicker of understanding in the storm. "He calls us to be the peacemakers. We are called to heal." The words trembled in the air, a fragile echo against the onslaught of hatred. And then, silence fell, a sudden hush as if the world itself was holding its breath. I could hear the distant cry of a dog, the wind whispering secrets through the trees. It was a moment pregnant with possibility, a heartbeat where time suspended itself, allowing hope to seep through the cracks of despair. I wanted to scream, to shout that Father Samuel was right, that love could heal even the deepest wounds. But it felt like shouting into a chasm, my voice swallowed whole, lost to the void. Malik's face twisted, emotions colliding in a storm of grief and anger. "They say forgiveness is divine," he snarled, voice low and pained, "but I don't feel divine. I feel hollow." I saw the truth in his eyes, a reflection of so many others who had been crushed beneath the weight of grief, their hearts hardened like stone. He was a mirror of us all, caught in the snare of his own torment. "Then let us be the change," Father Samuel implored, stepping closer, his presence a beacon amidst the gathering darkness. "Let us redefine what it means to be human, to stand in the face of hatred and declare our love for one another." But the crowd was restless, a simmering cauldron of hurt and rage teetering on the brink of eruption. I remember the moment Malik hesitated, a flicker of doubt crossing his features, a split second where hope nudged at the edges of his despair. But it was fleeting, drowned out by the roar of defiance that surged around us. The crowd began to push forward, a wave of bodies, a collective heartbeat thundering in unison, threatening to wash away everything that had once held them together. "Stop!" I cried, but my voice was swallowed by the tide. The shadows of the night loomed larger, wrapping around us like a shroud, the darkness hungry for despair. I felt the ground tremble beneath our feet, a prelude to the storm that was about to unleash itself upon us. And in that moment, beneath the weight of uncertainty, I realized something profound. Father Samuel wasn't just a leader, he was a thread, weaving together the frayed edges of a tapestry torn by hatred. I felt the urgency in my bones, the desperation to grasp that thread, to pull at it until the whole fabric unraveled, revealing the beauty that lay hidden beneath layers of pain. But as the crowd surged, as hope fought against despair in a dance as old as time itself, I knew this moment was only the beginning. A confrontation loomed, a reckoning that would echo through the corridors of our lives long after the night had passed. The clock ticked on, relentless, and each second carried the weight of what could be, of love lost and love found, of lives intertwined in a struggle as ancient as humanity itself. Father Samuel's voice rang out again, a lighthouse in the storm, and I clung to it, desperate for the promise it held, for the chance that peace could bloom even amid the darkest of nights. The air was thick with tension, electric, crackling like a storm about to break. It hung over the gathering like a heavy shroud, each participant cloaked in their own fears, hopes, and unspoken doubts. And there, in the heart of the room, sat Maya, eyes blazing, fists clenched, words teetering on the edge of her tongue. She could feel the whispers of the past clawing at her, shadows of history draping themselves over her shoulders like an unwanted mantle. Across from her, Abdul paced, his brow knit tight with anxiety, arms crossed against an invisible weight. The clock ticked, the sound like a metronome of impending confrontation, each tick a reminder that time was slipping away. "I remember the last time we spoke," Maya said, her voice a whisper yet heavy with the weight of memories best left unspoken. "You said faith was a cage, Abdul. A prison made of hope and despair." The words hung between them, thick as fog, both an accusation and an invitation to dance once more in a conversation that had spiraled into chaos before. He stopped, his back to her, shoulders tense. "I didn't mean it like that. You know that." His voice cracked, betraying the calm facade he fought to maintain. "But how can we talk about peace when the world burns with hatred?" A corner of Maya's mouth twitched, a ghost of a smile. "And yet here we are. In this room, together. Isn't that a start?" Laughter crackled in the air, brief and brittle as dry leaves. Yet it was not just her words that filled the silence, it was the memories of clashes, of protests, of hurtful exchanges that reverberated louder. Each moment they spent together was a push against the world outside, an effort to carve out space for understanding amidst the chaos. But peace was a fragile thing, and every time they spoke, the specters of their past whispered doubts, gnawing at the edges of their resolve. "Do you think we can change their minds?" Abdul asked, his voice hushed, as if afraid the question might conjure the very demons they wished to banish. Do you think we can bridge these divides? Maya's heart raced. She wanted to scream, no, howl that yes, they could. But doubt washed over her like a tidal wave. I remember when we first met, she said instead, her voice trembling. You called me naive. You didn't believe in the interfaith dialogue movement. You said it was just talk, just words floating on air. And you said those words could spark flames, he retorted, spinning around to face her, his passion igniting the room. You believed that if we could just sit together, if we could just open our mouths to each other, that maybe, just maybe, we could bring light to the darkness. A flicker of memory surfaced, faces in the crowd, fists raised, angry chants echoing through the streets. The protests felt like a lifetime ago, yet here they were, two people in a room, ignoring the cacophony outside, trying to make sense of a world that seemed set on tearing itself apart. I remember the faces of those we lost, Maya breathed, and the words choked in her throat. Their screams haunt me, Abdul. Families shattered, lives stolen. How can we reconcile that with our desire for peace? The shadows in the room deepened, and for a moment, they were enveloped in darkness, the flickering lights above trembling as the storm outside raged. Abdul stepped closer, the intensity of his gaze piercing through her defenses. We cannot forget. We must carry their memories like lanterns, illuminating the path forward. But we must also challenge the narrative. It's not just about our wounds, it's about healing them together. Maya felt the tremor in his voice, a raw honesty that struck her like a bolt of lightning. But what if they don't want to heal? What if they're too far gone? That's where we begin, he replied, a fierce light igniting in his eyes. With us. With this moment. In that heartbeat, everything shifted. The walls that had held them apart crumbled, revealing the shared vulnerability beneath their words. They were not just representatives of their faiths anymore, they were two souls navigating the labyrinth of human conflict, trying to find common ground in a world that constantly reminded them of their differences. The air shimmered with possibility, but it was punctuated by an undeniable reality. Outside, the city echoed with pain, the cries of those who felt unheard, unseen. The protesters marched on, challenging every institution, every silence. It was a tempest that threatened to drown their fragile conversation in the chaos of a world unwilling to listen. Look at them, Maya whispered, her heart aching as she gazed out at the distant silhouettes, figures flickering like shadows against a backdrop of fiery passion. They want change, but they don't want to hear us. How do we make them listen? Abdul clenched his jaw, determination hardening his features. We start with our stories. We share our fears, our love, our hopes. We show them that we are more than just labels. We are complex. We are human. In that moment, their hands brushed against one another, a momentary spark igniting. They exchanged glances, visions of a shared future igniting within the depths of their eyes, a future where faith didn't have to divide them, but could unite them against the darkness. But the clock continued to tick, that relentless reminder that time was against them. Outside, the storm raged on, an unyielding force. The ghosts of their pasts loomed larger than ever, and still, they fought against the tide, against the doubts that whispered in their ears. I remember, Maya began, her voice trembling as she faced the shadows of her fears. I remember the first time I doubted if we could ever find common ground. But standing here, with you, I feel something shift. It's small, but it's there. Abdul nodded, determination glazing over his features like a shield. Then let's fight. Let's not allow the darkness to consume us. Let's show them that even in the chaos, there is hope. Their eyes locked, a silent pact, a commitment to wield their voices as weapons, to carve out a space for understanding, not just in this room, but in the world outside. The storm might rage, the shadows might loom, but together they were a light against the encroaching darkness. Yet, as the echoes of the protest rose to a crescendo, the weight of reality pressed down upon them once more. Would their words be enough? Would their stories resonate? The air shimmered with uncertainty, the storm howling louder, a reminder that the path toward peace was fraught with peril. And still, they stood, two souls amidst the chaos, two hearts entwined in the desperate pursuit of understanding, each heartbeat a reminder that even in the darkest of nights, there is a flicker of hope waiting to be ignited. In that fragile moment, they took a deep breath, ready to step into the storm together, determined to bridge the divides, one conversation at a time. The air hangs thick with an unsettling silence, the kind that has the power to swallow screams. A single streetlight flickers, barely illuminating the faces of those gathered beneath its hesitant glow. Shadows stretch long and ominous as if trying to escape the night. The clatter of distant footsteps echoes like a heartbeat, each strike reverberating with unspoken dread. This is not just the calm before a storm, it is the breath held before a plunge into the depths of something dark, something inevitable. I remember the moment well. I remember the way the tension crackled like static, how it felt to stand at the edge of a precipice, teetering between faith and fury. I remember Sarah, her hands trembling, clutching a worn prayer book to her chest, a fragile shield against the chaos brewing just beyond the edges of her world. Her eyes, dark pools of fear, darted nervously, searching, pleading for understanding. She wanted to believe in peace, but the flames of discord danced too close, licking at the very fringes of her heart. "Is God listening?" she whispered, her voice choked with despair as she scanned the crowd for a trace of comfort. But there was none, only a sea of anxious faces, each one carrying their own burden, their own questions about faith and loyalty. It was the kind of moment that could fracture a soul, the kind that made you question everything you thought you knew. And then there was Amir. Oh, how the world twisted him into something he never wanted to be. A man of belief, a man of fire, his brow furrowed with an intensity that could ignite the night sky. He stood at the forefront, fists clenched, a palpable storm brewing in his chest. The very essence of his faith was, for him, a weapon, a means to protect what he loved. Yet, in this skirmish of souls, who was the enemy? Was it the strangers across the square, their chants rising like the tide, or was it the gnawing doubt that threatened to consume him from within? Amir remembered the teachings of his father, wisdom wrapped in the soft fabric of bedtime stories, tales of unity and love. But love felt like a distant memory now, replaced by the sharp, bitter taste of betrayal. He looked to Sarah, their eyes meeting in the flickering light. There was a bond there, a shared history, but it was fraying at the edges. The very foundation of their friendship crackled with the tension of conflicting beliefs, and in that moment, uncertainty hung heavily between them. "Don't let them take our faith," he shouted, the rawness in his voice piercing the night air. But who was he trying to convince? The crowd? Himself? His heart raced, fueled by a mixture of righteousness and fear, a cocktail of emotions that threatened to drown him. I remember the moment the chant began, a wave of sound rolling through the square, crashing against the fragile silences that separated the two factions. "God is great! God is great!" It swelled, a tide of anger and conviction, washing over the gathered masses, and in that moment, it felt as if the world itself was holding its breath. And then chaos. A flash, a spark, and suddenly, the night ignited. The flames danced in the air, casting dark shadows on the faces of the desperate and the determined. I could feel the heat against my skin, a reminder of the violence simmering just below the surface. People surged forward, a wave of bodies fueled by faith and fear, and I was swept along, an unwilling participant in a storm of fury. Amidst the chaos, I saw Sarah fall to her knees, the weight of her prayer book pressing down on her like a stone. "Amir! Help me," she cried, her voice breaking through the cacophony, piercing my heart like a dagger. Time slowed, each second stretching out like an elastic band, filled with the echoes of her cry. "Stay with me!" Amir shouted, but his voice was lost in the rising tide. I watched as he fought his way through the throng, a lone figure against a sea of emotion and madness, desperation etched across his face. But the world had shifted, and in that moment, everything felt impossibly fragile. Every heartbeat echoed with fear, every breath weighed down by the realization that this was not just a clash of ideologies, it was a battle for souls. The ground shook beneath our feet, and the air buzzed with the tension of centuries-old grievances, bubbling to the surface like an uncontainable volcano. Caught in the chaos, I remember the ground littered with remnants of faith, a torn prayer cloth here, a shattered idol there. Each piece told a story, but they were lost in the noise of anger and fear. The flickering streetlight, once a beacon, now felt like a ghost of hope, casting more shadows than light. Amir reached Sarah, and in that split second, the world held its breath. "I'm here," he said, his voice a fragile whisper against the storm. "I won't let you go." But even as he spoke, an unseen force loomed, powerful and relentless, ready to tear everything apart: beliefs, friendships, lives. I remember the desperation in his eyes, the weight of 1,000 prayers in that moment of connection. They were two souls ensnared in a conflict greater than themselves, and the world around them teetered on the brink of an abyss. I remember the gasp of the crowd as they witnessed the unity of those divided, a fleeting moment in a tempest of hate. But the storm was far from over. The shadows thickened, the night deepened, and the air crackled with the promise of violence. In that heart-stopping moment, the realization hit me like a jolt of electricity: the lines we draw in the sand can easily blur, and the very beliefs that bind us can also tear us apart. The world spun, a dizzying carousel of faith and fear, and as I stood there, breathless, I knew this was only the beginning. As the chaos surged, I felt the weight of the moment settle in my chest. This wasn't just a story, this was life, raw, unfiltered, and achingly beautiful in its brutality. And as the night swallowed us whole, I could only hold on to hope, even as it flickered like that stubborn streetlight above. Shadows danced, hearts raced, and somewhere in the distance, the clock ticked, reminding us that time was not on our side. The air is thick with smoke, and the sound of chaos ripples through the streets like a funeral dirge. I stand there, paralyzed, watching the world burn. Shadows stretch across the rubble, twisting and contorting like tortured souls, while the sun, blood-red and mournful, hangs low in the sky, a cruel witness to the violence below. I remember the moment when the siren screamed, slicing through the fragile illusion of normalcy like a knife through flesh. It was a sound that would haunt me, a shriek of despair that echoed long after the echoes faded. Amina, my sister, clutches her rosary, fingers trembling as if it's the last lifeline in a tempest. She's always been a believer, her faith a fortress against the world's chaos. But now, as we huddle together in the shadow of a crumbling wall, I see the cracks in her armor. "Why?" she whispers, the word escaping her lips like a prayer gone unanswered. "Why does God let this happen?" Her eyes search mine, desperate for answers that elude us both. The weight of her anguish presses down, squeezing the breath from my lungs. I remember the gentle touch of her hand as we played in the fields, the laughter that once danced between us now suffocated by the thick, acrid air of hatred. And then there's Amir, a boy with a heart too big for his body, caught in the crossfire of faith and fanaticism. As the explosions rock the ground beneath us, he roams through the debris like a ghost, searching for remnants of his childhood, the echoes of soccer games and laughter washed away by the tide of war. "Amina," he yells, voice quaking with fear and rage, the mix bubbling over like a boiling pot. "They're using our beliefs against us. Look!" He gestures wildly toward a news crew, lights flashing like fireflies in the night, capturing the horror for an audience that watches from the safety of their homes. They twist our faith into a weapon. They don't care about us, they care about the story. I want to scream, to shake him from his delusion. But instead, I watch his eyes narrow into slits of determination, a flame igniting in his chest. He's right, what the world sees is a narrative painted in blood, a tale told from the comfort of distant screens. The media thrives on our suffering, presenting it like a grotesque spectacle, a modern-day circus where our pain is the main act. Images flash before my eyes, a montage of horror, men in turbans wielding rifles, women draped in black, children with hollow eyes. We are reduced to symbols, our lives pared down to sound bites, our identities stripped of nuance. Why can't they see? Amir's voice trembles, raw and jagged, like shattered glass. Why can't they feel what we feel? He throws his arms wide, as if to encompass the entirety of our suffering, the loss that feels like a relentless tidal wave. I remember when we were told that faith could move mountains, but now it feels more like a noose tightening around our throats, strangling hope. Amina's fingers entwine with mine, grounding me in the midst of chaos. If only they knew, she murmurs, the tremor in her voice a haunting echo. If only they could feel the weight of our prayers, the desperation behind our pleas. I want to tell her that we are more than this, more than the stereotypes, the headlines, the propaganda. But the words die in my throat, choked by the bitter truth that we are trapped in a narrative that plays on repeat, a dark loop of violence and victimhood. The sun sinks lower, casting long shadows that stretch across the battlefield, dark and foreboding. I see the flicker of movement in the distance, soldiers, their faces obscured by masks, symbols of authority yet dripping with the blood of our dreams. They march forward, resolute in their mission, but to whom do they owe their allegiance? To a cause, a god, a flag? Each step feels like a drumbeat, reverberating in my chest, a countdown to an inevitable confrontation. Look! Amir yells suddenly, pointing at the news crew. They're here for the story, not the truth. I follow his gaze to the camera, lenses trained on the chaos like vultures waiting for the carrion. I remember the way they arrive in their shiny vehicles, as if the dirt of our lives wouldn't cling to their polished shoes. They craft narratives that fit neatly into sound bites, ignoring the complexity of our existence. I want to scream, to tear at the fabric of their deception. We are not your spectacle. I want to shout. We are flesh and blood, hope and despair. But the words hang heavy in the air, unspoken. Instead, I watch as a reporter turns to the camera, her voice smooth and practiced, narrating our suffering as if it were a gripping story, a plot twist waiting to be revealed. The reality of our lives is reduced to a backdrop, a mere prop in her pursuit of views, likes, and shares. I feel the anger bubble within me, hot and fierce, but I am paralyzed by a haunting realization: this is the world we inhabit, where our pain is entertainment, where our struggles fuel an insatiable hunger for sensationalism. And then the ground shakes, a deafening roar as a bomb detonates nearby. The world erupts into chaos, and I fall to my knees, the weight of it all crashing down like a tidal wave. Amina's rosary slips from her fingers and clinks against the rubble, a sound that resonates like a final prayer. Hold on! Amir shouts, his voice a lifeline in the darkness. But I am lost, swimming in a sea of horror, the chaos around us swirling like a dark storm. Time loses its meaning, seconds stretching into eternity as I grasp for something, anything, to anchor me in this nightmare. I remember the warmth of Amina's smile, the way her laughter used to fill the void, a melody that brought life to the bleakest days. But now, as the shadows close in and the news anchors narrate our suffering from afar, I feel the chasm of despair widen, a yawning abyss that threatens to swallow us whole. Remember who we are. Amir cries, his voice a beacon in the dark. Remember our stories, our truths. And in that moment, amidst the chaos, I realize we are not merely victims scripted for a screen, we are warriors of our own narrative. Our faith, our pain, our resilience, we are the voices that refuse to be silenced. We are the pulse of a living history, and as the world watches, we will write our own story. But as the echoes of the bomb fade into the night, I know this is just the beginning. The media will continue to spin its tale, and we will remain trapped in the shadows, fighting for our truth beneath the unblinking gaze of a camera. In the heart of chaos, we become the forgotten, the invisible, and yet, in our hearts, we burn with a fire that refuses to be extinguished. The battle for our representation is just as fierce as the battle for our lives, and as the darkness closes in around us, I brace for the storm that is yet to come. The air crackled with tension, a palpable weight that pressed down on the shoulders of those who gathered in the dimly lit square. A clock tower loomed overhead, its hands frozen in time, as if even time itself was paralyzed by the uncertainty swirling around them. Shadows danced on the cobblestones, whispering secrets of a world on the brink of chaos. The murmurs of the crowd blended into a haunting symphony, a dissonant hum that reverberated through the bones of every soul present. I remember standing there, my heart thundering in my chest, the taste of fear sharp on my tongue. Beside me, Ali, his eyes wide and glistening, clutched a worn prayer rug, a relic of hope and faith he clung to like a lifeline in this storm of despair. Around him, whispers of faith turned into cries for vengeance, a dangerous cocktail brewing beneath the surface. This is our land, he muttered, a mantra laced with righteousness and desperation. They will not take it from us. And then there was Miriam, her hands trembling, the weight of her own beliefs threatening to crush her under the burden of conflicting truths. She gazed at Ali, her childhood friend turned fervent believer, and felt the chasm between them widen with each passing moment. "But Ali," she implored, her voice a thread of silk pulled taut, "don't you see? The more we fight, the more we lose ourselves. Look at what's happening." The words hung in the air, raw and bleeding, yet they barely penetrated the wall of fervor surrounding him. Outside, the world was ablaze with the sound of sirens, the echo of chaos cascading through the streets. I could almost see the shadows of war creeping closer, wrapping around the lives of people caught in a struggle that seemed to have no end. I remember the way the air turned thick with smoke and anger, how the scent of gunpowder lingered like a ghost, refusing to let go. I felt an unbearable ache in my chest, the weight of history pressing down. Generations before us had danced this dance, and here we were, poised for a violent encore. Ali's voice rose above the din, passionate and fierce. "We will not bow. We will not break." His words ignited a fire in the crowd, a fevered chant of solidarity that rose and fell like the tide. The faces around me transformed, filled with a fervor that sent chills skittering down my spine. I watched as the line between faith and fanaticism blurred, morality twisted in the crucible of conflict. It was intoxicating, terrifying, the promise of power mingling with the specter of loss. And yet, in the midst of this whirlwind, I saw Miriam's eyes clouding over with doubt. Her sight shifted from the emboldened zeal of her friend to the sinister shadow of what was unfolding. The clock tower struck a mournful note, an eerie reminder of the passage of time, the ticking growing louder, each chime a heartbeat echoing with urgency. I could feel her struggle, a visceral tug-of-war between loyalty and her own understanding of faith, a faith that was quietly whispering, "This is not the way." "Ali, listen to me," she cried out, desperation clawing at her throat. "This path leads us nowhere but to destruction. We must find a way to live together, not apart." The urgency in her voice was palpable, a rope thrown to a drowning man who refused to grasp it. But the storm had taken hold, and Ali was swept away in a tide of conviction, his heart a drum echoing out a call to arms. I felt the ground shift beneath me, the very essence of the world spiraling into chaos. I remember the moment so vividly, when a rock flew through the air, a projectile of rage and fear, striking a bystander. The sound of that impact was deafening, a shattering glass in the heart of a fragile community. And in that instant, it was as if the world held its breath, suspended in a moment of horror and disbelief, before everything erupted into chaos. I could practically taste the panic, the metallic tang of despair in my mouth as people began to scream, to run. And through that chaos, Ali stood steadfast, a beacon of fervor amidst the madness. "We must rise," he shouted, his fists raised to the sky, the fire in his eyes kindling a dangerous hope. But Miriam, caught in a whirlwind of emotions, saw the darkness creeping in on his conviction, the way it twisted his face into a mask of something unrecognizable. "This isn't who we are," she cried again, each word a desperate plea against the tide of violence that threatened to sweep them all away. I remember the way the night swallowed the square hole, the shadows lengthening, twisting into figures of dread and longing. The clock tower struck midnight, its echoes mingling with the cries of the hurt. I felt the shockwaves reverberating through my bones. This was not just a clash of beliefs, it was a confrontation of souls, a battle not only for land but for the very essence of what it meant to believe. As the fire burned brighter, illuminating the faces of the enraged and the terrified, I realized we were caught in a web spun from the threads of centuries, each strand tightening around us like a noose. I could sense the ghosts of the past swirling in the darkness, whispering warnings, reminding us of the cost of forgetting empathy, of allowing our hearts to harden in the face of conflict. The tension built, the air thick with the scent of smoke and fear, as the lines blurred between us and them, between right and wrong. In that moment, it was not just Ali and Miriam who faced an emotional reckoning, it was all of us, the collective heartbeat of humanity pounding in one chaotic rhythm. We were all trapped in the same cycle, the same sins of our forebears dancing just beyond our reach. And still, the clock ticked on, an indifferent witness to our struggle. I could feel the abyss staring back at us, a void that threatened to swallow our hopes whole. As the confrontation built, the shadows loomed larger, casting a pall over the square, a haunting promise that our choice, unity or division, would echo through time. The night deepened around us, the world holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable collision of faith and fear, hope and despair. And in that moment, as I stood frozen in place, the question hung in the air like a ghost: could we rise from the ashes of our beliefs, or would we be consumed by the very flames we ignited? The future of religion and global conflicts danced precariously before us, teetering on the edge of a knife, waiting for us to take that fateful step into the unknown. The air crackled with tension, a palpable electricity that seemed to coil around the crumbling walls of the ancient church. Outside, the world was a cacophony of chaos, 1,000 voices rising, clashing, echoing against the night sky. Inside, a lone figure, Samir, knelt before the altar, fingers trembling as he clutched a smartphone in one hand, its screen casting an eerie glow across his face. The weight of his choices bore down on him, an anchor pulling him into the depths of despair. "God, what have I done?" he whispered, the words barely escaping his lips, swallowed by the darkness. The flickering candlelight danced, shadows waltzing across the stone walls, mocking his turmoil. It wasn't supposed to be like this. A simple act of faith transformed into a battleground, the lines between right and wrong blurring with every notification, every ping of the device that had become his lifeline and his tormentor. Across town, Zara stood on a rooftop, the city sprawling beneath her like a pulsating organism, alive with lights and the distant sound of sirens. She was a warrior, not of swords and shields, but of bytes and bandwidth. The digital battlefield sprawled before her, a vast expanse of code and misinformation, where every keystroke could ignite flames of division, every post a potential spark. Her heart raced, a steady drumbeat of dread and determination. "Not this time," she breathed, as she prepared to unleash a storm of truth upon the fabrications that twisted the narrative above the streets, a digital crusade in a world where reality faded under the weight of manipulation. The screen in her hand felt like a weapon, its powers both exhilarating and terrifying, as she typed furiously, fingers flying, weaving a tapestry of hope against the backdrop of despair. And in that moment, time stretched. Each second felt like a lifetime, the air thick with the smoke of distant fires, the cries of the innocent barely audible over the noise of conflict. Samir and Zara were oblivious to each other, yet intertwined in a web of fate, their paths destined to collide in the chaos of their fractured world. I remember the first time I held a smartphone, its sleek design a promise of connection, a way to bridge distances, to share moments. But now, as I watch Samir's eyes flicker with fear and disillusionment, I see the other side of that promise, the insidious shadows creeping in, poisoning hearts and minds. The very technology that once united us now became the sword that divided. Every post, every tweet, Zara murmured to herself, "It's a bomb waiting to explode." She felt the weight of responsibility pressing down on her shoulders, the knowledge that her voice could either soothe the flames or throw gasoline upon them. She envisioned the faces of the people affected by the war, the children whose laughter had turned to echoes of despair. The walls of her heart crumbled, feeling every heartbeat reverberate through her. Outside, the moon hung low, a watchful eye in the sky, illuminating the chaos below, a stark contrast to the shadows that danced within the hearts of men. Samir stood, heart pounding like a war drum, as he received yet another alarming notification. His chest tightened, a snake coiling around his heart, squeezing tighter with every moment. Each ping a reminder of the battle being waged, not just on the streets but within him. "Do I stand and fight?" he whispered to the emptiness, the weight of his faith hanging in the balance, as the specter of doubt clawed at his mind. "Or do I run?" I remember feeling that exact same weight, when the world felt like it was crumbling, when technology morphed into a warden rather than a comfort. It was a time when memes replaced prayers, hashtags drowned out hymns, and the battle was no longer against flesh and blood, but against ideology, misinformation, and fear. Zara's phone buzzed, tearing her from her reverie. The message flashed ominous and clear, "They are coming." A chill ran down her spine. She clenched her jaw, readying herself. The world had become a theater of war, where the weapons were words, and the casualties were beliefs, ideologies, and lives hanging in the balance. The sun began to set, casting a crimson hue across the sky, as if the heavens themselves were bleeding in sympathy. Samir stood at the precipice of a choice, the weight of his faith heavy upon his shoulders, drowning him in uncertainty. He could feel the whispers of the past flooding back, memories of a simpler time when belief was untainted, untouched by the cold mechanics of technology. "Help me," he prayed, but the silence that followed was deafening, a reminder of the void that had taken root in his soul. The shadows around him felt alive, pulsating with the weight of despair, but somewhere within those shadows, a flicker of defiance sparked. What would it take to ignite that flame? To break the chains of fear, to rise above the cacophony of conflict? The answer lay in connection, in the very technology that had brought them to this point. Zara's truth could shatter the illusions that held them captive, but would it be enough? As night fell, the city transformed, lights flickering like stars against the darkness, each representing a soul yearning for connection. And in that yearning, there lay a power, a possibility that could tip the scales. Samir's heart raced, and a sudden realization gripped him. Perhaps the fight wasn't against each other, but against the very fear that had manipulated them. He took a breath, filled with the hope that wove through the chaos. The phone buzzed again, and this time it felt like a beacon calling him home. Zara's message resonated through him, a lifeline in the storm. She was out there, fighting the good fight, wielding her truth against the dark tide. The stage was set, a confrontation between despair and hope, technology and humanity. As their paths converged, something monumental was bound to shift. In that moment, under the vast, star-studded sky, two hearts beat in unison, igniting a fire that could change everything. The world was watching. The technology that had once ensnared them was now a conduit for liberation. And in the distance, the echoes of war sang a haunting refrain, yet within that darkness, the first notes of resilience began to rise. The bell tolled, and the sound shattered the silence like glass, reverberating through the village square. A crowd had gathered, their faces a canvas of fear, hope, and resignation. Shadows danced in the flickering light of torches, revealing the grim urgency of the moment. In the center stood a figure, arms outstretched, the very essence of despair and resistance, Father Elias, a man whose faith had once been a sanctuary but had now become a battlefield. I remember the chill of that night, how the biting wind clawed at my skin as I pressed closer to the throng, my heart racing like a caged bird. Father Elias's voice, trembling yet resolute, pierced the atmosphere. "Brothers and sisters, what must we sacrifice to save our souls? Is faith a shield, or is it a shackle?" His words hung heavy in the air, a tension so thick it felt tangible, clawing at my throat. Then there was Miriam, a mother cradling her child in one arm while the other clutched a tattered prayer book to her chest. Her eyes, wide with disbelief, reflected the horror unfolding before her. She had always been the stronghold of our community, the woman who whispered nightly prayers against the encroaching darkness of disease and despair. But now, doubt flickered behind her tear-stained cheeks. "What is the cost of belief?" she murmured, her voice nearly swallowed by the crowd. "What price for salvation when it feels like we are forsaken?" I watched as her gaze flickered to the gallows, a stark silhouette against the moonlit sky, the rope swaying gently in the breeze like a pendulum counting down the seconds to fate. The shadows around us whispered secrets of history, of crusades fought in the name of God, of lives snuffed out like candles, of fervent prayers that turned to screams. Each heartbeat echoed in my ears, a haunting reminder of the past clawing its way into the present. Elias continued, his voice rising, a desperate plea layered with fervor. "We are not the monsters they paint us to be. We have a choice, to love, to forgive, to believe. But in our conviction, we wield power beyond imagination. How can we let it slip through our fingers?" The crowd shifted, a restless sea of bodies caught in the swell of emotion. I could see the conflicting battles waging within them, fear versus love, doubt versus faith, the very essence of what it means to be human. I remember the moment the constables arrived, their heavy boots thudding like the tolling bell. The air crackled with tension as they pushed through the throng, faces masked in grim determination. Father Elias, one barked, his voice a chilling command that sent shivers down my spine. "You must cease this heresy." In that instant, the world around me narrowed to the confrontation. I could hardly breathe, the air thick with anticipation. Elias stood firm, fists clenched, defiance radiating from every pore. "Heretics forge chains, but faith can set us free." His words clashed with the weight of authority, a thunderstorm brewing on the horizon. And there, amidst the chaos, I felt the world spin, like a clock winding down, each tick echoing the moment of history repeating itself. I thought of the Crusades, of the Inquisition, of lives extinguished in the name of purity, of righteousness. I felt the pulse of every martyr who had walked this earth, their blood staining the fabric of belief, their dreams twisted into nightmares. The cosmos itself held its breath, waiting. Miriam's voice broke through the cacophony, her eyes ablaze. What do we believe if our dreams dissolve into ashes? What is the worth of our faith if it leads us to ruin? Her words lingered, each syllable a dagger piercing the heart of the narrative. And I could see it, the glimmer of doubt in the eyes of those around her, the cracks in their foundation of faith. The constable stepped forward, a towering shadow against the flickering flames. Enough! You will recant, or you will hang. The ultimatum hung in the air, a noose tightening around the throats of belief. I felt the weight of history pressing down on us, the legacy of fanaticism clouding the very essence of conviction. Elias hesitated, a fleeting glimpse of vulnerability crossing his face. In that moment, I saw the man behind the robe, a lover, a father, a believer. What are we if we abandon our truth? He whispered, his voice barely audible above the gathering storm. What is faith if it bends like the reeds in the wind? Time slowed. I could sense the infinite connecting threads of our past, the weight of every choice made, every life lived, every soul sacrificed in the name of higher powers. The air thickened with the history of abuse cloaked in adoration, of blood-stained altars where righteousness wore the mask of violence. The crowd swayed, a living entity of mixed resolve. Would they rally behind Elias or let fear govern their hearts? I felt every heartbeat pounding against my chest, resonating with the choices of those who stood beside me, risk everything or conform, stand for truth or bow to tyranny. Miriam stepped closer, her resolve hardening as she took the hand of her child, a silent yet potent symbol of the innocent caught in the crossfire. We cannot let history repeat itself, she cried, her voice rising above the din. We must reclaim our faith, not as a weapon, but as a lifeline. The words reverberated in me, shaking loose the chains I had unknowingly forged. A flicker of hope ignited in the darkness, a rebellion against the silence that had long suffocated us. The constables faltered, the resolve of the crowd shifting, a tide turning with the force of generations of unspoken pain and despair. The moment felt eternal, suspended in the balance. I could hear the whispers of the cosmos, the very fabric of time weaving together our fears and our hopes. And as history loomed before us, like an ancient shadow threatening to consume the light, I understood, we were not merely observers, we were the bearers of a legacy, the architects of our fate. The clock was ticking, and the echoes of our choices would resonate through eternity. The air hung thick with tension, the kind that made every breath feel like a theft. I stood there, heart pounding, as the sun dipped into the horizon, spilling crimson across the sky, a final, glorious gasp before the shadows crept in. I could hear the low hum of the distant market fading into an uneasy silence, the laughter of children replaced by an echoing void. Somewhere, a clock ticked relentlessly, each second a reminder of the past, each chime a ghost of what once was. I remember the day it happened, the moment when everything splintered, when friends became foes. I remember the screams, the chaos, the fire licking at the edges of our innocence. It was supposed to be a celebration, a day of joy. But joy had turned into ashes, and the laughter soured, leaving behind a bitter taste that lingered in the throat. Standing beside me, Amina's eyes were wide, reflecting the tumult of our shared history. She was a warrior in her own right, her spirit fierce, but beneath that bravado lay a fear that gnawed at her, a fear she could not articulate. The scars she bore were not just on her skin, they were woven into her very being. "What do we do now?" she whispered, her voice quivering like a leaf caught in an autumn breeze. And I felt it, a shiver shot through me, a primal instinct to protect, yet I was helpless against the tide of our reality. Then there was Farid, a man forged in the fires of conflict, his laughter now a ghost of its former self. He stood at the edge of the square, a stone statue surrounded by the rubble of memories. His hands trembled, not from fear but from an unyielding guilt, a weight too heavy for a single soul to carry. "I didn't mean for any of this to happen," he murmured, as if the words could somehow cleanse him of the blood that stained his past. I felt the sharp edges of his sorrow slice through the air, and I wanted to scream, to tell him it wasn't his fault, none of it was. But the words caught in my throat, strangled by the reality that there were no easy absolutions here. The shadows lengthened, reaching out like fingers eager to claw back what little light remained. I watched as Amina stepped closer to Farid, her resolve hardening like steel. "We can't keep running," she said, and her voice carried a fierce determination that felt almost electric. "We need to face this. Together." Her eyes locked onto his, a silent challenge, a plea wrapped in desperation. But Farid's gaze drifted to the ground, to the cracks in the pavement that mirrored the fractures in his soul. "Together? After everything?" He spat the words, bitterness lacing his tongue. "Do you think that's enough? Do you think we can just forget?" I felt the weight of that question settle over us like a shroud. Forget? No, forgetting was not an option. The ghosts of our past danced around us, taunting, whispering secrets of betrayal and loss. I could almost hear them, the laughter of those who had once shared our table, now silenced, their memories entwined with the very fabric of our town. The world felt impossibly vast, our emotions minuscule against the backdrop of history. I could sense the walls closing in, the palpable grief wrapping around us like barbed wire. "We can't move on until we confront what's left," I said, my voice trembling as I joined them, my heart beating a frantic rhythm of fear and hope. Amina's breath hitched, and I could see the flicker of doubt in her eyes, but it was quickly drowned out by the fire igniting within her. "Then let's start here," she urged, gesturing toward the remnants of our former lives scattered like forgotten confetti. "Let's rebuild what we can." And so began the slow, agonizing process of reconciliation. The townsfolk emerged from their hiding places, drawn by the gravity of our fragile resolve. Old wounds were laid bare, each confession a jagged stone tossed into the churning waters of our collective grief. Some spoke of loss, others, of betrayal. Words hung heavy in the air, thick enough to choke on, yet necessary, each syllable a step toward healing. As the sun sank lower, casting long shadows over our gathering, I watched the faces around me transform. The lines of anger softened into something new, curiosity, perhaps, or understanding. There was laughter, too, hesitant at first, but it grew, blossoming like wildflowers through cracks in concrete. With each shared story, we stitched together the fabric of our broken community, creating a tapestry woven with threads of pain and resilience. But Farid remained distant, watching from the periphery, a caged bird whose wings had been clipped. I felt the ache of his sorrow, a quiet storm brewing just beneath his surface. "You think this will change anything?" he asked, his voice a low rumble that broke through the laughter, grounding us back to reality. "You think it's that simple?" And in that moment, the air pulsed with tension, the laughter dying. I could see the storm building in Amina's eyes as she stepped forward, her voice trembling but strong. "It won't be easy, and it won't fix everything, but it's a start. It's a chance. A chance." I clung to that word, the possibility of something greater looming just beyond our reach. And I remembered how the wounds of the past cling to us, how they twist and turn into shadows that haunt our every step. But with every breath drawn, I felt the oppressive weight lift just a fraction, the collective heartbeat of our community beginning to sink. As darkness enveloped us, we stood at the edge of our ruins, ready to face the echoes of our past. A new dawn awaited, but the path ahead was uncertain, fraught with the remnants of what had been. Yet there, in the silence that followed, I found the flickering light of hope, fragile yet fierce, a promise that maybe, just maybe, reconciliation was not just a word, but a way forward. And as the night deepened, the ghosts lingered, but they began to fade, their whispers turning into a gentle breeze. We were still haunted, yes, but now we were haunted together, and perhaps that was enough to begin anew. The clock on the wall ticked loudly, deafening in the silence that hung like a thick fog over the gathering. Each tick pulled at the tension, the sound a heartbeat in the chaos of the moment. A room filled with faces etched in worry, a council chamber, once a sanctuary of debate, now a claustrophobic prison of fear. I stood at the edge, heart pounding, breath shallow, eyes darting between them, old men with fists clenched, women with tears brimming, young faces painted with the anxiety of generations. This was not just a meeting, it was the brink of an explosion. I remember the smell, the sweat mingled with the scent of worn leather chairs, the stale air pregnant with unspoken words. Around me, the air crackled with the weight of centuries, each religion a ghost hovering in the shadows of our minds. I felt their gaze, heavy, accusing, desperate. I bit my lip, the taste of blood mingling with the bitterness of their anger. "Enough," shouted Elias, an old man with a face like cracked earth, a survivor of the past, but visibly weary of it all. "We cannot let their hatred seep into our bones." His voice trembled, a fragile thing against the storm brewing outside. I saw the flicker of fear in his eyes, the fear of something greater than himself, of history repeating its ruthless cycle. Across from him, Myra, wide-eyed and defiant, clutched her mother's necklace, a relic from a time when the world was simpler, before the fractures of belief had split us apart. "We can't pretend this isn't happening," she cried, her voice rising, a desperate plea soaring against the din. What did we learn from the past? More violence? More blood? I remember the energy surging through her, a wildfire igniting hope in the hearts of the weary. Yet it was like trying to light a match in a storm. The echoes of past conflicts hung in the air like smoke, familiar, choking. I looked into her fierce eyes, seeing my own conflict reflected back. We were bound by a shared longing for peace, yet shackled by the claws of history. Suddenly, the double doors burst open. A figure stumbled in, drenched from the rain, soaked to the bone. It was Amir, a boy barely out of his teens, skin marked by the scars of battle. He fell to his knees, panting, eyes wild with urgency. "They're coming! The rioters! They're at the gates!" His voice was raw, a wail that clawed at my very soul. Time froze. I could feel the air shift, an electric charge that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand. The faces of the gathered council morphed into masks of disbelief, horror, and a terrible understanding. The reality of our fragile existence closed in like a vice. "Amir," I whispered, stepping closer, the words tumbling from my mouth like stones. "What do you mean?" My heart raced, skidding on the edge of panic. I had seen the consequences of conflict, homes burned, families torn apart, friendships shattered over ideologies. I had seen the ghost of fear, and I lived in it daily. He looked up, eyes glistening with the reflection of all he had lost. "They say it's a holy war. They say it's what we deserve." He paused, and in that moment, it felt like time itself held its breath. But it's not. It's never been about faith, it's about power, control. They want our fear to be their weapon. I felt the swell of anger rise like a tidal wave within me. A world without conflict seemed impossible, a flickering candle in a storm. But Amir's words ignited something else, a flicker of rebellion. What if we could change that narrative? What if we could stand against the tide, together? Myra stepped forward, her voice steady, cutting through the tempest. "We choose peace. We choose understanding." Her words hung in the air, heavy and potent. "If we don't fight with swords, we can fight with words. With kindness." A murmur swept through the room. Could it be that easy? Could it be that naive? I felt the weight of doubt gnawing at the edges of my resolve. What if kindness was not enough? What if the world wasn't ready? Elias's voice broke through my swirling thoughts, a whisper cloaked in urgency. But how? How do we stand against the very essence of what they believe? His question hung like a ghost, an echo of despair looming in the corners of the room. I looked around at the faces, each one a mirror of my own fears, hopes, and failures. We were all trapped in this cycle, each clutching our beliefs like lifebuoys, terrified to let go. The possibility of a world without conflict felt like a shimmering dream, beautiful, yet so fragile. Then, Amir rose, determination etched in every line of his face. "We can be the start. We can show them that love is stronger than hatred. That faith can unite rather than divide." His voice rang out, a clarion call, a pulse of courage that resonated against the walls. But the storm outside raged on, a reminder of the reality we faced. I could feel the weight of history pressing down on us, the shadows of our ancestors swirling like a tempest. If we stood together, fists unclenched, Hearts open, we could carve a path through the chaos. As I glanced at Myra, her fierce spirit ignited something within me, the fire of possibility. The ripples of change began to unfold, dragging us along, deep into the unknown. I felt the cords of fear loosen, replaced by a delicate thread of hope. The door creaked in the wind, a whisper of what awaited us outside. The world might not be ready, but we could no longer remain silent. We were on the edge, a precipice of choice, where we could either leap into the abyss or soar toward the light. And as the room filled with the sound of our collective resolve, something shifted. We were no longer isolated figures, we were a tapestry woven with shared dreams, stitched together by the hope of a world without conflict, a world that beckoned to us like a distant star, twinkling with possibilities. And in that moment, as the clock ticked on, we braced ourselves, hearts racing, souls entwined, ready to confront the storm.